same men that she said they're 90% of her clients. And most black men who watched that video walked away saying, I don't feel comfortable going to this lady if she were my therapist, right? And so for a person working for another person's business, you now become a poor representation of the quality of work, the quality of therapy, privacy, attitudes for that business. And so therefore, as a private company, I have to let you go. Because now you are bringing unwanted attention to my private company. Say whatever you like to say, sister. And as the brother mentioned earlier, if your money's right and you can take the backlash, then you're good, right? I think the silver lining in this for her is she can take this and create her own practice, right? Because if you can clearly see she has a lot of support from women who would appreciate her services, and they can be toxic together and work together. But I think she can make a lot of money from it. I really do. There's a space for everybody. But I think black men are not safe in her space, right? You can feel vitriol and hate for black men in her language. I don't know what it's based in, but you can hear it in her language, right? And so I think, and I'll shut up after this. Her first video was bad, but I think she made it worse when she doubled down with the second one. Had she come out in the second one and just apologize and say I was wrong and kind of learned from the comments and the backlash she got, I think she would have been fine and still had her job. But she doubled down in the second one. Right. Very unprofessional presentation. She was barely clothed in both of those presentations. Oh, wow. Right? And then in the third I Got Fired video, she still doesn't have clothes on. The vitriol is coming out even more, and she's not taking accountability, and she's blaming black men, although it was a black woman who wrote an article that got her fired. Right? So maybe she had good intentions, but as we all know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So it needs to come with great decision making and great judgment.
Exactly. Right? That's what I'm talking about.
And I like you, brother. I use this Twitter name that I have because I want to protect my own security and my family, and so I can get on here and talk my shit without anybody trying to attack me and my family. So I get it, right? But in order to avoid any of those things that sister is dealing with, as I get ready to land the plane, it is important that we own our own shit. It is important that we run our own businesses. So therefore, you can say whatever the hell you want to say, whether people agree with it or not. But when you work for somebody and you're at the liberty of somebody controlling your dollars and how you feed your family, you can't get on the internet and say what the fuck you want to say. And that's just the fact of the matter.
That's the fact, bro.
Now land the plane.
Man, that is straight facts. And I think there's a woman, Cynthia G, who I can't stand that chick's voice. I can't stand everything she says. But I'm not sure if this woman ever heard her before, but it seems as though Cynthia G is inspiring some of this, and she seems to be, as you said, independently able to finance her lifestyle without depending on others, and we know the others are the opposition, to where they have this hanging over your head, and but she said something in that last video where she was like, they ran to white massa. Man, when she said that, I was just like, whoa, what is up with this chick, man? What is going on? That just was like, that just spun me around, because I was like, whoa, what is going on with this broad, man? I don't want to see no Black American lose their income. But like I said, a reprimand, a whatever, month-long suspension, some retraining. I respect everybody who says, ask her as well. But for me, I'm just a little more sympathetic, in that situation. Because like I said, most of what she said, I've heard it. I've just heard it. I just heard it. I've heard it all my whole life, in almost every relationship I've been in. It's been in the music, believe it or not. To be perfectly honest, Beyonce. Growing up, I hated fucking Beyonce. I hated Beyonce. Her the Destiny, all that music was anti-black male and pro-black thuggery. To be perfectly honest, and I just couldn't stand it. And until she got with Jay, and you could see the change in her spirit, the change in her heart, and her music changed because of it. You know, you can only imagine what would happen if they broke up, and how that literal breakup between this one couple is going to influence millions of black women. That is so sad and unfortunate, but hopefully, for everyone's sake, those two people stay together and work out whatever issues they have, because man, the fallout from that is just going to be too much to deal with. Um, so if I see State Powers in the room, if you'd like to speak on it, I don't know if you saw that video. The topic is really it goes to anybody and anything. Like I said, it was inspired by the not Marcus Garvey himself, but that Black Star Line. That Black Star Line was problematic from the start. They got a lot of money coming in. However, the ships that either he bought or he had eight, people working for him. They went out and looked at the ships they bought and whatever. There's all these different theories about it. They were just trash. They were way past their usefulness. Most of the ships he bought made very short voyages before they sunk, quite literally. Um, and the few voyages that I read, there was one about a liquor delivery from somewhere in the United States. I think they were either going to the Caribbean or Central America. The ship didn't even make it halfway. Um, there's a whole bunch around that story. This is like, man, this is like crazy. So was he being sabotaged? More than likely, but I think that's something that you got to calculate into, every plan in this country. You got to calculate sabotage and continuous sabotage, and just be constantly aware of where they may attempt it, constantly be monitoring, constantly be testing the water every single day. I mean, you just got to be constantly on guard for everything that is possible. And just don't take your eyes off of the most important part, which is like these crucial decisions. That buying those boats was the most crucial decision, the quality of the boat. And for whatever reason, that part just failed in that movement. And that was my main, when I digged into it. Like I said, I wasn't looking at him, because in the past when I've looked at him, I just said, oh, this comes from Martin Delaney. This is Martin Delaney's information. And then you say, oh, well, Paul Cuffey actually did that plan already, in the early 1800s or mid 1800s. And then you go back and say, well, Prince Hall, the Freemason, was talking about that way in the early 1900s, or I'm sorry, 1800s, and possibly in the late 1700s. So it's like, this is Black American intelligence that he grasped onto and certainly elevated to a national and a global movement. But the most critical part of it, he just kind of lost sight of what was most important, I believe. And that's where the discernment and the decision making has to come in.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Ty Ali here. You feel me? PTR's Ruckus. Basically, every black person in herself is Ruckus. So I'm glad you guys allowed me into the space. Hopefully, I can enjoy it. What's up, Clarence?
Hey, this is really information I didn't know about. The ships actually sinking. I didn't know that. I guess Marcus Garvey, his intentions were to use the ships
to send Black Americans to West Africa. Am I correct? Is that the original intention of the?
Yeah, so there was something called the White Star Line, and he essentially modeled his Black Star Line off of that. And what they were doing was they were shipping goods over to England, I believe, and then they were bringing back poor Europeans to America. And so he essentially wanted to do something very similar, where he would make money off of transporting goods, create this global trade network, and then, yes, for those who wanted to leave, he was going to, you know, help them make their passage over there. The other unfortunate part about the trips that did occur, and again, there were trips that occurred before Garvey got to America. There was all this documentation of these trips of people who did actually go over there. The problem was, and everything that I've read says, about half of those people died. Many small percentage died on the trip over, and then once they got there, their immune system wasn't adapted to, you know, the local diseases. I think malaria is a big one from what someone had responded under my post. And so there were entire families that were wiped out simply because they took that trip. So that was the other element that wasn't calculated, even though they had this history already documented of this happening to our people. You know, like I said, even before he got here. And you know, obviously they didn't have the internet, but wherever he was getting his information from, he was tapped into it. He kind of should have known that was a possibility as well. Mr. Clarence.
Yes, sir. I want to pose what's up, Brother Ty, Brother Ruckus? I want to pose a question, I'm not a Garvey scholar, so I'm going to kind of pivot from Garvey, but stay on the topic of good intention and great decisions. But when you talk about the 1994 crime bill and the ways in which that we know now how it affected the African American community.
Yes,
it decimated the African American community. The way it
yes, sir.
Decimated families, took fathers out of the home.
Yes, sir.
Right, for a lifetime, talking about 30 years or so, for small quantities of drugs, for sometimes not even touching drugs, but being involved in the trafficking of it.
Right.
Grandmothers being locked up for 30 years, so forth and so on, right? Taking away the ability to be educated while you're incarcerated, things of that nature, right? I won't even say the name of the president that also pushed that bill. But in hindsight now, we know how awful it was. Bill Clinton pushed it.
Right.
He gave a very flippant apology on when his wife was running for president and so forth and so on. And so, but I think particularly when we look at the Black congressional members who signed on to it and pushed for it and went all across the country advocating for this, and Black America listened to them and said, hey, let's do it, right? And they particularly led their people into a burning house. And so did they have good intentions? Maybe. Was it a great decision? Absolutely not. It was an awful decision. But more so my question is, but how have we, or can we hold those people accountable? Some of them are not even in office anymore, but how do we hold those people accountable for this, like drastic decisions like that, that decimate our community in such a way, and people come 30 years later and say, well, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry doesn't make up for the what you did to these families.
Right.
That's your question, Clarence.
Understand that impact.
How will we solve that, though? I would like you to keep talking. I just want to actually ask you a question while you're still speaking. What is it that you would want from people that made a mistake?
From the folks who put the legislation. Is that the question?
Atonement.
Yeah, I mean, from the legislation, as far as on the national level, and as far as our black leadership that may have led us down the right path, the wrong path. What is it that? What can they do besides say I'm sorry?
Well, I mean, great question. I mean, I'm sorry is one thing, but two, how do you, as we have these reparations conversations, how do you repair those lives? Is that monetary? What does that look like? I mean, in most states, not all, if somebody is incarcerated unfairly or unjustly or whatever, they get a check for the time that they were unjustly incarcerated. Every state doesn't do that, and some states have different monetary value for that. I think Texas has a very good program, about $80,000 for every year that you were in jail unjustly. But I would say those people lost time on their lives, lost time with their children, lost wages that they could have been earning. And so if nothing else, you can repair from a monetary standpoint. But I'm sorry, listen, white folks have mastered the art of apologizing to black folks 40 years after the fact. And we just have to live with it, right? And then on the other end of that, because of our mostly Christian upbringing, we just say, I'm just going to forgive these white folks, right? And turn the other cheek. But what does accountability look like when people make huge mistakes like that affect our community? And I land the plane.
No, definitely, I'm with you. Is it okay if I speak next? Black Day and Black. I don't know what you guys' names are. I know Black Majority. Then Black. Okay, cool. I appreciate you guys. I'm totally with you, Clarence. This is more so like I was reading the autobiography of Malcolm X, and I read that about 12 years ago. And that book right there definitely opened my eyes to what they do. You're right about that. They apologize after the fact, or they apologize before the fact. You feel me? Like they're really cold at how they do it. They don't even apologize during, right? It's just a way to keep us being able to be happy with moral victories. And Malcolm X spoke about that in his book. He said that they'll give us a statue, they'll give us a day, they'll give us even a month, right? And at that time, we feel like, hey, our Million Man March is worthwhile because we got a month out of it. But then when the month comes, all they do is just try to sell us some shit about a black TV show on Netflix. You feel me? So all they try to do is sell us some more shit and created Black History Month as another holiday that's a month long where black folks supposed to buy black and do everything black. It became more of a financial holiday than it was anything that made sense. Now, most people who are not black don't understand why we have Black History Month. They don't understand why we have Martin Luther King Day. They just know that they don't have to go to work that day, right? That's all they know, right? And maybe we're gonna buy something with a Martin Luther King on it. I might buy a fucking coffee because it's black. So let me go ahead and go to Starbucks with a black coffee. Now they're gonna go ahead and sell double, right? So if I really feel like black folks don't push the issue how we supposed to. And Malcolm X said that shit in the book. He said he was very disappointed in how we handled our movements. We didn't really handle our movements. Our movements were handled for us by the handlers. And the handlers weren't black. You feel me? They made sure that they reined us in to a degree to make us move how they wanted us to move. And I feel like even 50, 60, 70 years later, we're still moving the exact same way. We only do everything we're supposed to do within the parameters that they told us that we were supposed to do it in. None of us are radicals anymore. None of us are revolutionaries anymore. We kind of got, we got situated. We got settled into the status quo. So therefore, I really feel like the movement is losing steam because there hasn't been anything drastic that's been affecting us. You feel me? Period. So I really feel like, hey, if we don't get it now, we're never going to get it. It's either shit or get off the pot right now.
Yes, sir.
So it's like, what are we going to do as of right now? I feel like we're the last generation that knows better.
Yeah, that's a great question. Oh, you got a state power?
No, I appreciate it. Thanks. Peace to the room. No, I haven't seen that. I didn't see that video about the therapist, but while the room was speaking, I was kind of going through Twitter to see if I could, read a few different things. Ruckus made a very good point about how a lot of our movements have been, handled for us, and we have not really, been the ones that are steering the movement. Even to, I agree with that. Even till today, right now, I remember going to a protest that I thought was, going to be a real good protest, but they used this word, they used the word, we want to make sure we have a peaceful protest, right? Mm-hmm. And my philosophy is I don't think that any protest can actually be peaceful. Like, that's the reason why we're protesting, is because we have a grievance about something. And until that grievance is actually handled, there is no peace. We don't have peace. So I don't believe in peaceful protest. Now, we can be nonviolent, and we can think of, nonviolent ways to, exercise influence and, or power as a collective. But the idea of peaceful protest, I think that's one of those things that the dominant society uses to kind of keep us under control.
Can I interject with you real quick, brother? I don't even believe that nonviolent protests are anything near viable. I feel like once you become violent, now they start calling in the big dogs, right? Now the big dogs, when they make that show of force, that's basically their way of being threatened by us, enough to be able to call in that show of force, right? So therefore, now you're able to get a little bit of a piece of what they actually can deliver to us, right? So therefore, I really feel like, power is taken. It's never given. America doesn't go, peacefully ask Afghanistan, hey, Afghanistan, I know you guys are doing what you're doing here. I appreciate your struggle. Is it okay if we take over your land real quick so we can go have it and have access to these poppy fields? If you guys can do that and stand down, we'll be all great from here. And the Afghanis are going to go over there and be like, you know what? I definitely, I don't want you to be here, but I'm going to go ahead and protest. That's it. No violence. America's like, okay, I appreciate your protest. Let me go ahead and still have access to these fields over here. And then, I appreciate your protest. Thank you. Once we're done here, I'll build you a statue. America has never done fucking war that way. No country does war that way. If we are going to be a people within a society, I really feel like, hey, violence sometimes is necessary. Call me an extremist all you want to, but violence is the only thing that gets things done. They don't know anything but violence. We're fucking Americans. We believe in guns and fucking switches and 50-round drums. We believe in AR rifles and shit and M1s and shit. We believe in M16s and AK-47s. We don't believe in no goddamn peace over here. So if we're in a nation that doesn't believe in peace, and we want to go ahead and defeat them with peace, that's an outdated philosophy. Now, do we have the power structure to be able to beat them with violence? No, I don't believe so. I feel like too many of us are soft. But just speaking right now, America will only respect force. And right now, we ain't got the force for it. So we might as well either determine a whole different way to go about it, or just shut the fuck up and take it. It's either shit or get off the pot right now.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with some of the points that you're making. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the laughing emoji from Clarence. But I definitely agree with some of the points that you were making. I think that's why when we have these spaces, we always talk about concentrating our power and concentrating our populations within a region of the United States, so that we can have that, fist, right? Right now, we're all scattered across the country. And so even when we do show up to like certain protests in like the Midwest, the East Coast or whatever, we're a minority. And so we don't have the force. But when you have that unified line, you know, you might not even have to. You might not even have to use violence, as you put it, once we actually have those regions of states, because, you know, we're going to take them out of position and they're going to be intimidated. You know, truth be told, I think that it is a nightmare for white Americans that Black Americans become the majority of a region of states.
No, you've already proven it. In Columbia, Tennessee, with the race pride, a lot of the Black folks that came and they fought back, they were just getting home from World War II and shit, right? They weren't sitting there. They weren't going to take it no fucking more. These niggas knew how to load their fucking weapon. This is my weapon. This is my fucking gun. You feel me? They knew their weapons. They knew how to go ahead and clear the fucking chamber and reload that bitch. You feel me? And make that and aim at the sights, make sure that shit's accurate. That's why when it came to Columbia, right? After they shot a few of them white folks, shot them in the ass and shit, shot them in the legs and stuff, right? They went and called the whole police force. They had 5 different cities and states sending in their police force for little old Black folks. You feel me? Sitting on the rooftops, nigga, and picking off whoever comes through. Right? They are definitely intimidated by us. And a lot of us have weapons training now. So therefore it's like, yeah, they're definitely intimidated by us. They got intimidated back, 70, 80 years ago. You don't think the same thing will qualify for today? Yes, sure it would. The problem is, a lot of us feel like, oh, no, like Clarence said. We bought too much into that religious ideology of the peaceful and turn the other cheek. Well, hey, fuck, I only got 5 cheeks, nigga. I've been hit. I'm sorry, I only got 4 cheeks. I've been hit 5 times. What am I gonna do now? After the 5th hit, fuck, I ran out of cheeks for your ass. Like, am I supposed to do? Like, not do nothing? Or am I supposed to shoot back? What then? You feel me? America has gotten away with that. They use our weaknesses against us. So therefore, us as Black America, we can't display any weaknesses. Sorry.
Hey, let's for example, right? Let's say the state of Georgia is 90 or 80%. Let's say it's 80% Black, right? Do you think the federal government will say, hey, look, you know, there's too many Black people living in this state, you know, it's 80% Black. We want to pass federal laws to disperse
Cannot do it.
Black people out of the state?
Of course.
I don't think they would do. See, look, I don't think they'll do that
before. They've already done that before. Not the first time that they would do that. They've done that before. When Black people were congregating our power, or I guess they'd say concentrating our power within the South, what they do to us? They made us. They sold us an idea of California. They sold us an idea of all these other places out west, up north, right? When we had the most numbers down south, right?
Well, I think that
was some of these niggas down south.
You don't think that was the decision of Black Americans that, like, you know, there was, you know, more jobs in the Midwest?
They sold us on paper money. And money that they sold us on the idea of us being able to live the American. George Carlin said it best. It's a big club and you're not in it. We're not in the fucking club, bro. So I don't know how we get sold into the idea all the time. They raised up maybe 1 out of 1 million of us, 1 out of 100,000 of us to become something more than just the average nigga. Okay? They raised up a few of us. And it was already written too how they would do this. And there's a white lady, I forgot who the white lady's name was, but she had said that, we made sure that the water and the food was a lower quality when we sent it to the Black neighborhoods. We made sure that everything was the worst quality when we sent it there. That way they have a lot more diabetes. If you go to Africa don't got no diabetes the way America does, American Black folks do. We don't suffer from no high blood pressure the same way us in Black America do. They literally found a way to disenfranchise us and murder us off. And then all of a sudden they went to New York. Like, for example, I think it was just last year, right? New York had, 28,000 abortions within the Black community alone. So Black women murdered 28,000 babies. And then that was just in one city. You feel me? 28,000 Black babies murdered. So the whole Roe v. Wade bullshit, I don't know why any black person would support that. They're trying to murder off our children. Why? Because we are a threat when we come in large numbers. The reason why they keep our numbers, why is it that us as black folks have the same amount of black folks today that we did like 30 years ago? I would have thought our numbers would have been at like 6. I remember at one point in America, we had like 60 million black people. Now we have 44 million. Now, how the fuck did our numbers go down? How did that happen? They're killing us off, and we still don't get it. They were testing on us in Tuskegee, right? They were testing out and sampling what's that shit called? Syphilis, right? To this day, they're trying to make us sterile as black men. You feel me? There's a liquor store and a fucking cigarette shop on every corner in our hoods, in our neighborhoods. Now, like, for example, I learned the difference real fast when I moved to Irvine, California, right? In Irvine, California, there's no Walmart. There's no liquor store. You feel me? And you got to travel around. There might be a wine and spirit store. There's no liquor stores. There's no Walmart. There's no cheap-ass good spaces for you to shop at, right? You got to go to Costa Mesa for that. Costa Mesa where the Mexicans is at. Literally, they tie our hands and we buy right into it every time. We're so easy, bro. I hate to say it. We're so fucking easy. I hate to say it. We're so easy as black people. We're easy. We're trying to save $1, but we're killing ourselves.
Right. Hey, look, I think today that you know, we have so much information available to us that we shouldn't make the same mistake that we did 30 or 40 years ago. We're smarter. We have more information available to us, right? So so the state of Georgia is 80% black. You know, look, we already know that any state we go to, we're gonna have the same problems, right? You know, all 50 states, we are a minority in all 50 states. So we know that, you know, living in that type of environment, it doesn't help us at all. So let's do something new. You know, of course, you know, there was a few states that we had a majority back in the late 1800s, maybe up to maybe 1905. Well, back then we didn't have you know, they forced us from voting. You know, they intimidated us, they lynched us, all those good things. But okay, things are different now. There's not enough white people for majority in all 50 states. So now they don't have that. What's that word I'm looking for? They don't have the
monopoly.
Yeah, they don't have the monopoly anymore. They trying to figure out how to create supermajority white states, and they know that now that the white people that live in Texas and California and Arizona and New Mexico and Mississippi, they have to leave those states and go to super majority white states. Like, you know, some white people, they want to live in states that are 80, 90, 95% white. So for them to live in states that are 90 to 95% white, they have to leave states that have black people, and they got to move to Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. They got to move to those states. That you know, that's what the alt-right. That's what I hear from the alt-right guys all the time. They say, look, man, we got to leave the South. We got to leave the Southwest. We got to leave the Northeast. That's where a lot of black people and a lot of Mexicans are. You know, we have to create our own white states and keep them super. I mean, at least they want 90% white states. For them to do that, there has to be a state where there's a lot of black people living in those states, or states where there's a lot of Mexicans living in those states. There's not enough white people.
Bro, a lot of Mexicans are racist. A lot of Mexicans are Spaniards, bro. I'm from Southern California. Mexicans are very racist, bro. Don't get it twisted. I done fucked on a lot of Mexican pussy in my life, right? I had a Mexican girlfriend before, right? When you go meet their families, the women may love you. When you meet their families don't love you the same. You sort of fucking mayate to them. You feel me? Niggas don't like to accept that shit though, but them niggas don't like you, bro.
Look. What I know as men, we supposed to be like that.
Yeah, so we don't want to. Yeah, I can hear you, but we don't use the N word.
Is my language? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the language.
The vulgar language.
I do appreciate it 100%.
My apologies. My grandma gets my ass too.
Hey, look. I want the Mexicans right. Look, the Mexicans are consolidating in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada, and California. Mm-hmm. I want them to stay there. They can take those states. Right,
what it is, bro. There ain't no way around it.
Actually, there's less Mexicans.
You can't give up California. California is one of the strongest black states we got.
Well, it's only 5% black.
California is definitely not one of the strongest black states we got. We only make up
where the Black Panthers started at.
Say what?
That's where the Black Panthers started at.
I mean, but that's Oakland, and I used to live up there in the Bay Area.
Cool. Even Crips and Bloods, for example, right? Even though they're negative groups, they influence the whole United States as far as Black America goes. So there's influence in California. No, I wouldn't give up California that fast. I'm sorry. California is the only place right now fighting for AB 3121, which is reparations for Black Americans.
Hold up.
I wouldn't give up California that fast.
Let me land my plane real quick, Ruckus. I live in California. I'm a California native. I've lived in every region of California, from the Central Valley to the Bay Area to Southern California, the desert to San Diego. We're 5% of the state here. You got little pockets that you got little pockets of Black people out here, but they all live in pretty much isolated communities. And so they really don't have, what is the culture? Like, are we talking about like Nipsey Hussle or something? Like,
no, bro. No. Before Nipsey Hussle existed, there was the Black Panthers, and then I guess you could say the gang culture came after that, and now we're moving into a different culture, right?
Yeah.
But the fact is, though, it's more so like, that's deeper than that. You feel me? It's way deeper than just Nipsey Hussle.
So do you know who Bobby Seale is?
Yeah, he's one of the founders of the Black Panther Party.
Okay, so I, working for an organization in the Bay Area, put on events for Bobby Seale, and you'd be very surprised to understand his political views. I don't think people really think he believes in a coalition of,
Yes, with the Asians included, and all the Hispanics, I agree. But I know the history, bro. I'm from California, born and raised.
I'm not talking history. I'm talking about current, because this is like I'm saying I've worked with him in the current. So I'm not talking about the history. I'm talking about the current. And in the current, I don't think he's the same individual that he was in the past in terms of people.
He can't be. The culture has changed around him. He can't be the same guy.
And I'm not saying that to be discouraging. Too. I'm not trying to be dismissive, or I'm just saying that
the conversation wasn't about the Black Panthers.
You gotta let me land my plane.
We're talking about the reparations.
I don't like to mute people, but
the 3121 agenda though right now. I mean, I think it's 31 to AB 3121, where California is fighting for reparations. Right, it's going to start in California. The task force with Gavin Newsom. That has nothing to do with the Black Panther.
Let me ask you this. Why would California give Black Americans cash reparations?
Because I actually read the bill, right? And in the bill, what it basically says...
No. I don't want to... Not the bill, sir. Not the bill. I just
you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it to you and give you factual representation for it.
No, I understand, but I don't want to hear the bill. I want to hear why you think that California would.
Well, my opinion don't matter. I mean, it's how it's written already illegally. If you want to mute me, go ahead and mute me.
Hey, you know what? So the Ruckus mentioned the gangs, right? And I remember, and I don't know what it stands for. I think it was community, the CRIP, community something.
Revolution in Progress.
There you go. Thank you so much. Community Revolution in Progress. There is a good intention. This is a really good example of a good intention that went did a 180 into a.
What do you feel about AB 3121 though? The reparations task force. That's current. What do you feel about that in California?
I support it. I'm in their spaces as much as I can be. Okay. I support it fully. We've had spaces and conversations about these state-based reparations or more.
It's not state-based though, but you understand how the government works, right? What it is, for example, we're going to challenge it at the Supreme Court level of California. They're going to have to shoot it down simply because there's been no precedent set, okay? So therefore, once it gets shot down at the state level, it goes to the national level, it goes to a higher court. Now, at the higher court, when we do appeal it, that includes all states, okay? So therefore, at that point, all states are able to present their evidence, they're able to present their arguments, right? And then we are hoping for a precedent to get set. Once the precedent is set, now that right there is the law of the land once the Supreme Court rules on it, okay? So therefore, we have to get to that point. It starts in one state usually. For example, when it comes to medical marijuana in general, that started in California. And then so far, it's impacted like 30 states so far? And then other states are considering it, and now the federal government's considering it. It's the same shit, same process, bro. So if you want something done, the way America works is why we're so ineffective on the world stage. Because it takes so long for us to get shit done. Whereas in China, Xi Jinping, when he wants everybody to wear pink underwear tomorrow, he can put out a memo right now. And everybody will have pink underwear by 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. They're only going to wear pink underwear. That's how fast their governments are. Our governments are not that fast because we have a bullshit-ass ideology of democracy and the republic, right? We move slow. The only time we move fast is when there's war and money on the line.
Yeah, that's called that's called totalitarianism. And just as easily as they can force people to wear pink underwear, they can force people to come into the middle of the street and put a bullet in the back of their head. That's not a good thing for governments to move fast like that. It actually is very, very dangerous for people, for the citizens. It's great for the government. It's horrible for the citizens.
We got to move faster than what we do now. We live in an outdated ass government, bro.
Yeah, but Black Americans can move faster. We can actually move, physically move. That's what we talk about in here, migrating, so that we do establish Black majority states, so that we are in control at the state, local, and county levels. And then we can accelerate things that happen that affect us very, very quickly. However, you don't want a federal system moving that fast. That was intentionally designed to be slow, intentionally so.
And that's why slavery in America ended way after it ended in a lot of other countries in the New World. Mexico ended slavery before that. Fucking Brazil ended it. But Mr. Ruckus, every single one of our allies ended slavery long before America did. America's always last to do anything.
Yeah, but would you compare Black Americans to Afro-Mexicans or Afro-Brazilians? I'm gonna tell you right now, Afro-Mexicans, they weren't even counted in that country. They just recently fought to be counted in that country. They literally didn't even exist as far as the government was concerned.
I see that's 1.8 million of them over there, right? But the fact was, okay, like fucking it. Mexico had one of the first free Black cities in the world. In the world of slavery, I guess you could say, right? And in the New World, Mexico had one of the first free black cities. They still have monuments erected for that. So therefore, you can't really talk that bad about Mexico to me when Mexico freed black folks long before America did.
Well, Ruckus, Mexico has also had like 10 different constitutions and 10. They flip-flop from empire to republic to empire to republic. They're a very unstable country. I don't think that they're the model of what we think of like a real prosperous, nation would be.
And I'm prosperous, or are we? We went through what? 2 recessions in the last 30 fucking years, 20 years?
We're in a better situation.
We're in our second one. We went through one in 2008. We went through another one before that in the Y2K. Matter of fact, it's 3 in the last, 20-some years? America's not that damn stable neither, though. We're able to lie to our people better, though.
I don't know. I've been around the world, and I feel like the United States is one of the better countries. And so maybe I'm biased, but
Brazil, of course you're biased because you never traveled to any other first world nation and spent a considerable amount of time there.
Wait, I haven't what?
Okay, let me rephrase.
I really don't like muting people, but I'm going to be completely honest here, sir. I'm a respectful person. I'm speaking to you with respect, and I would appreciate if you gave me a little bit more respect back. We're just having a conversation here, and I want to land my plane. I don't want to have to mute people. I think that's not productive. And so, look.
Yeah, I apologize, brother. I didn't mean to offend you. Go ahead.
No, yeah, thank you. You're asking me if I've ever been to a first world country for an extended period of time.
For example, a country that could beat America, quote unquote. Have you ever spent an extended period of time in their countries?
What would be an extended period of time? I've been to Portugal. I've been to
Russia or China, for example.
Those are not first world countries.
A considerable amount of time there.
Yeah, I've been to Hong Kong, which is in China. Yeah.
No, mainland China, I guess you could say.
No, Hong Kong.
Mainland China, as well as Russia. Have you ever spent a considerable amount of time there?
No, I've been to Hong Kong, which is in China.
I can answer your question. Hey, Rucker, I've been to China about 3 times, right? Total, maybe 2 months in those 3 trips. China has a HDI of 76. HDI is a Human Development Index, right? The Human Development Index is how much that the infrastructure and the system and the court system and the economy, people's how they what's the word I'm looking for? How they can compete in their economy and everything. So China is 76, America is 92. What's another? Germany is 93. Great Britain is around 93. But look, these countries are smaller than the United States. America has 330 million people, and the country is over 3.6 million square miles. So really, you can't compare United States to Great Britain or Germany. I lived in Australia for 5 years. Australia, their HDI is 95. But they, it's a big country, but land-wise, but they only have 25 million people. Wow. So you can't really compare Australia to the United States.
Wow.
I've been to 10 African countries. Most African countries have an HDI in the 60s and 50s. I was in South Africa. South Africa is probably the most developed African country. Their HDI is 70.5. What countries can compete with the United States? The United States, China, and Russia really cannot compete with the United States. When it comes to military spending, right? America spends $800 billion when it comes to military spending. China is $250 billion, and then Russia is less than $100 billion when it comes to military spending. Well, and the reason why Russia is military spending so low because their economy is very small. Matter of fact, do you know Russia's economy is about the same size as Black America's total GDP? Black America's total GDP around $2 trillion, and Russia is about $2 trillion. So even though they have almost 200 million people, their GDP is almost similar to Black America GDP. So when you compare countries, right, you gotta look at the economy, you gotta look at their their laws, their court system. I look at all these things. I've been to 30 different countries. I live in a third world country right now in Southeast Asia, and I've been to Japan. I've been to Korea. I've been to China. I've been to Singapore. I've been to Malaysia. I've been to all these countries. So, America has the best system in the world. They, people talk about the American dollar as being weak, but other countries, their fiat money is weaker than the dollar. So, when you got any questions, I can tell you about any country and how they can stand up to America. Countries they can't stand up to America.
Let me squeeze in there real quick, Black American Homeland. I appreciate that. A lot of that is true, but I just want to make 2 points real quick. Russia is a federation. It's called the Russian Federation. That's literally the same type of system that the United States has. We're a federal country. And the other thing that I wanted to say is that, the truth is in the pudding. Like, people flood our country. You don't see Americans in large, numbers, moving in, outside of the United States to go live in a different country. I mean, you have them, but it's not in, not the same levels that you have people trying to, become American citizens. There's a reason why they're coming to our country. I've been to all these other countries. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by, any of them, to be honest. Maybe Japan, but they don't even really have a military. But even then, they're still I don't think any of them can compete with the United States.
Yes. So what is our objective with the good intentions versus the great decisions? Our objective is to take control over the parts of this country that we physically can take control of. And the way that we do that quite literally is to move. We focus on the state of Delaware. I looked at their primary election results from 2020. And typically the way elections work is during presidential elections every 4 years, more people come out to vote than in off years, which 2022 is these midterm off-year elections. And so you would expect to see more people in a presidential election, even in a primary for that matter. But at any rate, the governor, a senator, and the one U.S. rep who turns out to be a Black woman. I'm not sure of her lineage, but they do have a Black female U.S. House rep in the state of Delaware. So I was actually shocked to see that today when I did the research. But however, again, I don't know her lineage. I don't know her story. I don't know how she's participating in the Congressional Black Caucus or anything of that nature. But there she is, in a state that pretty much all of the positions are held by majority white people. But in this particular primary, if we reached half of the goal that I've been talking about, And all of those people voted without any of the people that live there. There are roughly 160 to 170,000 black eligible voters in the state already. But if we just moved in the half, which is 150, those 150,000 voters would have won all three races in the primary, would have crushed them, to be quite honest, in the primary. They had historically, they've had like 20% turnout in these primaries, 20%. And in most of their elections, only less than 50% actually vote. But yeah, I mean, just imagine 2020, we were already in place. We had half of our numbers, and then these three positions, which are like the main positions, the king, the queen, whatever the case may be, if we're playing chess. And we cakewalked through these elections with 150,000 black votes because no one else showed up. Now, obviously, if you go into a state like that and you create a lot of noise, that's going to inspire more people to vote, which is why we really don't even need to go into the state and create a lot of noise, because we're really not fishing for votes. We're really trying to move our votes into position to vote, but not campaigning for votes. We're having conversations with our people so they understand what we're doing and how they can partner up with us and how they really need to vote. But the numbers are so clear. Now, when you get to the general, now you're talking about, I think the winner had close to 300,000, just under 300,000. And so if you get to the general, that's when you do need some help from the people who live there. But again, only another 50,000 or so would have gotten you across the finish line, even in the general. But because you've already crushed them in the primary, you're essentially, you've already won. Because what happens in this state, there's a lot of uncontested elected positions on the state level. And then the Republicans have been running against the Democrats, but they don't win. The Republicans just don't win in that state, from what I can tell. And then I found out that there's like 18 different political parties in that state. Like, I was like, wow, I was kind of shocked at all these registered parties. There's others, and then there's non-affiliated voters, which are basically independent voters. But there's 16 actual named registered parties in that state. And outside of the Libertarian and maybe the Green Party, which they do get like, 20,000 or whatever, 10,000 votes, the rest of them all are like under 1,000. So they're very insignificant, but they're there and they do get votes. But they don't affect the big three, which are the independents, the Republicans, and the Democrats. And the independents, there's like 170,000 of those voters in that state, which is actually pretty interesting that they have that much of a significant voter presence of independents in that state.
Hey, you know what? I find that interesting. So you said there's about 16 registered political parties in the state of Delaware.
Yes, 16 is the number.
16. Now look, I was doing just a little check, a little search, and I saw it was probably 50 to 80 or 50 to 60 different political parties in the United States. It can be much more because, if you're trying to do your research, it's very hard to find all these little tiny political parties. Mm-hmm. But of that 50 I saw, none of them were Black American political parties. Mm-hmm. So really, it could be over 100 political parties in the United States, and none of them are Black. There is no Black American political party that's registered on the state or national level. I find that really, really if somebody knows something, please tell me. My little research I didn't see one Black American registered political party.
There is one, and there's soon to be a second one. The one is called mahaliparty.org, and I used to attend their meetings for about a year. They have a philosophy that is a few steps beyond what we're trying to do, but they're Black majorityist as well. They just take it to a whole nother level. But they have been running candidates in different states. They're a national party. And then, we know the Freedmen Party is on the path to becoming a national party as well. I don't know what it takes for them to get registered like that, but that's their goal.
Thank you. Yep, I remember. I heard about the Mahalia Party. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that's great. I'm glad we're on the right path. We need to do something. Political party is something that I've been advocating for 20 years, because all the countries I travel to, even the third world countries, they got, like a country like the Philippines where I live, they have like 20, 30 different political parties. And, and a political party it's a place where, you can, set your agendas and policies. You have your own platform, and you just trying to get members to join your platform. And, and that's what we're trying to do. So, and so, so a political party is not a bad thing.
Oh no, it's not a bad thing at all. So based on previous tinkering, manipulation, disenfranchisement by the Democrat Party, if you go in a primary, you would have to run a insurgent Democrat candidate, which I believe is what Marcel essentially was. You run under their banner and you're trying to unseat the person in the primary because it's less votes and, the pathway is a little bit easier. However, with this recent Gary Chambers, situation there was a whole space about it. I think we need a contingency candidate. So, for instance, you would run an insurgent Democrat candidate because you have the votes, because you can look at the history of how many votes they've ever gotten in a primary, and you just make sure you got 150% more votes than they've ever gotten, essentially. So if you got 50,000 more votes, you're going to win. If you got 100,000 more votes, you're definitely going to win, right? But if the Democrat Party does what they're doing to Gary Chambers, and they try to, do a bunch of manipulation, disenfranchisement, and really, try to keep us from power, you have your contingent candidate as the independent party that's also in the race, that has gotten, whatever, you sent 50,000 votes their way just so, they show up to the general election. But then you just shift away from that Democrat candidate that was going to win regardless because you got the votes, but you shift over to your contingent candidate and now they win either way. So there's a lot of ways to go about it. That Gary Chambers situation was a really good lesson. And it would have been nice if in Marcel's race there was another person, even though they made it a three person race, but they did that to take votes away from Marcel, and obviously that guy wasn't connected in any way. But I think anywhere we run candidates, our issue is we have to have the votes before we run. Just because if when I was watching, I was rocking with the Mahali Party, I really was rocking with them every Wednesday. They have their Zoom things, and I'm watching them run candidates in Florida, candidates in Maryland, candidates in Mississippi. I mean, candidates all over the country, to be perfectly honest. And what I witnessed over and over and over again was either they had a hard time generating donations and funds, and they were running out of money before they even made it to a primary. You know, before they I don't think any of their candidates made it to a general election. So they were just running out of money and steam, and because they were essentially fishing for votes, fishing for support. And that to me, that's just not the way to go about it. I think you have to, again, have the votes in hand in order to beat this system.
So you're saying it's more important to have the members first.
Oh my God.
Is that what you're saying?
What, without any question, without any doubt, 1000%. Yes. You have to have.
So if all the Black Americans that are voting in the for the Democrat Party, if they leave the Democrat Party and go over to a Black American political party, what kind of, what's the word? Man, sometimes I'm lost for word. What kind of what will that do? I just can't find the word.
I think I get what you're saying. So there's two ways to go about that. When I wrote the book, I said Black Americans should be independent voters, which means they're just not registered with any party. They are independent of the whole entire political system. So they are unregistered, is what I think the state would call them. Eligible, but not affiliated with any party. Then you can vote for whoever, however, other than in primaries. And I think it's like a handful of states where they have closed primaries. Everywhere else you can vote in primaries. If we, and I'd have to look at Freedman Party's graphic, I think the number was somewhere around 14 million Black voters that are registered to the Democrats, and then there's like another 5 or 6 million that are independent voters. But if all Black Americans just took the Democrat Party off of their registration and went independent, that would send shockwaves through the Democrat Party. Shockwaves. The Republicans would notice it. It would be one of the biggest political stories for a very long time. If that simple thing just happened, even if they still continue voting Democrat, if they just said, you know what, I'm not going to be affiliated with this party anymore. But I don't necessarily, again, because I believe it's more important to be a little stealthy in this situation, right? So you go in, people are moving in, they know what they're going to do. We know what they're going to do. We're all talking to each other. We're not fishing for votes. So we're not burning money on campaign ads at all. We're not burning any money on trying to fish for votes, but we're holding events for the people that we know we want to vote and that we know are going to vote, and we're just building the party, right? We're getting out the message, and that's the way to do it. So I wouldn't want them to switch registration from Democrat over to whatever Black party we created, because you kind of want that November surprise a little bit, where it's like, whoa, where did they're not even expecting it, even though they probably will be aware. I mean, we can't be naive. We got to know that they know. They do their opposition research, and they probably got people that would be infiltrated anyway. That's a part of how they operate. But even still, we got the numbers, we got the votes, so we knocked them out of power. And then, they're in a tizzy, but we are moving forward, and then we never relinquish it. That's the other part of it. So winning, while it seems daunting from a perspective when you haven't done it, that's actually the easier part. The hardest part is maintaining the power and maintaining the majority and maintaining those positions over time, over a lifetime, over multiple lifetimes, over multiple generations. So the hard work really begins once you get the position and being able to set up systems that you educate the people and funnel them into, whether they're working as interns or whatever. You're just identifying talent all the time, and you're putting them in the pipeline to eventually come and take these positions.
Right, hey, look, hey, great. Look, I have a background in accounting and statistics and mathematics and all that stuff, and I'm really good at. I like to think I'm really good at projecting, making predictions on things, right? And I look in the future, right? I try to stay away from the past. I know the past. The past has been pretty bad. So what I do is I look. Oh, actually, I do look for good things in the past as well. But I always look to the future, and I look at things that I look at probabilities or things that can happen in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. This is how I think. I've been thinking that way all my life, right? Everything that goes on in my life, I think 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ahead. And what I see happening in America, right, in the next 10, 20, 30 years is that, number one, there's going to be 4 major political parties, and they will be on racial lines. I believe they're going to be, of course, you're going to have the Republican Party, Democrat Party. They're going to be split 50-50 with the white folks, with white Americans. You're going to have a Hispanic political party, and you're going to have a Black American political party. In the next 10, 20 to 30 years, the white population, I say by 2050, the white population
I ain't got 30 years, bro.
42% of the national population. The Hispanic population going to be around 28%, and the Black American population going to be around 18% of the population by 2050. So these projections that a lot of these are not my projections. These are the U.S. Census projection in the next 10 to 20, 30 years. But what I try to do is I try to use that information and figure out how Black Americans can leverage that their potential population in 2050 or 2040 or 2035, and how we can take advantage of that and take control of states. And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking in the future. I know things don't look like it can happen now, but if you can look 10, 20 to 30 years ahead, then I know the Black American homeland is possible. Supermajority Black states are possible. The whites, they have to consolidate their population in the north and the Rocky Mountain states, in the west and the northeast to have power. So this is what I see. This is what I vision, and this is why I have such conviction on what can happen in the future. So I just want you guys to see what I see. That's all I'm trying to say.
Duly noted. And I tend to agree with you. I just believe at my, damn near, I'm about to hit half a century in a couple years. So I don't know if I have 30 more years. My son and my grandchild, yes, absolutely. So, the goal is to have it set up.
All right, look, a supermajority majority black state can happen in the next 2 years or 4 years election cycle. But I'm talking about the Black American homeland, the 8 or 9 states that are super majority black. I think that would take 2050. How many years is that? Actually, 2040 is actually when it can happen. See, there's a difference between supermajority population of the state and political control of the state. I think political control of these 8, 9, and 10 states might take until 2040 to 2050, but supermajority of these 8 or 9 states could be done in 8 to 10 years. So that's how I break it down.
Gotcha. So yeah, and so I always like to bring it back to Delaware. So there is a 2024 election. Let me look at what I have typed up here. In 2024, the U.S. rep is up, the governor and lieutenant governor, 1 U.S. senator, and something they call an insurance commissioner, which is a statewide position and seems to be a relatively important position. And then in 2026, you'd get the other senator up, and then the state attorney general is up as well. So, we're talking about in 2 years, you'd have 4 pieces, and in another 2 years, you'd have you just have the whole chessboard, and there's a bunch of like county and state senators and all that stuff in there too. Some magistrate elections that occur. But yeah, I mean, it's 2022 now. We'd be looking at 2026 on having full control of this state. So there is nothing stopping us but us, quite literally. There's nothing stopping us but us. The state has gotten over the million mark. From what I can tell, even with these registered voters, it seems that they gain about 11,000 registered voters every year. So those numbers have gone up. And actually, they seem to be jumping by like 20,000 every 2 years now from what I looked at. But the population is growing, just like everywhere. I mean, that's just normal population growth. It's not insane, but it is growing. And it's a race. Dr. Claude Anderson, he said it very eloquently. We are in a race. It's been a race from the beginning. Only problem is we haven't realized or recognized that we were in a race. Obviously, Black Twitter is very aware of that, and some very intelligent people here who understand that we are in this race, and we just got to get ahead. We got to get in the race, and obviously, anytime Black people get in a race, quite honestly, we win. So that's just all we got to do is get in the race. I'm gonna shout out.
Black, before you can go to the hands, if we got in the hands, look, in 2012 when I published the Black paper, right, the white population was 61% of the national population.
Wow.
In 2022, I think it was either 2021 or 2022, the white population is now 57%. So it seems like every 10 years it is dropping. It is dropping every 10 years, like dramatic drops. And I think 2030 is going to be a major drop in the white population. And then 2040 is going to be another major drop. And then 2050, I mean, it's going to catch a lot of people by surprise. And that's yeah. So that's my thing. Go ahead.
Gotcha. I just wanted to acknowledge we got some folks in the room. We got Hal Rich. We got DC Girl FBA. We got Mississippi Kapura. We got Miss Susan Walker, Mr. Little Lair, Miss Schism, I believe, Mr. Mouthpiece. We got Agent anti-pollutionists, we got Miss Rella, we got the Resistance, we got Ruckus. Yo, you got a lot of energy, bro. Feel free to, we normally do hands in our spaces. Anybody that like to come up and speak, please request a mic, and we can get into the conversation. It started off about why do we value good intentions over great decisions, and just trying to be more discerning in what we support, and also looking back at some examples from the past. Mr. I think it was Clarence was in the room, and he mentioned that 94 crime bill and all of the fallout that came about from that, and that was really a really good example. I hadn't thought of that when I set up the space, but that is the perfect example of, and it's so weird because the Republicans say Democrats are really good at unintended consequences, and that's what I believe good intentions leads to. I believe good intentions lead to unintended consequences. And in this whole LGBTQ fight, where they've essentially supplanted Black American civil movements, Black American civil rights, and taken over it for themselves. And you had a lot of Black so-called quote unquote leaders out front wearing shirts saying, what blah 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 is the new civil rights, and blah 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 blah. And maybe they had good intentions. I'm not going to question whatever, but the ultimate consequences, the unintended consequences, if they were unintended, sometimes I'm starting to question whether or not, they didn't know, because these are very smart people. They had to know that these consequences were going to come from some of these decisions they made. But if we just look at it from a purely naive perspective, and we say, well, wow, they walked around wearing gay is the new civil rights, and now we're in a situation where they're trying to put pedophiles into schools with children, and these man-loving children groups, they're trying to attach that to the LGBT, and all, like, this is a lot of demonic stuff that's going on. And is it good intentions? It definitely isn't great decisions at this point. I mean, we know these are some horrible decisions that are being made, but I think it's always sold to us as they have the best intentions by default. And I'm starting to really question even that. I'm starting to really think they have evil intentions, to be perfectly honest, and they're just selling it as something good. Little lighter, little Lair, I'm sorry, you had your hand up.
I was just going to agree with your last point. Oh, by the way, thanks for letting me speak. Great space here tonight.
Yep.
Your last point right there, they destroyed us under the guise of helping us. So I don't remember Joe Biden giving a genuine apology. In fact, the talking points right now coming from the Democratic Party and their brass is Black people wanted it.
Wow.
So the talking point is,
wow,
all the Black leaders supported it, and then they point to a Gallup poll saying, well, Black Americans also supported it, so therefore you are responsible for your own oppression.
Wow.
This is the prevailing talking point from them. This is one of the things that undergirds my anger and why I want to crush them.
Wow.
This is the reason why I'm no holds barred when it comes to reparations, and I will rip off any Democratic's face if they come out with that bullshit in a debate. That's just where I'm at with it right now, because they're basically telling me that my people, my family, who suffered through the crack epidemic in the North, right? Those people deserved it because they asked for it. It's some of the most disgusting, heinous shit I have ever heard in my life. So, no, they knew what they were doing, and they did it, and they didn't apologize for it. In fact, they're making excuses for it and telling us that because they didn't hear us scream, we liked it, we accepted it. So,
man, wow, jeez, a weasel.
Yeah, I think we can go with Caparo. I think he's next.
Hey, shout out, little Larry, man. You really put that in perfect wording. I really appreciate that, man.
Well, to answer your question, why do we value good intentions over great decisions? I think, when it comes to answering a question like that, we must understand how intentions work. You can have good intentions that will create, a good circumstance, either a positive circumstance or a negative circumstance, as well as you can have bad intentions, but they will also create, better circumstances or, a negative circumstance. So I feel like, when it comes to do our politicians have great intentions for us? I don't feel like they do, and I feel like their poor intentions is what's causing this positive energy amongst us to where we able to consider, do we form our own thing, or do we just infiltrate the system and make the system better? Because from close observation, I was looking at the congressional map, for the House of Representatives for the United States, and in particular the Mississippi Delta region, which is where the majority of the population is mostly centered. If you look at according to most censuses, and the congressman that was elected to represent this area, he is a so-called black man. However, if you look at the circumstances of the Mississippi Delta, you will see that he has really done nothing for our people. He has created no bills or nothing that will place our people in a better position to take on more resources or to create more jobs. So we can't necessarily say, it's the system or the people. Maybe, this system that's been created, has yet to be filled by the people who actually supposed to make the real decision, which I feel like is going to be the younger generations, or that those groups of people who no longer believe that their votes counts. And I feel like if we create some sort of movement, regardless of our personal ideology, I feel like we can really create a platform that can, it can evolve the average comfortability for not only us but for our people. And I think that's where our source of power really gonna come from. And I think that's how we really gonna be able to actually get people to migrate to the South. We say, hey, we down South, we not placed ourselves in key positions as politicians or as certain positions in certain departments, and we able to regulate these policies and create these policies. So now, y'all can come down here. We can create a policy to say, hey, if you're from Mississippi and you already here before the Great Migration, you're entitled to 2 acres of land. Versus if you're coming down, you're entitled to an acre. You know what I'm saying? Either way, we constantly adjust the system to where it benefits and caters to the average individual versus the average politician. And I think that's what we're looking for. And not only us, all other races. The white man, he's sick of this democracy too. So that's what I'm taking from this whole black migration movement is all gearing towards us recreating ourselves, and with that recreation, we create a new system of governance, which is fair and logical when it comes to the distribution of resources amongst people.
Hey, yeah. So I want to acknowledge 2 things. The fact that as migrationists move into the southern states, yes, we have ancestral ties to these southern states, but you got to be respectful of the people that are there. And this brother's Mississippi strong, and so I appreciate what he's saying. You don't want to come down there, and I see this a lot when people say, oh, I'm moving to Texas or I'm moving here, and people in Texas say, well, look, don't come to Texas with whatever ideals and essentially turn Texas into whatever you were trying to get away from. Don't bring that garbage here, you know, to where we're at here. So I acknowledge that. I appreciate that. And that's the way that, you know, every chance I get, I say we got to partner up with the locals and put them in positions of power and really get behind and support them, because this is their home state, right? I'm all on board with that. The acreage thing, in my Delaware post, I had a post where I believe it's a small state, but I believe I was talking about a half-acre land grant program to where the people that helped us secure that victory, which is right around 300,000, it would be about 25% of the land in the state. So situation where you could own the land, and you would have to loan, in my opinion, if you're going to do a land grant, you have to own that land. You cannot sell it until a certain amount of time has expired. In my opinion, that should be 30 years. So that we know for sure that the people get the land, they have the land, and then after 30 years, it kind of is what it is. But you could live on the land, you could lease the land out for whatever type of production, you know, agricultural production there is. Or you could just let the land sit there, you know, you got to maintain and take care of it, whatever. But I do believe in land ownership is crucial and critical for Black Americans to own the land that they live on and have ownership over the land, for sure, 1,000%. Okay, I'm bringing up Miss Rella.
Go ahead, Black American Homeland. Oh, I was going to say there was this politician here in the Philippines. You know, he owns like 1,000 hectares of land, which is about 2,000 acres, and you know, a lot of people are like, you know, on your salary, how do you get this land? You know, and you know, and he was able to get that land through working through the government system, you know, and basically he's not developing the land. He's not a farmer. Only thing he's doing is sitting on that land, using it like a land bank. And then, you know, in 10, 15, 20 years, when the land goes up, you know, considerably in value, he's going to sell it. So, you know, so different ways you can use land, and yeah, that's my thing. That's all I have to say. Go ahead, State Power.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, so to Black's point, you know, we had these programs here in California. They're called self-help construction programs. And the idea is that you put a certain amount of hours into actually building your own home under the supervision of a construction supervisor.
Nice.
Nice. Beautiful. And you can enlist people to kind of help you. Like, there could be people in the community. It's something that I kind of want to bring to where I live at right now, because California we're in a housing crisis. You know, I don't know if it's really going to be a big dent. But to Black's point, when they have those programs, you can't sell those homes for 30 years. I think it literally is 30 years. If you do sell it, then you get hit with like a penalty. You get hit with like $50,000 penalty. And so you gotta add that to the equation as part of, like, if you're gonna sell your house thinking you're gonna make $200,000, you might only make $150 because you got hit with that, and now you're getting hit with capital gains. Like, so it's designed for you to hold on to these properties for generational wealth. And I believe that that's the best way to go about it when we're talking about you know, the government being involved in home ownership.
Yeah, my first house, they called it a forgiveness loan, and it was for 15 years. And if you sold it, you actually had to pay back 60,000 if you sold it before the 15 years. But after the 15 years, they just wiped it out. You know what I mean? So they sent you a certificate saying you completed it, and you were free and clear on the 60,000. You know, it was an inflated value, but it was a brand new townhome when I bought it. I was the first one to move into a set of 4, and it's so crazy because it was one of those what would they call it, impoverished improvement projects, I guess, in a neighborhood, pretty much a black neighborhood. They were trying to elevate property values, but these same townhomes 5 miles away, 3 miles away, would have been worth double what they were worth, you know, when I went to go appraise them and all of that. You know how that, I got a story up here about appraisals that we'll get to eventually. But so I dealt with that just because of how crooked the appraisal and comparable you know, system is, that oppressive system that they got. So yeah, so we got Miss Rella that came up to speak. If you want to jump in, anybody feel free to jump in. We are talking about good intentions over great decisions and trying to find discernment, and not allow ourselves to kind of be fooled a little bit by these good intentions.
Hey everyone, I was just down listening, just, you know, sipping on my wine and just kind of listening to you guys. This is my, you know, wind down Saturday, and so in the evenings. And so I love coming on and just hearing you guys and engaging. And I wanted to just really listen to the guys, kind of, you know, mix it up. And it was very, very engaging. So I need that intentions. I would say that, you know, we value good intentions because we think that they're going to pave the way to good or better results for our community. However, good intentions have paved the road to hell. And as you can see, you know, today, good intentions in the way that we operate today have not produced the furthering or the next economic revolution for our people. And you can see that with over, you know, however many years you count. You know, people like to use individualism to say, oh, well, my family does this or my family does that. But in comparison to the wealth gap as well as the economic gap that we face, and I'm not talking about education just yet, I'm really just talking about overall, you know, what we consider, you know, riches, wealth, and poverty. We have not moved, I think, in a greater number compared to other races and cultures because we're always set back, further set back by the needle, from, you know, devastations to like pandemics now. Prior to that, we had Jim Crow, and then we had convict leasing. We had all these different things that were happening throughout different generations, where families were being broken up, and our economic standstill was always being put, you know, pretty much in the mud. But yet we looked at good intentions like voting democratically, and, you know, if you send your child to college, then you're doing, you know, good things. And that's not that you're not, right? However, we voted without, I think we were voting culturally, repetitiously, because we thought that they would yield good fruit. And you can tell that it has not. And even if you voted Republican, you know, people don't like to bring up Republicans. I don't know why, but we need to analyze it all. Even if you're going to change, if we're going to make the movement to say, hey, we're all going to switch to another party and become a collective force, just like bees do, and say, this is how we're going to operate, we need to look at it all. We need to look at how these different people in all these different states who are operating in positions of submitting bills and legislation, what have they truly done for our communities in retrospect to moving us forward as a collective group in the United States?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
if you ask me, they haven't, because they use our pain and struggles and degradation as kind of like a shield to get them into the door, and then they usher in their motives and their agendas for themselves and their prospective people. And we've been doing this for decades. If you go back through history, you can literally after Reconstruction, so Reconstruction never really finished, but if you go back and actually look at history and moving forward, there was always a constant resurgence of new immigrants being brought in to replace the class of those eras of American descendants, and it's happening over and over and over again. It's like this hamster wheel, but in those good intentions, because I think we are loving people, believing that if we participate in making sure everyone is well, then somehow we are, exercising our humanity. But I think it's the opposite. I think we are naively and blindly murdering or killing ourselves off because we are assuming that other people have our best interests and their good intentions are going to yield good fruit. And so I hopefully, I know it sounds like I talked in circles, but I was really just making points to try to just I want people to really look at that. And I am a, very loving, big-hearted person, but I'm definitely a she-wolf, a lioness by nature. That's how my father raised me. And if you look at how things are going, we have to make better decisions. And the great decisions within the next 5 to 10 years will be very telling for us. It could make or break us. And so I will land there. And thank you for the space. It's always wonderful. Always great to see everybody. Daughter Susan, Schism, and Savages in the room. So Black American Homeland, State Power, and of course, Mr. Black. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you so much. I as you were speaking, Ruckus mentioned abortion earlier in the space and Roe v. Wade, and that goes into the quote unquote good intentions category for me. But also, I grew up impoverished. My mother she was a gifted student, straight A student. She had my sister when she was, I believe she was 15. And then she had me when she was 18 or 19. We're like three to 4 years apart. But she became a mother, a housewife, quote unquote. And, I grew up on welfare, to be perfectly honest. And so I never lived in the projects, but that's another element to everything that I'm going to say. And these are all democratic good intentions. These are all democratic policies. And they essentially set up our population, whatever percentage of our population, to be funneled into project housing, wholly dependent on the government for everything. And then had abortion, guns, drugs, violence pumped into our communities. And so, in the book, I kind of look at it and say, there's no way these people didn't know what the outcome would be. I think I've seen how I think it's the Nazis that set up these Nazi ghettos or whatever the case may be, intentionally for the purpose of harming the Jewish community in their country. And so I'm really leaning towards the side of these intentions, as Mr. Little Lair stated, are done intentionally evil with no good intent at all whatsoever. But we, as Miss Rella stated, we are we are loving people, and so we have our good intentions and we project that onto our enemy, and they use that against us many times.
Adjust your mic. Adjust your mic.
Oh, okay. You were glitching a little bit for me too, so I'm gonna just land it right there. I kind of wanted to wrap that whole project, welfare, abortion, even we can talk about this school to prison pipeline, the education system that indoctrinates us to have these inferiority complexes. It all seems like,
man, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? A little better, a little worse.
Keep trying.
Okay, because I'm moving away from that computer to get to a better place. If not, I don't even want to try to drop out and come back in. Twitter's been acting goofy. I'll just land right there.
Actually, he was sounding a little bit better.
He was, and you know what I want to say is, it's so funny how, we are communities, how the introducing of guns and drugs actually, detrimentally changed our communities in the way that, it was brought in. But remember, white society has guns and drugs as well,
all the time,
right? And it is actually it seems like it's more of a commodity, an economic floor, a second economic floor, the way that, they cover each other in regards to how opioids and things like the opioid epidemic and this new the last generation has affected the younger lineage coming up, that you're seeing overdosing and things like that. Even we know how bad opioids are, but they non-black communities have had guns and drugs. Hence, in order for them to do lynchings and practice 2A and things like that, they've always championed that in their community. But for some reason, we know the reason, and I think we need to really, speak on the reasons and how it differs. I think the criminal organizations that are protected by different agencies of people, like you had a DEA chief whose daughter literally was a kingpin at a university, and she was selling drugs to the point where she was labeled a kingpin and literally got her drugs, not from the father, I don't know. I gotta go back. The police. Oh, so she got the drugs from evidence lockup and was selling the drugs at her university. Like, come on. But she was protected. Like, nothing really truly that we know of or that I read happened to her on the level it would happen to George Floyd or Khalif Bowder, in New York, who was arrested just for his backpack smelling like weed, and not having a case and literally was murdered. So I think when you look at how the systems of criminality is set up for our people versus the communities who like the Irish or the white Italians who like to, say, hey, we're a different type of people, we're not like the white European Americans, that sort of thing, right? But the protection as they have infiltrated different agencies and organizations is on a high level. But they can flood our communities with drugs and guns and deplete our communities of access to capital to keep the streets clean, keep the gang element in check, use the police departments to literally commit crimes, under oath. You don't see that in their communities. Like, it's not known, right? It's not known in that way because there's a level of, I think, culture that keeps their community in check. And they designed it that way, but for us, there isn't.
Well, yeah, that's corruption. That's organization at the highest level. Controlling and protecting. Each other. We talk about cronyism, nepotism. All of that is part of the white system. And I see it happening in other countries. A lot of people think that there's no drugs in Japan. There's a lot of drugs in Japan, but the thing is, it's so organized, right? It's organized at the top level. Therefore, there's not a lot of violence on the ground level. It's very organized. That's why they don't have a lot of people in prison. There's not a lot of murders. There's not people selling drugs on the street. It's organized. It's the drugs are being sold in business establishments. So that's how things are different in other countries compared to America. That's all I have to say.
I definitely agree.
So speaking about guns in our community, the 14th Amendment, I was just trying to find something that I could read, but essentially I'll explain it. The 14th Amendment, as it was written with the intent of providing Black Americans, freedmen at that time, and their descendants with the right to bear arms. And there are books that are written about it. There's a congressman who, they quote him in terms of how that was written, and even that 1866 civil rights legislation. But essentially what they were doing in writing the 14th Amendment was arming Black Americans so that they could defend themselves and have the right to do it, while at the same time stopping states from infringing their ability to arm themselves. And so a lot of these gun experts who, when they do all this legal explanations, they cite this 14th Amendment, but they don't necessarily talk about Black Americans when they're citing it, because they're saying this extends to everybody. But obviously it was specifically written for us, and at that time they matter of fact, this is back when I was doing that Freedmen research, a lot of the Black soldiers bought their own weapons in order to fight for the Union Army. And they were buying guns, as much as possible. Every chance that they got, they were buying guns to defend themselves, because they, that's essentially what they had to do. Obviously, we fast forward, and the Democrat Party has been doing everything they can to separate our community from the proper use of gun ownership. Miss Fannie Lou Hammer, I believe is her name, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, it's Fannie Lou Hamer.
Fannie Lou Hamer, right? So I think she's the one who said she had a shotgun in the corner of every corner in the house. And this,
yes.
man, so then that reminds me, when I was delivering kidney dialysis medicine, a lot of these people, they're very, very sick. But I remember this one house, in the house, a lot of these country houses, they just look like they're falling apart. But I walked into that house, and literally front door, as soon as I shut the door, there's a rifle in the corner of the front door. And then you go into the next room and there's rifles here and guns. This is an old white man's house, obviously, but fucking guns everywhere in that house. I'm just like, holy crap. You know, let me get this delivery in here and get up out of here. And I only did that one time, but I was really thinking about that quote and thinking about being in a real life situation. That was just country living. You know what I'm saying? And we were farmers, and we hunt, you know, little game and whatever the case may be. So there's a healthy relationship you could have with guns, and then there's this ungodly relationship that we have, where I have a post from Philadelphia, and this is a tragedy. In this news report, this gentleman says, "We can't dig graves fast enough. The grim and startling reminder of Philly violence. Workers and this is a graveyard cemetery, said workers told me 90% of new graves at this Upper Darby burial ground are from gun violence. Many victims in their teens and 20s. They tell me they are running out of room." And then there's a shot of, quite literally, graves that are just like not inches apart. This is what's going on in Philadelphia today, and it's very unfortunate. And that's the unhealthy relationship that we have with guns in segments of our community. It doesn't, I mean, there's plenty of lawful, law-abiding Black American gun owners, but unfortunately there is this other side to it as well, which is very destructive.
I agree with you, and I really do believe, like, there is a culture of education that must happen, but there also is a part of our community that, you know, we have to have that discussion about, and we need to make that distinction of, you know, guns are meant for protection. You know, they're not meant for use for you to go, they're for protection and hunting.
Right.
Not to go commit murder to you know, revenge, you know what I'm saying, your you know, verbal disputes or whatever. And I think that we're at a point where the mix of that, again, the drug game is another economic element. I think that a lot of people, if you are not fully, you know, connected with what goes on in that life, I feel like it's a, you know, watching like the ID channel and all these other, you know, crime, true, like reality crime shows where they're actually showing this other kind of like, almost like another realm of living. You know, where people, this is how they live on a daily basis, dealing with, you know, money and drugs. And, you know, of course, guns are included because you got people killing people, you know, setting up bodies and stuff. Now, there's some things that I would say, not in regards to drugs and money, but I would definitely protect my home. I would protect my home at all costs. And I would not call the police. If there was a way for us, you know, moving in a Black majority state, I would want us to have a society where we have a committee of people who are in positions of security that handle certain things. Because the police department that is owned, you know, headed by the federal government, unfortunately, is not there to protect and serve. And we have to realize that walking in these two realms, how the miseducation and the misuse of guns are hurting our community, but also how guns were used for protection and hunting for our ancestors. Like, they had to protect themselves against, you know, the Klan and neo-Nazis and things like that, and other immigrants who literally came on to steal their land. They were stealing their cattle and their farmland and thinking, trying to destroy their crops to get them off the land. There were so many stories written about farmers and laborers who were American descendants. And I think, you know, we really have to have this discussion on, you know, what does that look like, you know, being a 2A, you know, someone who supports gun rights, right? But what does that look like in a organized gun ownership, educated gun ownership in a house with children, in a family? You know, what does that mean for us? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, I thought about that. I thought about like in the super majority Black regional states, what is you know, what would owning guns, everyone owning guns, because actually I would like to pass laws that says that it's mandatory for you know,
mandatory. No.
I'm sorry, I'm just lost for words right now.
Mandatory, bro.
I think it's like teaching your kids how to swim. Like, it should be mandatory for our kids to know how to swim by the age of 5. And you know,
in every household, whoever's the head of household, they own a gun and they go through the classes and learn how to use a gun and everything like that. That's one of my ideas. Because you know, even though you do have you got most of the police officers are Black. You know, you have the state system. The state militia's Black.
Well, you can't make it
Black,
mandatory,
and the National Guards are Black, but also
because that is unconstitutional. But you probably could make it incentive based.
Every Black household,
and
head of household,
can't make insurance
have a gun as well.
mandatory.
I mean, that's just something that I think should be mandatory. Some people might disagree.
It's just going to be unconstitutional.
We think Black, we think Gray.
Yeah, so it's because it's a constitutional right. It probably is going to come unconstitutional, but there's probably a way you can incentivize it, because I believe there should be gun ownership insurance. But again, it can't be mandatory because that is unconstitutional. But you could say, you could have it incentivized in a way where you say, well, look, if you own a weapon and someone gets killed with that weapon, you may face criminal prosecution. You're certainly going to face a fine. And so if you have this insurance, it can help in the event something like that happens. So you hit them with the criminal and or punitive element, and then people go out and buy insurance for protection from that part, because that part is constitutional. And then you say, if you take these classes, whatever the case may be, it lowers your insurance rates for that training and stuff like that. Now, we did talk about like an ROTC program for high school aged students. That could be something that is just a part of an educational curriculum that, is just like a credit that you need to graduate or whatever the case may be. And, or you probably could create, like Israel does mandatory military service. I'm fully on board with that, because I think if even myself, when I was 17, you probably would have gotten to me at 16, to be honest. But if you'd have got to me at 16 and I had some military training, for even a year, it probably would have changed that time period in my life. So I think that would be constitutional as well. So that's my thoughts on that. So we got Mr. Mississippi. I want to read this story because, you know, we talked about Garvey and his plan, and that plan was built on almost over a century of Black intelligence. However, this is around the same time period because he was pretty popular in the 1920s, I believe. And this was in 1922. The state of Mississippi, 100 years ago, voted to evict the state's Black population, the majority of its total population. So even in 1922, Black Americans were still the majority of the population in Mississippi, but not just out of Mississippi, out of the country. The vote was 25-9 on February 20th, 2022, creating a final home for the American Negro, is what it says. And then I want to open up the story just to read the one little paragraph here. Let me get to this. Okay, so yeah, 25-9. It was okay. So what the plan was, they wanted the federal government to trade some of the World War I debts owed by European countries for a piece of colonial Africa. And it says any part would do, where the government would then ship Mississippi's Black residents to Africa. At the time, America held $10.35 billion in European debt, which is equivalent to $174 billion today. And to keep it in this context, here you had Marcus Garvey, who had this great intention to do something. And again, his ships were just the biggest problem, and that was the most important piece. However, in the same time period, the state of Mississippi wanted to repatriate its entire Black population over to Africa, anywhere, is essentially what they're saying. They didn't care where, obviously. And like I stated earlier, half of the people died either, you know, some on the trip, but some within a relatively short period of time, within the first year or whatever the case may be. And so good intentions versus great decisions, because that Marcus Garvey room is what inspired this particular discernment that we have to do. And I was trying to, in my thread, I was trying to connect him to Abraham Lincoln and his desire, because Abraham Lincoln was a big component of shipping us somewhere, shipping our ancestors somewhere. They actually shipped 5,000 of our ancestors to Haiti, and most of them just died because they couldn't, either their immune systems couldn't handle like I said, the viruses or whatever it was down there, the heat. So yeah, you know, it's like, wow, man. You start connecting these dots, and then and this is like Monday morning quarterbacking, as they say. You're looking back at history, and you're just figuring out, was that particular movement at that particular time, did it capture our imagination to the point where we were blinded by the ultimate outcome? And that's kind of where I think those charismatic leaders, some of these really large platforms with really big personalities, whether good or not, good intentions or not, seem to have the ability to capture the imagination. And then the question becomes, are they going to make the great decisions that are required to move Black America forward at the end of the day? So if anybody would like to come up, I see Mr. Wayne's in the room. We got a couple more people. Miss Aletha, We got Jules Buckles.
Actually, I have a question. You said this law was proposed in the state of Mississippi, or was it actually voted on?
It was voted on, and it was passed 25. Yeah, voted 25-9. I'd have to do some more research as to why. I mean, thank God it never went. Because it was based on the federal government, because the state of Mississippi couldn't fund that, and that's what I said. That's been my number one point about the Garvey Back to Africa issue. He didn't have the ability to fund moving literally 10 million people across the Atlantic Ocean. And I don't even know how much time it would have taken. It would have probably taken decades, but at that time with the technology.
That law, I understand that law, man, that was passed on the state level.
Yeah.
Through the state legislature. It will never go on the federal level because that would be considered unconstitutional. Stripping people of their citizenship and forcing, because this sounds like a forcing people to leave Mississippi and ship them to another country.
Right, and then it would actually I don't even know what the term then. I have to look it up to see what year that was when he actually came about, because I'm still trying to get through My Face is Black is True. It's it's a really good book. It's a hard read in regards to Callie House, but when you Callie House and I always forget the pastor who also was a part of the reparations organization, but Marcus Garvey just seems like in his attempts to galvanize the people, then he did the same thing that the people are doing today. They play on our weaknesses as trying to find our collective family, right? Because we were broken up. And I think psychologically his idea was, well, you don't have a culture, you don't know who you are, right? You're being displaced, and and I can show you this, I can prove it to you if you did these things. But then when you really break Marcus Garvey down, Marcus Garvey was actually pulling from the ideology of Europeans by way of Pan-Africanism, which in turn ended up being another threat to actually dismantling our uniting together and actually finding ourselves, as our ancestors were trying to do. And so when you really look at his building of this boat, and it became kind of like a cruise line situation where he was like, I'm going to gather up all these people from the South and we're going to make this trip back to, the motherland, right? And you hear people use the term the motherland, but who's to say the motherland was actually Africa? Who's to say the motherland wasn't here in this land, right? So I think, I've been doing some different readings and stuff, so I won't force my opinions on anyone, but I would just implore people to really, I think, look into what Marcus Garvey did with the reparations money. Once Callie House and the pastor, I always forget his name, went to jail for... they were framed for mail fraud. Look what he did with the freedmen's money. He took that money and developed this, cruise line back to Africa, stole these people's money, and then turned around and was like, you don't know who you are. I'm going to show you. I'm going to teach you, all the while wearing, French garb, French, supporting the French and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's
wow.
Just keep reading.
You know what? I sat in News Toter space and people were bringing up Miss Callie House. I didn't know that they were connected like that. And they brought up the mail fraud and everything. I had no one connected those dots ever for me. And I've heard them both mentioned around the same time. I didn't know that they were, because everybody keeps, they essentially say they credit Miss Callie House with reparations. And I haven't had the chance to really look into her, but I did not know that they knew each other. They lived in the same time and they were actually connected in that way. That adds a whole nother layer to this situation. That, like I said, the decisions on those boats alone is like insane to me, but that adds a whole nother layer to it.
Yeah, if you can get the My Face is Black is True by Marion Frances Berry, and there's actually a couple of other books. I have to go back out and look. It will blow your mind. I think putting that all together and actually painting a picture of what was happening. Wow. Not necessarily looking at the ideology, but actually look at the full picture of during these times, these things were happening and how someone was able to swoop in as an immigrant again and use, a trauma to benefit economically.
Wow.
And then turn around and tell Black folks, you're lazy, you have no culture, you have no, economic structure, and you don't know who you are, you don't know how to be loyal to yourself. It was really a play on people's mental psyche, and I don't think we ever had that conversation. I don't think we've ever had that conversation.
Wow, man. You dropping nuclear bombs because I'm like, wow, oh my god. Oh, hey, my God.
It's funny, Greg. Actually,
Jesus,
about 28, 29 years ago.
Dear God.
I used to be Pan-Africanist at one time. I went to Africa. I visited 10 African countries. I actually worked in South Africa. And I had this idea that Black Americans should move to Africa, but I had to go there myself. I had to see, okay, what is Africa all about? What are the opportunities in Africa? What's the infrastructure? What does it actually look like? And I went to South Africa first. And, South Africa was very developed, but but at the time I said South Africa is not developed enough. But when I went to countries like Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Namibia, Botswana, Angola, I found out that the infrastructure and the system got worse. So the further away I got from South Africa, the things got worse.
Gotcha.
And then and then West Africa, right? Nigeria, Ghana, Gabon, Cameroon, Guinea, Mali, Nigeria. I mean, I didn't go to all those countries, but the infrastructure was even worse than countries like Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa. And so I'm very confused. I'm very frustrated. Like, what is the best country for Black Americans to go to in Africa? And I came to the conclusion that there are none. Right? Now, the best country that I actually saw potential was Angola. Now, we said that a lot of Black Americans that went to Liberia And Sierra Leone, you know, a lot of them died when they got there because of malaria. You know, those countries in West Africa are very tropical. You know, they got the test flies. You know, they have a lot of problems. But look, when I went to Angola, when you read about Angola, you'll find out that a lot of Portuguese, they colonized Angola, and they were able to survive in Angola for 500 years because Angola didn't have the malaria problems or the test flies. I don't know how to pronounce test flies. It's spelled TSETSE, something like that. But those flies, man, they cause sleeping sickness once they bite you. But I said, man, Angola has great weather. You know, it reminds me of Southern California. You know, it gets kind of cold in the wintertime there. So I said, wow, Angola is probably the best place for Black Americans to live. I said, man, I wish that instead of sending Black people to Liberia, that these people went down further and discovered Angola. Maybe it would have been better. But even in Angola, they have problems with. Angola was in a war during that time. This is 1995-96, and they have a huge problem with tribalism. You know, tribalism it just destroys everything throughout Africa. So I said, you know what? There is no way Black Americans can come to Africa because there's number one, the infrastructure is not built. The tribalism is really bad there, and Black Americans, we really don't understand how tribalism works. So I didn't think Africa was ready for Black Americans back in the 90s. So I just totally, I totally disbanded that idea about going to Africa. So that's my little thing about Africa. Back in 1994 to 96, I was 28 years old. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, yeah. So I posted in the Jumbotron the story about these Nigerians. Since we're in this Africa mode right now, it looks to be that in this story, over 13,000 Nigerians have been deported from 10 different countries in the last 4 years. You know, I don't want to get a whole discussion on that. However, they're not making good decisions. Let's just put it that way. If they're getting kicked out of all these different countries for whatever reason, I have no idea what the reason is. Didn't read the story, but I think we've seen some videos. We've seen some, and there's one video that someone posted. A guy's in the middle of the street. I didn't even get to watch that video. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but I saw another story where some South Africans had surrounded a Black person, and because they spoke with an American accent and said, "Hey, I'm American," they let the person survive. But had they been of another, Nigerian or whatever the case may be, the person might not have survived that encounter. So yeah, there's a lot to it. I do have some correspondence with a guy who has this Liberia. He's fascinated with Liberia. Seems to be a pretty good dude. And he's talking about, his goal is like 500,000 people or whatever. And I know there are still Pan-Africanists here. I mean, they're all over America because that kind of got embedded into the collegiate educational system. African American studies, for some reason, they've tied African American studies to Pan-Africanism, and so there's a lot of them in these educational positions that promote that stuff. But I don't have a problem with them leaving. I say every time, man, take that flight, get on that plane. I wish you nothing but the best. If in the future we can build some transatlantic trade that is mutually beneficial for our black majority states and for Liberia or whatever country, I'm all for it. But I think it's become very apparent, overly apparent, that if these people keep leaving their countries are going to suffer perpetually if they don't stay, fight, and fix the problems that are there. And again, that's just one of those decisions. Like, they have to make a collective decision to stay where they are and fix and repair their countries, and pass that information down to their future generations, however they do that. But our responsibility, Black Americans, is to take care of us, focus on us. If we do that, there's nothing we can't achieve, because the reality of it is white society is going to move out of our way. They're not going to put up too much of a fight. Now, they will do all of their underhanded, devious things that they do, but they're not going to put up a fight. I'm really reading these people, even with Tiffany Cross. She's talking about the Civil Wars here. I posted this whole there's someone posted this thread of TikTok videos that's got these right-wing psychopaths all riled up because the IRS says they're getting 87,000 agents with guns, and they're going to be able to come to your trailer park or whatever the case is and take everything away from you. I don't know what's up with these people, but this has got them all riled up. That Trump raid, the FBI raid in Florida's got them all riled up. So, they're amping themselves up for something that they think, quote unquote, they think is going to be a civil war. But a civil war is between states. You have to have state power in order to engage in what would be considered a civil war. They can produce what would be considered like a guerrilla war or insurgency war, which is basically going to be domestic terrorism focused on government agencies. But a civil war is not coming to this country based on a few wackos who think that it's the time is now. Because if we know and you're online posting it, guess what? The government knows. They're aware. Just like they always say, we were aware of that person, but we let them do it anyway. That's essentially what they do anyway. They know these fucking wackos are out there. They just let them do shit. So, they can create laws to create more or less freedom for all of us. We're really in such a bad place that most of us don't even really understand how bad it could possibly get. When the one guy was wanting totalitarianism, and shout out, I want to call that out again, where the federal government can just make a decision and an overnight it happens. Man, dear God, I don't ever want to live in a place like that, because that means you have no freedom as a citizen at all. But
right.
Yeah,
you know the two types of governments. You got the unitary government, and America is a federalist type of government. A unitary, the president, living in the Philippines, a unitary government system. Therefore, the president on the federal level, he can wherever his agenda policy is, he can push it to the whole country, and it can happen very quickly. However, the American system, which is a federalist system, the president can propose something, but then it has to be it has to be considered and voted by the 50 states.
Mm-hmm.
And if the 50 states don't agree with that, then it won't happen.
Right.
That's the difference between a federalist system and a unitary system.
Mm-hmm.
So I prefer a federalist system. I don't want things going quickly. I want, if Black Americans have their states, then we will have a say in what the federal government, what they do on the federal level. So
absolutely, without question, that is the best place to be of all the countries on the planet. Man, if I could live anywhere, it would have to be like an island that did not get hurricanes, but was relatively self-sufficient and had a very low crime rate. If I could choose to leave this country, but I don't ever want to leave this country, because I was telling my son last night, when the COVID hit, if you were outside of this country, you were essentially locked out, right? You were locked out of the country. And I've thought about that for 20 years, at least, probably 30 years. And I'm sure most people don't think about stuff like that. But, it's like, damn, you go out of the country and whatever, people getting sick, no big deal. And then they shut the country down and you're locked out.
Hey, Gray, imagine this, right? In the Philippines, right? COVID-19 breaks out, right? They close down the economy, right? Everybody is forced to stay in their homes, in their neighborhoods, right? The Philippine government have military personnel on all major streets.
Wow.
And they stop you. They have roadblocks, right? They stop you. Where are you going, sir? I'm going to the pharmacy, or I'm going to buy gas, or I'm going to buy grocery. Sir, do you have your pass?
Right.
Yes, I do have my pass.
Pass.
You show your pass, and it's okay, sir. You can go. I mean,
wow.
Just imagine that everywhere you go, you're in the military, like a military state.
Martial law.
We had not only wear masks, but we had to wear shields.
Wow.
Right. And
wow.
in every shopping place you go to, they check your temperature. If your temperature is over a certain degrees, right, they won't let you in. I mean, it was man. I thought I was living in China, man. It was crazy. Curfew. We had curfew. Curfew was from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. That means that you had to be in the house by 8 p.m. Unless you were some type of person of important,
essential worker.
Yeah, essential worker. You can work outside the house, but if you're not, you cannot leave the home. And guess what? They did not give people money. They didn't give people $1,000 a month or $1,400. They didn't give it. I mean, if you're poor, they might give you $50 or $80 or $100 for that, to last you 2 or 3 months, right?
Wow.
Sometimes the government, they will send food to you.
Sometimes.
And look, I went to this. I went to this place, and they had not tens of thousands, maybe 2,000-3,000 people waiting in line to get food from the government because they had no money. I mean, they had no job. They closed the economy. Everything was it was terrible, man. So thank God I had resources, so I was able to take care of my family. But people that didn't have money or have a job, I mean, I don't know how they survived 2020 and 2021.
Man.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I was an essential worker. because I was delivering life-saving medicine to people, and I had the pass. That was one of the first things they gave us. It was a letter, that was like just in case. Never had to use it. Didn't have the curfew, but I remember driving on the highway, and it would be like maybe a handful of cars, and people were doing like 120 miles an hour on the highways, and just acting nutty, and that still hasn't really slowed down because of that. The driving habits of Americans was altered because of that. But yeah, we were preparing for all of that. We had the daily temperature checks and all of that, and some people didn't want you in their house. They'd have you drop the stuff on the porch, or because in the beginning they were saying that the virus would survive on cardboard boxes, and everything we delivered was in cardboard boxes. But yeah, that was a strange times, B. But like, it's like, imagine again, you were kind of locked into that country, and I guess all Americans, technically you couldn't travel out, so so we were locked in here as well. But yeah, there were I think if this is so crazy, if Biden was president at that time, or any other Democrat, it is very likely that we would have went into some type of lockdown martial law situation for months. The fact that it was a Republican who was in office is likely the reason that it did not go that way. Very likely.
Well, you think because the Republicans are more like a state rights type of
yeah, they're more individual freedom, and their voter base is not going to tolerate any of that garbage. I mean, they would have been out in the middle of the street with their guns in their hands at some point. Like, we're not staying in the house, you're not going to tell us what to do, essentially, is how they think. But the Democrat Party is the control party. They want to control people, essentially. So
well, and I do want to point out, that, remember, the Republican, remember that they, when they shut things down, they only restricted people who were Muslim and I think and African and Asians from traveling. They didn't restrict any European.
Okay.
And see, so we have to make sure that we are taking, like I said, that we take a look at everything.
Okay.
The self-interest tactics of, hey, well, we can't be too lenient on the European countries, right? Because there's a self-interest in that. But yeah, remember, Europeans travel everywhere. They go to Asian countries. They go to Muslim countries. And it's so crazy. People say Muslim countries, a religious country that practice, a particular religion does not, designate them, delineate them in their actual ethnicity. And so I really, we got to really, start correcting these people. No, if they were going to restrict everyone from coming, they should have restricted everybody who was just trying to come here and get birthright citizenship during the pandemic. That means the women from Germany and Russia and wherever else, the people who was able to fly, come in here and have babies, and families who were able to come and fly free, they should have been sent back immediately. It was a pandemic. We're still kind of in it, but I'm saying they should have been sent back too. They should have been called out too. But again, people who from those areas, someone like Trump or other people who are in, United States government, they're never going to say those things because it's self-interest.
What's even more diabolic about all of this is I remember posting how the African COVID numbers were very, very low, and unexpectedly low, to the point that they were doing entire articles about the fact that it was so low. And this went on for months, that they were just like, wow, and then I think I remember that Haiti situation was because the president of Haiti refused to vaccinate the people, and even though they still had low rates at the time, so there was definitely a lot going on in terms of how they deal with Black people across the planet, for sure. Crazy.
Yeah. Well, I know that the only problem with the Philippines was that they didn't have the resources or the technology to what's that word, to come up with their own COVID-19 vaccination. They actually were very dependent on China, America, and Europe. I think the Philippines got half of their vaccination medicine from China, and the other half from the United States. So they're very dependent.
Ooh.
And
power outage.
The Philippines really don't have a large manufacturing base, so they
thunder and lightning.
Much of their their shields, their alcohol, whatever you need to fight COVID, they had to get it from China.
About to get cooked.
So I learned that if we have our own region of states, or if we ever become a independent country, we have to have our own stuff. I mean, we have to have everything organized and from top to the bottom, we have to be on point.
Yeah, man. So yeah, so we know about the jabs, and we know people were getting multiple boosters, and there's a lot of unproven or unknown effects of all of that, and I'm sure we will see over time how that is affecting the populations. But I never got jabs. My job really left it up to us, although I did put in one of those exemption letters, and I got approved for it, thankfully. But they kind of asked everybody, and then I think the consensus was that people just weren't going to do it, so they really didn't have a choice in the matter. Trucking is a different type of industry, because there's already a huge lack of drivers, and they just can't afford to lose drivers at all. So they just can't replace the drivers, and so it's an interesting business to be in from that perspective. But yeah, so this town in Alabama, Vincent, Alabama, they could not legally fire their police officers for exchanging racist text messages, says, due to legal issues. So the city disbanded its entire police department instead. Now you got no good intentions at all whatsoever come from exchanging text messages. These are horrible decisions. Brown, who's in a predicament where it's like, well, damn, we can't fire these people. So what do? We just get rid of the police force. And more than likely, because in my state, if there was a shooting, a cop shot this young Black kid in the back running away, and they protested for a few weeks about it, and they disbanded their police force behind that, and the state police end up covering that area. But in this state, when the state police have to cover a little town, it's not a good thing at all. It's not a good thing at all for the residents. So I wonder if that's the same situation where they've disbanded their police force, and now instead of dealing with local cops, they're dealing with like state police. That could be actually much worse for a population. And then I wonder if they can reassemble a force after a certain amount of years go by, or what the process is for that. But yeah, that's
you know what's so scary, Black, is that there is so much there are so many different instances of domestic terrorism under oath that I don't think we pressure the federal government enough, or the state government enough, to go after these departments. I think we allow them to get off, scot-free. I know people will be like, what do you mean? We protest. You have people protesting every day and things like that. And, people are always making comments on social media, but I don't think we really address things, in court. Like, our, stories of ancestors going to, the courthouses, showing up in front of courthouses and going to the state Supreme Courts and having their, situations of cases being heard. We're just not really doing that on high numbers at all. And, to hear, a police force disbanded, I mean, that's great. But then when you try to go and rehire police officers, these same police officers can get, I'm wondering if they can, apply for the jobs again. And then what happens to the community if lawlessness breaks out and these police officers have training? If they're not practicing under, a police, under the police department's roof, they're practicing under their own roof. So now, they're taking it upon themselves to practice lawlessness. And so, that's scary. That takes me back to, the stories and videos of watching, Klan members have rallies in the dead of night and, showing up and burning crosses, on lawns and, things that are written and told. And what, that just, and we talking about Alabama. Alabama to me is like Mississippi. They're like a nation within a nation. And the United States hasn't gone to war with them yet. Like the people there are, I remember driving to go get my Bichons down in Alabama, and it is so eerie. Crop plantations, you can just imagine, slaves working in the fields. I mean, it's miles and miles of fields, and I mean, it's so eerie how death just, you can feel it. You really can.
Man, I think people who are not from the South, sometimes when they travel down, they have, they feel that energy where if you're living there and you kind of, that's your element. But I think sometimes you feel that energy if you have that intuitive spirit to pick up on it. I was trying to find this story. I know I just posted it, but it was them saying, the FBI was saying in Florida, the police forces are infiltrated with either racists or gangs, or I know that's a big thing out in California, the gangs. But it was a story again, same thing like you're saying. FBI, they know this stuff is going on, they don't do nothing about it. It's kind of like, because those police that they disbanded in that town in Alabama, they're going to other forces. They're just going to get hired somewhere else, either in the county or one county over, whatever the case may be. But we got another request. Black American Homeland. The room's starting to kick people out. Yeah, let me get this. Let me get them back to co-hosts. Get some co-hosts, because if I don't, the room will collapse on itself. So yeah, I'm kind of going through this Jumbotron information. So this is a story that I found. I didn't get to read all the way through it, but I know this story. This gentleman, he's an LA black man in 1961, And he did all this through Jim Crow. So his name is Bernard Garrett. A black businessman purchased a lot of commercial and residential properties until he became the owner of more than 175 buildings, including what was thought to be the tallest structure in downtown Los Angeles in 1961, the Baker's Building. And he was a black man, very intelligent, obviously, who used white faces. And what a lot of very intelligent black people would do is they would have a white front man who would be the face of the company and do like sales calls or whatever the case may be. And but the business was owned solely by this black person, and you know, he was in control of everything. They ended up bringing this black man in front of, I believe they had, I think the picture is in a congressional hearing of some type. Yeah, so it says Bernard Garrett breaks down while appearing before a government investigation in 1965 after being charged with misapplying funds and conspiracy. And this is what they do. Like, this is their thing. It's like disorderly conduct, right? You can just charge just about anybody for anything. It's this all-encompassing charge, disorderly conduct. It could be anything, quite literally. And these little conspiracy, mail fraud, blah blah blah, all these catch-all charges is what they have been using against prominent, intelligent black men and women, for that matter, throughout our history here, to bring them back into the place that this society feels they should be. But I mean, I can't even imagine today a black man owning 175 buildings in the tallest structure in the city. I mean, I can imagine it, but you know, I don't think it's happening today. But imagine doing that during Jim Crow, you know, and during all of that was going on. I'm not sure if this is the guy who, I know there was a story on, I think it was Netflix, with Samuel Jackson and the guy who played he's one of the Marvel characters who eventually.
Oh yeah, I think that's the same movie I'm thinking about that you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the movie's called Banker or something like that. But I saw a little clip of it where he essentially convinces the banker to loan him money to get his first building, and essentially he did it in a way that he had to do it. He had to finesse it and to make it happen. But for whatever reason, his banker was impressed by the fact that he was able to assert himself in a way that, you know, I'm sure because the society is set up for white men who have absolutely nothing, they finesse themselves all the time. I remember my first manager, he was a weed smoking white boy. He pulled me into his office one day. He was like, you see that diploma on the wall? It's fake. He was proud of the fact that his diploma was fake. Holy crap, man. I mean, like, this is who these people are. This is how they move through society. This is what they do. They get away with it because nobody would bother even checking. And it just, but you know, again, you have this black man who amassed this he was a real estate mogul, a magnate, you know, and they pull him in to try to tear him down. I don't know what the outcome of that story is. Can only surmise that it didn't turn out great, but I would love to have the authority to go through and bring these people to bear on all of the things that they have done to our people, man. Goodness. Whew. Bring them to bear. So we got Mr. Roy Richardson, I believe, who's come up to speak. He's been up for a while. Anyone who would like to come up and speak and add to the conversation, please feel free to do so. the next thing, and this was kind of connected to the Marcus Garvey conversation, but Frederick Douglass is a little bit before him, I believe. And this was just me and this Moor. The thing about Moors, they're gonna have strong opinions, and you can go back and forth with them. And I always like to go back and forth with them a little bit, but then it's like, we gotta find a place where we can agree on something, one thing. I don't care what it is. And so we did agree that Frederick Douglass was a very intelligent being, made great decisions, had insane foresight, almost like a prophet, and was able to analyze information and make use of information and even project into the future. He gave a lot of stern warnings. He really could see what was going on, and was a huge advocate. I mean, obviously was a huge advocate for the people of that time, and even today. I would believe that much of his information should be taught in our schools and should be held up, versus the whatever they hold up, because essentially me growing up in high school in these schools and Black History Month, blah, 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 it was like the same characters, and they're great people, nothing to take nothing away from them, but didn't really get into some of the amazing Black Americans that existed, and none of the rebellious ones. They always like to give the credit to John Brown, and his white saviordom, in terms of, the rebellious spirit, but it's always coming from a white person, not the 4 or 5 Black men that were right there alongside him at the time. Didn't find out their names till I did the research myself. So it's just sometimes it sucks living in society knowing how they use information, control information, and weaponize information. DJ Sedge 1. What's up?
Hey, peace, reparations. I'm riding around. I'm just chiming in, but I'll be up here just listening to y'all. What's good, everybody?
Okay.
Hey, DJ.
What up, brother? What up?
You almost had me singing. What was that song? DJ, can you play that song all night? All night.
He's on in the middle of the show now. I am in the truck right now. I do got the beats in the house music going day. Let me know if y'all need some intermissions. On the break level, but I'm up there with y'all. I'm just riding around right now. I don't know what the hell's up with the battery in my truck. It ain't been starting all week. Missed the whole week worth of work, so I'm over here riding, testing it. If it don't start in the morning, I'm taking the battery back to Costco. It's over. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
What's good with everybody else tonight, though? And I heard the subject on the pandemic vaccine. Ain't nobody taking that shit, bro. Stick yourself, homie. You know what I'm saying? Shoot yourself, Slim. You know what I'm saying? I don't even care, yo. Yeah. But at the end of the day, they're gonna try to force this shit on us again, and we need to be pretty much economically prepared. We're not even mentally prepared, but we need to be economically and survivalistically prepared as far as like on some doomsday prepping, some Google doomsday prepping, yo. A lot of folks ain't had no waters, no food in their house when this pandemic, whatever you want to call it. So start stocking your food with some canned goods, man. And cans don't go bad just about ever. They find canned rations from World War I. The food is great. You know what I'm saying? So, stock up on your canned goods, man. And I'll yield right there, yo. One love.
Thank you. Great advice, man. I try to eat as healthy as I can, try to eat as much real food as I can. I got like 3 or 4 cans of Campbell's up in there that really kind of in my mind is an emergency situation, but three cans ain't gonna last but a day. So I definitely need to do some stocking up in terms of that and rotate it around. That's the other thing. You got to rotate that around every once in a while for sure. So
if we were connected, throughout the nation, like when you're on your trips, like you should be having like safe haven spots where you can be like, hey, I'm going here, get a hot meal. You can rest nice. Or whatever and get back on the road. Like we have to be that tight. That's how tight it has to get.
Right. And so with that being said, on top of that too, Rella. So Greg, basically when you say ship to stock, that's only for perishable foods, which would be like dry goods like spaghetti and lasagna pasta, anything that needs to be in the refrigerator once you open it, like some mustard or mayonnaise or something like that. Yeah, usually that type of stuff somewhat goes bad. Depends, on the brand as well too. There was something else I wanted to say. So like with the canned goods, like cans, like if it has like a Best Buy date, because they had two different dates. One you'll see a used buy, and another you'll see a Best Buy. Usually a Best Buy, those cans last forever. But I believe it's the used buy ones because they have other things in it, like maybe dairy products in it, or some type of something that's perishable that could be mixed ingredient. So those cans usually only last maybe a year or two after the actual expiration date versus a Best Buy can last 20, 30, 40 years, man, even longer. We're finding out about this. So Best Buy cans is what you want. Obviously, that's stuff like beans. They're all different types of beans, baked beans, kidney beans, lima beans, Boston baked beans, whatever bean, you know what I mean? Salami beans, whatever. I probably said that already, but tuna fish, stuff like that. Certain canned chickens and stuff like that. Learn how to do your own canning. If you can learn how to if you got the money to do it versus buying like the processed stuff, because that's what it is. It's in the canning process. So if you got the time and the money to actually do it yourself, and that's another thing where I feel like we should do right now to pull our money, our resources, our money together, Rella. What we could do, we could hire somebody to grow this food for us on some real shit. Because I'll be looking at Pacific folks that's on YouTube, and when I tell you, and it's Black Americans, they got their shit together. Bro. So all I'm saying is to us, if we want to invest in them, because they got the farm already, and then with that food that's going to be grown and harvested, if we can start a canning factory where we actually preserve them straight from the farm to the glass jar, a real mason jar with a real air seal on it, so it can be used or preserved, 5-10 years down the line, and you could bury that stuff. It'll be fucking great. You know what I mean? Same thing with water. The food is one thing. I know that's what we're thinking about, but you could go without food. You can't go 3 days without water. You'll be dead. You know what I'm saying?
But that's why we really need to find land where there's water, that we can live near, like people can build up places where, if we had to, we can get water, and even invest in the guy, the man who created that machine in Flint, Michigan. We should be making sure he's protected. Like he's literally creating machines that pull water out of thin air, and you got companies trying to destroy his machine.
Right. So now with that being said,
but it's only in Flint, Michigan. They're not the country, but this one in particular is for the people in Flint, Michigan, and they strategically. He said this. I follow him. He said the folks that came to destroy his machine they were engineering. They knew. They were engineers. They had to know because they specifically knew what to mess up. He said no regular person, even if they decided to just vandalize the machine itself, they're not going to know the inner workings of the machine. Only an engineer would.
Right. So with that being said, I guess I can't remember the brother's name, but I remember the story, 100%. So now with that being said, though, okay, we know what the problem is. These white companies, WPR, they don't want to support the brother. The government's not going to allow that shit because bottled water sells. I'm a personal delivery man. I've been doing deliveries my whole life. I got 30 years retail, knowledge. I know where the stock is at. And I watch zombie fucking flicks all fucking day. So I understand this shit. I always stick with the truckers. You feel what I'm saying, Greg? Know where the truckers at. Get with the trucker who got what food and what snacks and what beverages and what truck and what routes you take. If you know somebody that work for one of these major corporations like a supermarket, like Wake Farm, which is ShopRite, man, get cool with the motherfuckers, yo. Because when the shit hit the fan, hey, I know you know, neighbor, where the fucking work is at. You feel what I'm saying? On some real shit. But back to the brother with the water or whatever the case be. See, when those type of opportunities come arise, man, fuck what everybody else talking about. I'm about to dump this bread on you, homie. You feel what I'm saying? On some real shit. I'm about to dump this paper on you. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, why we need anybody else? Ain't nobody else looking out for us. Keep it real. Ain't nobody else looking out for us. You know what I mean? So it's part of me, I'm driving still. So with that being said, at the end of the day, we need to start really, really, really looking out for our own. We need to start coming up with some type of I better make a turn right here. Make a turn. We need to start coming up with some type of freeman business stuff. And I keep pestering News Tyler about this. Hey, we need to start that black business thing right now, yo. Because we got folks out here that got businesses that are losing that need support. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm one of them. You know what I mean? I had a hard summer because of the weather. Ain't really sell too many CDs, you know what I mean? Or DVDs for that matter. But, you know, I've definitely been giving out the reparations DVD that I promote, you know, with the brother Greg Blackstate, Sister Angela, you know, Sister Mountie Megan and Latajia and myself. You know, that's like my only concern. You feel what I'm saying? That's my only concern at this point, is getting people up on the knowledge. So, you know, the ones that I've been giving away, you know, some folks, they don't want to listen to the rhetoric, but I still give it to them because they know it's me. They know what it is, and they know what I'll be talking. Other people that I speak to about it, specifically, you know, some of the older black women, you know, they're very grateful, you know what I'm saying, for this thing, you know, giving it to them or whatever the case be. So what I'm looking to do is get anybody that's willing to fund the DVD so we could just give it away. That's what I'm looking for folks to do right now. But, you know, it's been so hard for everybody. It's hard to even ask for this type of investment unless you're really pulling in bread. You know, which is something I'm speaking to my sister about, but she don't get it. You know what I mean? You know, some of our folks is living so comfortable. They don't think they have to help with the grassroots anymore. So that's a real issue I got personally with my family. That they don't even want to listen to this rhetoric. Reparations, Black State of America, you know, immigration, CPS issues, the music business. Come on, man.
But you know what? I think it's because I think we're hitting them all. I think we're trying to get them to where we are and not meet them where they're at, right? Because it's difficult. It's difficult to try to go back in a mentality that you know you're removed from, right? But I think there is where there's a will, there's a way. And the biggest thing I think for me and what I've learned is you have to lead people and be willing to lead them, because let's face it, you know, there was always this discussion on, you know, I don't have time to teach anybody. I don't have time to tell people stuff. You have to make time, because we can't build this thing. We can't make these moves without bodies. And, you know, I was talking to someone today in regards to the situation with my family, and that family is important, and this machine knows it, which is why the first thing it went after was the family. It went after the strongholds, the protectors of the family first, right? Which was the men and then the women, right? And if you have no men protecting your family, then the women are forced to, you know, move in position, and you can only do but so much and try to elevate yourself educationally, right? And try to move economically, which still pushes us at a disadvantage in debt, right? So when we look at why we have to try different avenues in reaching our family, you have to do it. You have to make that sacrifice. Sometimes you're gonna take stuff on the chin, and you make it, you know, you restructure your conversation, but you always land at the same point. You always land in the same chapter. because you're bringing them along. So it's like you're trying to fast track them, but you're doing it at a way that they can digest it. And we have to be in that, we have to have that seed in the back of our mind, right? Because we've been doing this for years, for a few years, a lot of us. And then for those who came on 2 or 3 years ago, or however long you've been on this journey, your family, you can't leave them because you won't survive. You're going to make new people that can become your family, but you're not going to survive without your family, and you have to get this information to them.
Right. I agree with you 100% on that. But my family, I'm gonna be straight with you today on this shit, bro. I went off with my sister today, real shit, because I'm telling you all this information, same thing. You know what I mean? But some of my people have a Jefferson's mentality where they are comfortable in their own skin. You know what I'm saying? They are comfortable in their own S-word shit. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? And don't want to change. And that's the biggest problem I have, because I'm gonna be straight with you. I got sales experience. I can sell anything to anybody. Trust me, I'm top notch in the game. That's why I try to establish my own business and do my own thing. But you're right. Without the support of the family, you won't survive. So that's something I explained to my sister. So you've never supported me, sis. You did never, came to none of my parties. You never bought any CDs off me. You don't promote my business to other people, but you'll help other people that do the exact same thing I do, but not even close or how I even do it. So that's, even though that's some personal shit that me and my sister have always been going through, but I know in my heart of hearts, I never did nothing to her. You feel what I'm saying? So
right. So what you would do in that instance is you was. I'm sorry.
Let me finish this. You know what I mean? No, it's okay. We do the double dutch thing. You know what it is. So at the end of the day, she gonna tell me don't text her this type of information though. So it's like some folks you're gonna have to leave behind.
You'll have to let them go.
It's only 144,000 I'm officially looking for. I've been cut a lot of folks off. It's like you said, we've been doing this shit for so long. Don't act like you don't know what it is I'm coming to you at. I be having people blatantly disrespect me, and I'm talking about folks that I know straight up. I might start talking some shit, about what it is, how we talk. I might get the motherfucking, who the fuck is you, Malcolm X nigga and shit, you know what I mean? But I'm cool with that because I know my position. You feel what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm going to reach everybody that I can reach, whether it be family, friend, or even foe. Because I give reparation DVDs to some of the tethers up here. That, like my Jamaican homies, y'all fighting for reparations too. You can take this information and pass it on to a motherfucker, yo. And fight for your fucking family and friends. I ain't gonna leave y'all behind. I ain't leaving nobody behind that I can fucking feel, but I'm gonna take care of my Black American Negro homies first. You feel what I'm saying? But our people, we too fucking comfortable, brother. We too fucking comfortable, man. You know what I'm saying? Not thinking, assuming anything can happen. I got a female cousin. One night she called me up, right? And she thought I came to her house. I said, cuz, what the hell I'm coming to your house? It's like 10:30 at night, and you live like multiple towns away. So it would take me like 20, 30 minutes to get there or whatever. So who the hell knocking on your door? Oh, I don't know. Did you check? No. Well, hey, this is why I be telling you, go get your gun license. Knock a nigga head off, I'll come bail you out. You feel what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, even if I were to pull up on the spot with the strizzy, I still got 20 minutes to get there. Motherfucker could have ended your life by that fucking time. But y'all don't think, because you don't want to touch a gun. You don't like it. But hey, you're going to have to change your mind. You feel what I'm saying? You ain't got to go out and get a 9mm. You ain't got to get some type of rifle. Go get a regular fucking deuce. You feel what I'm saying? Go get a 38. Snub nose. That's all you got to do. You know what I mean? It ain't hard. Go start taking some classes. You spend your money all this other crap. Go spend it on some gun lessons. There's black gun owner clubs out here across the country. Go holler at them. They could use some support, some business. You know what I'm saying? So just to hear my plan, brother, our folks don't care. I've been figured that out years ago as a kid, that we're in the position we're in because we too busy worried about the white ISIS colder rhetoric. That shit is clear. I would have seen Black Americans go and support the others versus support their own for whatever the reason. Just won't go support a black business worth of nothing. You know what I mean? So, and don't want to listen to the rhetoric. Some of these old heads be like that too, but some of them do listen as well. So those that listen and are willing to take the advice and the lessons, those are the ones you got to stick to. Everybody else, you're going to have to wait to have your nigga wake up moment. And by then, I'm going to still be here for you. Because like you said, we can't leave our folks behind. And I'll get right there to your sister.
Yeah, there's a...
Hopefully y'all heard that.
I did, and so what I would say to you is, you know, we don't talk a lot about family dynamics. I think, you know, I was talking to someone else about that too. I think, you know, maybe that's a discussion that we probably should have, you know, in helping to mend a lot of these family relationships. A lot of people, you know, have broken families, traumatized, you know, relationships and families, and I think that this is just my advice or opinion, or however you can take it, is that what I would say to you, and finding a different way to reach your sister, if it means that much to you. What was told to me with the cousin that I'm rebuilding my relationship is, if it means that much to you, you're going to sacrifice the
I love the thought process.
Let me say this real quick. When you mean sacrifice. So, not to tell my family, again, like I said, but me and my sister, we never really got along. You feel what I'm saying? I'm the youngest.
You know, I get it. So I want you to hear my full statement.
I'm gonna let you speak, but just hit me out about that particular when you say sacrifice. So the sacrifice was texting you this information. We don't text you this shit anymore because let me tell you what she said. Check this shit out. I'm gonna vote Democrat to the day I die. So there ain't no need to keep trying to reach out to anybody that don't want to be reached. You know what I'm saying? You can't help a crackhead or an addict that don't want to be reached. Wow. They gotta figure out they're fucked up themselves. You know that? You know what I'm saying?
Right. But the relationship with your sister is not. It's not built on the Democratic Party, right? You are informing her of the detriment of a situation, right? You've already planted that seed.
Wow.
But your relationship with your sister, as you know it, as you two are adults, that's not even nowhere near anyone could touch. Even me, even speaking on it right now, I'm trying to be gentle with it because there is a level of relationship that only you know that you have with your sister. I'm saying, based off my experience with my own siblings, is that the things that you have a common ground with your sister, you nurture that, and until you can move to the next thing. And it might take some time, but that's where you stay. You've already made your stance on where you feel. It's not you or our job to force these things, but where you can find a common ground. I think Black talks about that. Is those are the lanes that we stick into, and we try to foster a nurturing there in those spaces. And the reason why, and this is why I always say, the reason why men and women in our culture and our development of our people is so important is that there are roles and things that we actually can give to one another. There are seeds that a man can drop into a young girl, into a young woman that an adult woman cannot do. There are things that an adult woman, a mature woman, a seasoned woman, a woman with wisdom can drop into a young boy in nurturing, or a young man that a male can't do. And these roles are, and when I say roles, these particular spaces where we can maneuver, you need that. You need to hear that. And I'm not telling you to go and try to twist your sister's arm, right? But I'm saying in the lane that where it means that much to you, you have to sacrifice and be willing to be vulnerable at some point to address that with her. And maybe now is not the time, but it's not has nothing to do with the Democratic Party. You've already made your stance. She made hers. But in the essence of not trying to leave her fully behind, you keep that olive branch or that door open so that when she actually comes to her, gets her awakening, or her, what they call it, she gonna get her wake up call. Yeah, when she get her wake up call, she's gonna need she's gonna need her brother there to help her. So that's all I'm gonna say.
No, for sure. Now, and there's no argument on saying that, and I appreciate the love, sis, but me and my sister, we just don't get along. You know what I'm saying? We one of those type of people where I know in my heart of hearts, I never did nothing wrong to you. Never stole, never hurt you, or none of that physical shit. I mean, we have word. That's simple as shit. But at the end of the day, it's a such thing as called black male hate. I don't think a lot of black women understand this, that us black men get black male hate, and it mainly comes from black women. I study that part of the game. Maybe you never heard of that term before, but it's always been there. The situation was back then, we never had the pieces to the puzzle. So when you think about folks like Tommy Sotomayor or even a Canvas Sandwich, there's a reason why them brothers lashing out, because a lot of the black women in the community just never looked out for us, because they always wanted to say, hey, look, well, you don't need no daddy in your life, but you can't teach me how to be a man. And, I lost my parents at a young age. I never knew my father. He died before I was born. So my sister understands that part. And we lost our mother at around, I'm a little bit younger than she is, but I'm at 12 years old. So, yeah, she going through some things, too. Never had that father figure in her life. But it ain't no need for you to act that way and tell me never to text you again or never to call you again and stop calling you and I'm going to block you, all for telling you about reparations. No, that has nothing to do with being an argumentative sibling. You're just an evil person. Just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? You're not a good person. You know what I mean? I know plenty of people, male, female, they're not fucking good people. And you got to leave these people, where they stand at. Not to leave them behind, but to leave them where they stand at so they hopefully one day will learn. But some of us, we ain't going to never understand it. We ain't going to never get it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't going to never learn because we're comfortable being the Jeffersons. We're comfortable going to work every day, collecting a check. Knowing damn well you're supposed to be making more than that. This is the type of shit that our peoples is on. That's the type of shit some of the shit my sister is always been on that. Like she's better than everyone else and don't need nobody for nothing. Okay, you want the individual, do for self argument. Like you said, one day you're gonna need me. And I may still need you one day. You know what I'm saying? But until she understands that, the nigga wake up moment, there ain't nothing I could do or say about this shit anymore. Because it is what it is, like you said. I did what I had to do as far as presenting the information to me. What I'm supposed to do from there.
Well, right now, all I can say is I'm not your sister, but if you would allow myself and other people who are also in the movement, I think you do a good job at it. We probably can't ever take that place of hers, and we would try to. But we would definitely add that surrounding to you. And I do understand what you're talking about in regards to the relationship between women and young boys and men. So I was raised by a man. He did not have the best of relationship with his mom, but he loved his mother. My uncle, his name, Roland Tatum, he wrote a book, to become a man and why women can't be daddies. You can find it on Amazon, I believe. But I understand. He passed away, but his book is still out there. So.
He's big, bro.
Rest in peace, man.
But now, as far as what trying to, smooth the conversation out or whatever the case be. Now, I've had these type of talks with my sister already about why we fight, argue, all this other shit. I never get an answer out of it, other than, some shit pointing back to me, but that shit don't add up because I never did none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? If you're just talking about me just living a wild, reckless life at a young age, okay, yeah, but shit, that was my life. But I chose to do what I did. It wasn't like you really looked out for me, you know what I'm saying? Or came and got me or did anything with me growing up. I don't remember none of that shit. You lived your whole life going on your own and never looked back for me after our mother died. So we don't owe each other. We don't owe each other anything, to be honest. You know what I mean? We don't. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I shouldn't have to be disrespected by telling you some vital information. You know what I'm saying? That's all this shit really fall down to. You know what I mean? And it's just not my sister. Sometimes we do get this from other females, but on the other end, my best customers are black women. See that? My best customers are black women. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. I could post some phone calls. You know what I'm saying? And they tell you. I got a couple sisters right now that be going. Matter of fact, right now I'm in the bricks. I just hit downtown North. I got some sisters right now. I'm trying to get them up here on the Twitter space to talk about Coon Mayor Roz Baraka selling them people a knockout. But you know, these sisters, they ain't technically inclined. So I'm, you know, like you said, I gotta stay on them, and I do be. You know what I mean? And they be hearing me, and they be repeating some of the shit I be saying on their little Facebook page. But you know, I'm gonna get them up here. And, you know, we gonna hear that rhetoric of the shit that be coming out of North. I mean, from the politics side. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I'm gonna just take a little hill because I'm over here driving downtown. So I'm gonna get off the mic for a hot second, but I'm here though. I don't want to get pulled up by 12. There's a lot of lights out here.
It's so funny that in New York you guys call them 12. We call them one time.
Oh, what y'all call?
We call them in LA. We call them one time.
Oh yeah, we call them that too. We it's all the hip hop rhetoric that in American vernacular. You already know. You know what I mean? You already know. One time, Popo, 12, the boys, jump out boys. You know what I'm saying? Highway patrol, sheriff. You know what I'm saying? But state boys and shit. You know what I mean? We definitely running from the state boys. That's all day. You ain't catching us, yo. Well,
hey, DJ, I always say the hardest people to convey a new idea to is the family member. So that's why, you know, I try, you know, let the family member hear from somebody else. If they hear from somebody else, they can say, hey, no, I've been hearing this from my brother. But now that I'm hearing it from somebody else, it sounds different. It means different. So, you know, so maybe she just need to hear it from somebody else. That's all.
So let me tell you the other argument she gave to me, Black America Homeland. Was that
powerful.
My bad. I see some shorties over here right now. My bad. I'm creeping. I'm on creep gang right now. Know what I mean? I'm over here trying to hit the club, so you already know. But at the end of the day, basically, she said to me everything that I said back to her was like, well, what about the Republicans? Well, what about them? We're not their voting base, so why should they do anything for us?
Right.
Why should they do anything for us? We vote 90% Democrats, sister.
Amen, bro.
So if you don't understand that, so she all worried about what the Republicans doing. So once she said that, okay, you're DNC brainwashed, especially after the whole I'm gonna vote DNC to the day I die. Like what the fuck was all that about? Or change some information to tell you.
So that's where I will push back to you and tell you that
brain
in
mush.
particular, people like in instance whether it was your sister or someone else, I would have to make sure that they understand that I hear them, but I would reiterate to them we would need to challenge both the Republicans and when we vote 95% of the time Democrat. And so it's not to argue with her that she's wrong, it's to say that you're right, but at the end of the day, statistically, we vote 95% of Democrats.
I ain't doing nothing.
Oh yeah, I hit her with that. And then, like I said, you know, I'm not, when it comes to this reparations thing, I definitely don't make it an argument or any type of, you know, personal narrative because the receipts are there. You know, we've been doing this work for a while, like you said, so ain't no need to argue the receipts and the paperwork and the history and the books. That shit is stamped, time stamped. You feel what I'm saying? So what is there to argue about that? But some of our folks, you know, I hate to say it, specifically back to our black women, don't feel like they need to listen to a nigga for shit. I get that a lot, yo. You know what I mean? Give it up and turn it loose. Nah, I stay quiet after that. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't nothing else for me to say. You know, like Brella said, hey, look, I presented the information. I got to skill my plane and step back right now. You know what I'm saying? So when it happens again, aka the nigga wake up moment, hey, maybe with me and my sister I had that conversation again. But until then, I don't got nothing to say, good or bad. You know what I'm saying? high or bottom. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You know what I mean?
Well, I am sorry that you're going through that. I really am.
You know what I mean? And I appreciate the love showing all the time. You know what I mean? Because we all go through shit. You know what I'm saying? Even y'all black women, because I understand a lot of the shit y'all.
Well, sorry about that, guys. I pushed the wrong button.
Damn it, bro.
Hey, DJ, unmute your mic. I mute everybody by mistake.
I think DJ might be talking to those ladies.
Oh, okay.
Okay, man. Yeah, I'm a proponent of those who want to move and are ready to perform the action, move. Keep the door open for those who may be slow to move. Eventually, just the success will show them the way, you know. So, yeah, I'm moving, and I'm the only one moving. I'm not bringing my family, but maybe one day they'll decide to come on over to Delaware and see what it's about. That's all. You know, that's just how it's got to be. But there's a story that came out about Amtrak.
You there?
Yeah, you there? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. The screen blanked out or whatever, and I heard Black Americans say, "Yo, I've muted everybody." I say, "Oh shit!" But I'm over here driving. I can't stop. All the lights are green right now. Don't lie. But go ahead, though. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Amtrak planning 50 hiring events in this current fiscal year. Several cities across the country, includes DC. And they look to fill thousands of available jobs. What looked is 4,000 jobs. That looked to be a great story. Like, wow, 4,000 jobs would be a great opportunity across the country for our people to, hey, Amtrak, I need a job, blah, blah, blah. And then later, I think this was in the same day, someone posted under that the different events, and it's all these different events: military hiring, women in tech, skills trade, Hispanic hiring, but no specific Black American hiring event in their desire to fulfill 4,000 jobs, where they specifically target one demographic of the population, but not the foundational demographic of the population. Later in this same post, someone who seems to be somewhat sympathetic to Amtrak, they have their employee type by ethnicity. I guess it's some diversity report where they show that Black Americans, and this is Black or African American, or in 30% of agreement employment, which I guess that means they're just employees, and then 21% of the management of the company. So is that their way of saying, we got enough of you, we got enough of your type? Because their Hispanic agreement is 10% and the management is 5%. Is this their way of saying we want more Hispanic workers? Good intentions.
That's what it sounds like.
I would say yeah on that. So that's my arguments. Like with me and my sister got into it about closing the border. So my sister has bounced around a lot. Even though she's born here in New Jersey, she's bounced around a lot, or whatever the case be. So at the end of the day, you didn't grow up around a lot of different culture systems. So you don't know how these people treat us. You know what I'm saying? They may treat you nice because you're a Black woman, but they don't respect us Black men up here in the Northeast. You crazy? We don't court these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Day in and day out. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't understand that we be ostracized by these Hispanics, and matter of fact, let me tell you a story, right? Check this out. And she know what it is. because I used to work at one of her old jobs after I graduated music school, right? And I got into it with one of these Hispanic Latino cats about the radio at work. But it was really him just, and I didn't understand it at the time because, you're young. You're not looking at it as that this motherfucker is ostracizing you out of a job right now by getting you up in your feelings and shit. You feel what I'm saying? So he kept just, we've been there all day listening to, the radio. I think it was like Kiss FM back in the day or whatever. I-97, whatever. We was listening to some Black American music because it was black folks working on that side. So he just come over out of nowhere and changed the station to some Spanish shit. Man, if you don't change this shit right back, and you already know I'm a music man. I definitely ain't going there. Nobody told you to touch the mixer.
Man.
Nobody told you to touch the turntable, scratching my records up, even though this ain't even my radio. You know what I mean? Nobody told you to come over and do that. But I'm not looking at it that way. You know what I mean? So, and him going back and forth, he hitting the button, I hit it right back. He hit the button, I hit it. You know something? I smacked that fucking radio, yo. Get the fuck out of here, bro. This motherfucker got so scared, yo. And it wasn't like I threatened him, like I'm gonna fuck you up. Nah, just don't touch the radio, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because you disrespected right now, know what I mean? So he ran and got one of the bosses, the supervisor. I don't know what he told him in the office, but when he came back and I told the boss what really happened, he looked at him like, well, I wound up getting fired from that job on some real shit. And even the women, these white women when my sister worked there in the HR department, even they said like, yo, but he fucking with him. You feel what I'm saying? Even they was saying that shit, but was what it was, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's not the first time that something like that has even happened to me surrounding these fucking tethers around here. Real shit. They flood in this fucking country and they don't care about none of us. A lot of these folks, they move on your block, they don't even fucking speak to you. And you see me every day. That's how these folks are, yo. They feel they don't have to acknowledge anything about Negroes. And we've heard the stories of, folks tell them that when they get off these airplanes, boats, and trains, don't fuck with them niggas. We've heard that. We seeing the Akata rhetoric keep popping up. We ain't got no peoples right now, man. We on our fucking own. But what I'm gonna tell you, one last thing I told my sister was that my nephew, right? Every time I talk to you, you complain about the shit he do and don't do right. So who's raising this boy? You know what I'm saying? You the one that moved across the country. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not like I could be here physically to tell him what it is. You feel what I'm saying? And hey, look, don't do this, don't do that. You feel what I'm saying? So his father ain't in his life, don't care. So he's just doing whatever he want to do. No, it is what it is. But hey, that's you as a mother. You ain't putting your damn foot down. You feel what I'm saying? Because he old enough to be up out of your house, which thank God he did move out now. He got his own little place now. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? It is what it is. So what I'm saying is, who's teaching these people out here what it is they're supposed to be doing the right thing? If you ain't willing to teach your son how to be a man, you gotta let somebody else do it. Don't put him on his father. But now he older now, so they don't get that shit. You know what I mean? So like I said, dealing with these tellers, man, they'll have you fucked up here in the Northeast Coast. You gotta get rid of these jokers. You know what I'm saying? And the only way to do it is to legislate them right up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Trump was right. Build that wall, man, all day long. You know what I mean?
I think it's more than that. I think we have to develop a culture where we fully invoke our, family, reuniting the family. Like, people really need to start to ask the question, like, what is your background, as you're dating people and being with people in that regard, or ask people, hey, what is your stance on reparations? Do you understand the history of lineage in this country? Because, it's becoming detrimental now when you're linking with other cultures and nationalities of people, that it can make or break a family lineage.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey, Roy.
Hello. Greetings and blessings to everybody in the room. I just wanted to jump on the back of that Amtrak Metro thing, because the board of supervisors just passed, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, where
where they are allowing illegal immigrants to get federal jobs. So that's why it's set up like that. But I don't know about the.
We can't hear you, Roy. Adjust your mic again. Yes.
I can say it again. The Board of Supervisors in California passed a law that allowed illegal immigrants to get federal jobs. That's why it's set up like that. Now, I don't know if it's that way across the country, but here, they did that. They did it undercover, sneaky, just passed it in. That was it. And, we all of these Maxine Waters and all of these other people, they ain't saying nothing about it. It's like, oh, nothing. Just nothing.
Okay, adjust your mic one more time and then say what you said one more time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, man.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. The Board of Supervisors for Southern California, Los Angeles, did a vote that allowed illegal immigrants to apply for federal jobs. That's why that Amtrak is made like that. And it's Hispanic, whatever, because they passed it up. That nobody fought, and they just did it underhanded. In the dark of night, just passed it, and that was it. Now, I don't know if it goes for the rest of the country, but from what they're saying, as go California, the rest of the country follows. But if they do, everybody else need to fight their ass, because they ain't putting up no fight here. It's just whatever. They just took over here. Fuck it. I'll just be honest with you.
They flooded California. So California, I think Latino population, I think it's at, I think right now the population between whites and Latinos are neck and neck. And black Americans or black people in California only make up a little over 5%, whereas the whites, which we don't know the breakdown of the ethnicities of whites, are 63, and then, I'm sorry, 60, I think it's 63, and then Latinos are 65.
Yeah, we're mopping up out here.
Yeah, but that's the state Senate, the governor, like nobody's pressing them about that.
Exactly. Not even, like I said, not even Maxine Waters and any of these so-called black leadership. They're not saying nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so the people are just
powerless.
Floating along on the ride with no sail. It's just, what do we do? What do we do? I don't know. Call somebody. Shut some shit down. I don't know. Do something.
These people are powerless, man. Oh man, I hear the frustration from Californians every time I'm in one of these spaces, and it really it's hurtful to hear it. These people don't have no power. These black quote unquote representatives are literally powerless anywhere and everywhere in the country. They have no power. They hold a seat. That's about it.
I believe they're relatively powerless. I mean, you could get, if you're supposed to be a leader, you can step out and say, hey, this ain't going to go. You're doing it for Roe versus Wade. You're doing it for the LGBTQ. You're doing it for everybody else. You grab the microphone and you say something. But with this, you say absolutely nothing.
That's the Democrat agenda.
You act like it ain't even happening. So you pick and choose.
They live
as far as the leadership in California is concerned. They pick and choose what, we're going to fight this. But wait a minute, what about this over here? It is what it is. Roll with it.
Democrat agenda.
What's going to happen is a lot of people are going to roll, but it ain't going to be the way they think. And I'll land my plane.
Yeah, so they live under the Democrat agenda, the Democratic Party agenda. LGBTQ, illegal whatever's coming across the borders and coming in planes, trains, and boats. They don't set the agenda, they follow the agenda. It's so unfortunate, and it's been going on for a very long time, but it's always been that way. The white liberals set the agenda for the Democrat Party, and the black faces who hold those seats follow it. That's it. They don't have any power. If they step out of line, they're done. That's it. And they covet that position more than they covet anything that has to do with Black America. They don't want to give up that lifestyle, that position of authority, quote unquote, although they're just puppets, and it's a mirage of power and authority, quite literally. So
yeah, can I speak on that real quick, Greg?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my bad, I'm over here chilling the shit. So to answer the brother, I'm sorry, bro. What was the brother's name that was speaking? I can't see right now.
Roy Richardson, I believe.
Yeah, brother Roy. So check this out, brother Roy. So I'm from Newark, New Jersey, right? So we had a Juneteenth reparations march up here. The Juneteenth reparations march. And when I went down there, bro, and then you can look this up if y'all can hear me. Everybody look this up. Look up New Jersey's reparations legislation bill. A938 New Jersey. Letter A, 938 New Jersey. And read some of the rhetoric that's in there. Yeah, I got a V8 too. I could go fast, but I'm chilling right now. Let me hit this window. Hold on one second. I'm about to hop on the highway. 1 second. So look up New Jersey's reparations bill, A938 New Jersey. So again, we had a Juneteenth reparations march up here in Newark, New Jersey, for New Jersey reparations for black people, but not just blacks, Hispanics as well. So when I get downtown and I finally make it in front of City Hall, there's nothing but a whole bunch of Latino, Hispanics, whatever they identify, Afro-Latino, I don't know nowadays. They got a bunch of monikers, you know what I mean? So they all out there screaming reparations.
Wow.
Y'all letting these politicians lie to y'all. See that? We're stopping fighting for reparations for Black Americans. So why is it feel that y'all feel the need to piggyback off of what the hell we're doing?
Wow.
So, 1 second, crossing over a lane real quick. So, Jim Crow Joe, right?
Damn.
He warned us and told us during the election that if you want, he ain't doing reparations, but, he'll help us out or whatever. But he said, if you want reparations, you got to make sure we get something to the Native Americans. That's what he said first. And then Kamala, she said, I ain't doing anything specifically for black people. No, that was another thing. Why I don't understand why we ain't catch that shit. Other thing was, what else did he say? That if we want to make it in this country, Jim Crow Joe, we're gonna have to work with these Latinos.
Yeah, but they lied. They lied because the majority whip in South Carolina ends up passing a reparations bill in this administration's under this administration for the Choctaw Indians. So again, we are not really we're not resurging back the lies that they've already given. And so when you have your conversations with your family members or you're having the discussions, you have to be able to pull these points up. Be like, listen, you don't want to give, you're not going to do nothing for just for black people. No. Well, I'm sorry. What about freedmen? What about American descendants? You said black people. Well, I know the difference between black power and the black umbrella. I know how to delineate between black power and the black umbrella. There's a difference. And I think we have to really be that astute in our thinking that we really be able to hit these points, because people are using words that mean things that folks don't really have a clue on the grand scale of history why they are using these terms. Right? Remember, we were classified 5 different times. Right? And so you're saying you're not doing anything for black people. Well, I'm sorry, she was considered black until she was asked to be the vice president. And when she was asked to be the vice president, she went from being black to I'm now Burmese Indian and Jamaican.
South Asian.
Right, black went out the window. So we really have to really look at the terminology that they're using against us. And that's the reason why it was so important for us to really, drown out. Like we really missed the mark in drowning out the Chucks and Pearls, because the people who always say that they are stomping the ground for our people who are part of the Divine Nine, but they decide to say that, well, there's certain things that they can't do publicly, right? But yet they didn't call out Kamala Harris. As a matter of fact, they were like, well, she went to Howard and this, that, and the third. Yes, she went to a HBCU that was founded off the backs of our ancestors. And now all of a sudden, our kids can't even get into the damn schools because the scholarships that are meant for our children are being given away to immigrants and now white folks who can say, oh, well, I can't get into school because, affirmative action is against me. But yet, somehow, you're able to be a part of the Divine Nine and you're white. So, you we are really, when we talk about guerrilla warfare and psychological warfare, this shit is, other cultures could never. They could never understand the battle. They could never.
Damn. Another battle that we constantly face. This black professor had his home estimated to be worth $472,000. A mortgage lender then denied a refinance loan after he and his wife removed any indications that black people lived there. A second appraiser valued the home at $750,000. Goodness gracious. These stories are almost monthly of this scam of real estate appraisals, which is one of the biggest tools of white supremacy when it comes to home ownership, and how unbalanced it is meted out, especially against black homeowners.
Most definitely, that is the reason why. Matter of fact, the course that's coming up soon, like I am getting into that course. I am getting my appraisal license. We need more. As a matter of fact, and once I get my appraisal license, I'm going to make sure I usher in at least 2 more people, and I pay for it. That'll be my scholarship, because at the end of the day, we need more appraisers that look like us, that are from our lineage. They really got us over a barrel, because economically, we're not putting we're not putting our money where it needs to go. Like, I'm at the point where I'm like, I would become a madam just so that I can get some shit done. Because it seems like people don't listen when you talk to them how I'm talking now. Like, it's like you have to really talk to them, but you need to have power behind you. And so we really need to understand these things. We need appraisers, we need real estate agents, we need brokers, and we need land. We need lawyers, attorneys, and we need muscle. So those of you who feel like you ain't got nothing to lose, you're the muscle. Right?
The muscle.
Those of you who are scientists and artists and things like that, you're part of this team, the technology and development department. Those of you who are good at crunching numbers, you are part of finance. Like, we really have to get to that point. For real.
Absolutely, I'm with that.
Okay, here's a story of two Pennsylvania judges who orchestrated a scheme to send children to for-profit jails in exchange for kickbacks. They were ordered to pay more than $200 million to the victims of their crimes. I'm certain, without even reading the story, that they will not see any jail time. Two white, Pennsylvania, two old white judges. I mean, the fine is insane, $200 million. However, no jail time is more than likely what the story entails.
And look, we have to understand, being a judge, the court system is part of power, of being in power. You have to have control of the court system and the judges. Very important.
There's a quote. One of these judges, looks like he's an Italian, Cia Varela, ordered children as young as 8 to detention, many of them first-time offenders deemed delinquent for petty theft, jaywalking, and truancy, and smoking on school grounds. The judge then often ordered youths he had found delinquent to be immediately shackled and taken away. So, yeah, literally his courtroom was every kid that came in front of him had a dollar sign attached to him. And he was running a for-profit making enterprise as a judge, sentencing these kids to juvenile detention and other things of that nature.
I call that, in a way, that's personal gain.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He was. They were getting kickbacks. That's why the fine is $200 million. Yeah.
I mean, so white supremacy is terrible, but personal gain, that's absolutely terrible as well. I mean, that's corruption, and those guys should be in prison.
They should be, instead of $200 million, they should each be spending 200 years in prison. Absolutely. Holy shit, bro.
And I bet they're Democratic judges, and they were voted in by Democrats.
Yeah, what do they say? Two wings, same bird, so it's like whether it's the left wing or the right wing, it's the same bird anyway. So kind of is what it is on that one. Now this was actually something that I came across. I was going to put it in our Black Migration community group, but this they everything they touch they destroy. But I thought this was actually a really good plan. I believe as a Black majority state, we could implement it and it would actually be a good thing. But essentially what this was income share agreements to pay for college. And so what they would do is it was almost like in the trucking industry. If you go to trucking school, the company will pay for your schooling. You just sign a contract to work for them for a year. I think in the medical industry, there's programs like that as well. And this is essentially what this was. A company would pay a portion of your college expenses, and you sign some type of contract to come and work for them. Essentially is what it was. And it seemed like a great thing, but they figured out a way to mess it up, of course, because they always figure out ways to mess up things that could potentially be a good thing. Because of the corruption, because of the greed, they find a way to destroy really good programs. But I think this would be a great private-public partnership, as they say, and a way to get people educated within our state, in a way that they essentially have a job lined up, that attaches to the education. So in my opinion, that's like a win-win scenario. Now you want to make sure that the loans have low interest rates and there's none of this garbage that was going on with this particular situation. But I just see that as a really good path for some folks to get a college education and have a job lined up after they complete their education. And then that final story that I have up here was this. This is in Dubai. I think the person is speculating that they're gonna ban Nigerians completely, but I guess he's a Nigerian. That's the way they're describing him. But he's laying on the street, in the middle of the street, in the middle of traffic. Can't tell if this guy's inebriated or what, but he's like rolling around. Cars are going by him. He's kind of rolling around, flopping around, and people are just like watching him like, what's up with this dude? Whatever. And then eventually a car stops and he rolls as if he's trying to roll up underneath the guy's tires. The car is stopped. There's no trauma or physical thing that occurs here, but man, I'm just like, I'm looking at this like, wow, what is going on with this whole situation? Just looks crazy. And of course that A word, I'm not going to repeat it because I know what it means, this wild animal word. In my city, Carnegie Mellon University, there was an African professor, female, who used this word, I believe it was 2 years ago, in a post. And I don't know if she did it once, twice, whatever the case may be. I don't even know how this came to light, but it came to light somehow, some way. Someone confronted her about it. And she did like a thread apology, but much like the woman who was the therapist whose apology was essentially her doubling down on everything she said in the first video, this professor literally doubles down on the fact that she knew what the word meant. She said it anyway, knowing what the word meant, knowing it was a derogatory slur towards Black Americans. And then she, essentially comes up with a really weak apology about it. And I want to kind of follow the story because I'm curious as if this university, which is a very prestigious university, is going to tolerate this coming from this person. Because again, I live in the city that university is in. I think Pittsburgh is like, I want to say it's like close to 30% Black demographic wise. The county is not that, it's probably like 10% Black, the county, but I think the city itself has a high Black population compared to the county. And I think that's one of the reasons why we got our first Black mayor here recently in the city. I don't live in the city. I live just outside the city, but I do believe it's like close to 30%. Oh, okay. So this says 33% is the population, and this is from New Pittsburgh Courier. Pittsburgh Courier was one of the prestigious black newspapers in the country. You know, and so they actually helped a lot in the migration. That's why a lot of people ended up in the city of Pittsburgh because of this newspaper. But this story is essentially saying we're 33% of the population, but we have the lowest percentage of black-owned businesses in the area. You know, damn, man, like that's and I already know that because I've had businesses around the area. I'm trying to get one in the city right now, and I'm getting nothing but problems about it, nothing but headaches, even though I had a meeting with the city last month to figure it out. This says just 1% of businesses in Pittsburgh are owned by black people. Just 1%. We're 33% of the population, but only own 1% of the businesses. Oh man, that is, and I say that anytime anybody asks me about this city, man, we might own a few homes, whatever the case, but we don't own or control anything here. It is devastating.
1% of the businesses in Pittsburgh is owned by Black Americans.
And we're 33% of the population. Yeah, that is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting, bro. Damn.
Look, Pittsburgh, the state of Pennsylvania, does not have a black business agenda. It doesn't have a black business economic empowerment agenda. Only a black supermajority state will have a black economic agenda. I mean, that's wow.
Yeah, so let me add this point in. The story is titled "Pittsburgh has the lowest percentage of black businesses in the country." Oh my God. Like literally we're boxed out in the city. It is beyond insane. And like, we got the sports teams, they're getting millions of dollars. And you listen to these, because I don't watch sports. I listen to the talk shows, talk radio, and they got this charity and that charity. And as soon as you hear the charity, it's not even a charity for black people. Like you just hear it and know, oh, that's a white people charity. Like, holy shit, bro. You couldn't even do like low income housing fucking charity or whatever. Nothing for black people. Oh my God, that's why I couldn't be a fan rooting for these people and getting all excited and emotional for these people, because that's like the one place where you would think there's some type of black wealth, but all they do, they're like mercenaries. I don't want to call them colonizers, but essentially they come here, they play, they make millions of dollars, but they do nothing for the black community here. It's utterly ridiculous.
Hey, Tony Dorsett, what county is he from?
That is
Tony Dorsett?
Yeah, I know Tony Dorsett. That's a great question. Man.
I know he's from that area. I think he's from either the east, the western part of Pennsylvania, west of Pittsburgh or south of Pittsburgh. But he's my favorite running back of all time. His number is 33. My number was 33. And I've been a running back all my life. So my number was always number 33. That's why I had the Black American 33. So, but I'm very shocked to hear about Pittsburgh being, the businesses only black-owned business only 1%. That's really interesting. I mean, you got people like Pittsburgh, not too tall, Jones. With the Mean Joe Green, he's from Pittsburgh.
Mm.
You know, all those Franco Harris. You know, all those football players that played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know, you would think that Pittsburgh will have a better representative of black-owned businesses than 1%. I mean, it's really interesting.
Yeah, I looked up. He's from a town called Aliquippa. It's north of Pittsburgh. And yeah, the Aliquippa Bears in this part of the state, that it is a monster football squad. They win state championship after state championship. I'm sure a few NFL players have gone through that high school. That town, though, it's a black town. They got a black mayor up there. It's been divested, like just devastatingly divested up there. But they do have that. They have that high school football team. We got a few really, really, really good high school football teams where black kids. As a matter of fact, there's a Clarendon team, which is closer to Pittsburgh, and then there's the Woodland Hills squad. And that school, the coach at that school, the last time I saw an interview with that school, he had like 8 NFL helmets in his office from players that have gone through that school and made it to the NFL. So there's a lot of the Ken Griffeys. They're from this region. The one heavyweight boxer, I'm trying to think of his name. He was from this region. There's a lot of really, really good athletes that come from this area.
Hey, Black, I wanted to just say goodnight to you all. Thank you so much for this conversation. I think I'm going to call it a night. To all the other sunflowers in the room, to the queen flowers and the queen flowers in the room, thank you so much. I just wanted to say good night.
All right. Good night, Rella.
Thank you so much, Miss Rella. Absolutely. Have a great night. Have a great week. And hopefully I'll see you in a space somewhere during the week.
No, listen, we'll definitely have to link up outside of spaces. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Okay. Yeah, I want to get that boxer's name because I believe he fought Mike Tyson. He was a young cat. I think he's out of Denora, PA. I can't remember his name, but yeah, he was a young dude, young little boxer. As soon as I get his name, you know, I'm sure you'll recognize who he is. I hate when I have information that's like on the tip of my tongue and I just can't remember something so simple. Let's go Western Pennsylvania. That'll be a little bit easier.
Look, Pennsylvania, they've been known for football for many years. Anyway, so.
Yeah, it's actually to me it's like an anomaly because I guess you could say that's the one good thing that does go on here is the football. There's like a football pipeline from, you know, Pee Wee League to high school and then eventually to college and right to the NFL. Yeah, for whatever reason.
No, I remember I was doing a research on chocolate. You know, companies that make chocolate bars, right? And I came upon a a city in Pennsylvania called Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And I'll read about Hershey, Pennsylvania, and they had a big football program in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And what they did was the company wanted to bring more black kids to play football at Hershey. So this give the black families jobs at Hershey, at the Hershey's chocolate plant, and then the black kids to go to the high school at Hershey, Pennsylvania. So that's how that city dominated high school football for many years. The person that owned the Hershey's chocolate factory or company, he was a really big high school football fan. So yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. I think Hershey is closer to Philadelphia. It's like it's kind of in the middle, but more on the eastern part of Pennsylvania.
Right. Well, yeah, they're really big in football. I didn't know it until I was doing my research on chocolate bars. On chocolate.
Damn, bro. Oh, I'm. You know what? I'm gonna have to find. I'm looking for this kid, and I'm like, dang, I can't find him. I'm gonna have to find. I guess if I look at all the people that Tyson fought, I guess that would pop up. But I don't. Well, I don't know if he fought Tyson. He might have fought Holyfield and beat Holyfield, but he only.
Oh, you talking about someone like Razor Ruddock?
No, his man. I think his name is like Dixon or something. That's the name that keeps popping in my head. But he only had the belt. I think he only had the belt for like one fight and then lost the next fight or whatever. But it's always that thing where it's like you got a hometown connection to somebody like that. It's a little exciting.
Right.
Yeah. It's gonna. Oh, here he goes. I see his face right here. Let's see if they'll pull up the story of him. Holy crap, Michael Moore. That's his name.
Michael Moore.
Yeah, Michael Moore. Yeah. He no, did he beat Tyson or did he beat Holyfield or what?
I think I know he lost to George Foreman.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. But Michael Moore, he had the title for at least a year. I mean, he was a good fighter, actually.
Yeah. So did he win? Like once he got the belt, did he actually win a fight? That's what I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, I mean, I thought Michael Moore was one of the better fighters back in the days.
Wow.
But I just remember he lost to George Foreman.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
He never fought Mike Tyson.
Gotcha.
I mean, you can look at his records.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's like, damn, this website. It's an archive from 2012, so it's like jittery and it won't calm itself down. I'm gonna have to look him up, see what his see if they got a Wikipedia or something about his career. Yeah, I see the George Foreman was one that popped up, as a matter of fact. Lightweight, heavyweight, 57 fights, 52 wins. Wow.
He was a great fighter, man.
Wow.
He had 5 fights.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, back then. I was a kid, I guess. 94. Yeah, I was still like a teenager or whatever.
Mike Tyson was in prison during that time.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Right.
Oh, he won a majority decision against Evander Holyfield. Got knocked down in the second round, but overcame that and won a. He was the first ever Southpaw heavyweight champion. That's interesting. So he won in a decision, but he did beat Evander Holyfield. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so crazy, man. Like, damn, bro. Yeah, and he's from the same area that the Griffey family is from what I understand. You know, the father Griffey and then the younger Griffey or whatever. Interesting.
Yeah. The only thing I remember about Pittsburgh, man, is doing a big school time. Most of the steel was made in Pittsburgh back in the old days,
You know, the Golden Triangle, Pittsburgh was the richest city on the planet at one point. All the money, all of America's wealth was in the city of Pittsburgh. Yeah, steel manufacturing up and down all these rivers and all of that. Yeah, that was the economic engine of it. But yeah, absolutely, and insane. And then they outsourced it because my grandfather, who I never met, he died before I was born. He worked in a steel mill.
Wow.
Yeah. So those were good jobs, and you didn't need a college education, whatever. They gave black men the worst jobs. You were in the furnace doing the worst possible work, of course. But growing up, I was always told he always had a brand new Cadillac every other year or whatever. That was the thing back then, I guess.
Right.
But
I remember. I can't. Back. I was reading about Detroit. This was a few years ago. Detroit at one time manufactured like 70% of the world vehicle.
Yes.
I think this is back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Up to about the 60s. Detroit made 70% of the world's vehicle. And then you have to say that Black Americans were probably, 30 to 40% of the workers at those vehicle manufacturing plants. So, Black Americans, we could have been involved in manufacturing 30% of the world vehicles at one time.
Absolutely. So I was saying, I was going to say, like, the grandfather and grandmother, I believe I know they had over 12 children. It could be 13 or 14, but they had brothers and sisters who lived in the Detroit area. My mother, and I found this out after I wrote that book. I went to Detroit to visit my uncle. That my mother lived in the Detroit area very briefly with my grandmother. My grandmother moved to Detroit, and like I said, a couple of her brothers lived up there. And my uncle worked at one of the manufacturing facilities in Inkster, Michigan, which is like northwest of Detroit, I believe, just outside of, maybe like 45 minutes to an hour. But he worked there and retired from there, and then he just recently moved to Indiana. But to your point, a lot of my family, my great grandmother, when I look back, is from the North Carolina area. Some of us ended up in DC, some in Pittsburgh, and some in Detroit. That was like our family migration coming out of the South. Yeah.
So what part of North Carolina?
Yeah, I think today it would be the Greensboro area is what I want to say it is. I think it's Guilford County, but like when I was doing the genealogy, it used to be two different county names and they merged into this one county. But I think that is like the because I lived in Charlotte. I actually lived in Gastonia, which is outside of Charlotte, and then I lived in Raleigh. And I was delivering furniture all over the state, and I made a couple of trips. Greensboro would be like the peak of a pyramid if you took those two cities and made like a triangle. It's like in the northern central part of the state a little bit. So yeah, and that was Indian country. You know, there was speculation that my great grandmother had Native American ancestry or whatever. So that definitely was some Indian country or Native American country, I guess is the proper way to say it, up in that area.
Hey, look, my mom's side, her mom and father are from the Durham, North Carolina area. And
Triad.
Before, around about World War II, my grandfather and grandmother, they were on their way to New York. They were going to New York. And on their way to New York, they went through the Tidewater area, the Portsmouth, Norfolk area. And, you know, they ran out of money. They were stuck. So my grandfather, he got a job at the shipyard in Portsmouth, Virginia.
Wow.
And this is like 1940, 41. And they stayed. They've been there ever since.
Wow.
Even though, look, they was on their way to New York. They didn't make it to New York. They made it to Norfolk, Portsmouth, Virginia, and they stayed. And I was born in Norfolk, Virginia in 1966. So
wow.
So when my mom tell me that story, it's so weird, you know. But yeah,
that's God's plan. I had a chance when I was a teenager. I was big into rap music. I moved to Atlanta, trying to get a record deal. I did secure a deal, and the guy was slow motion, way too slow for me because I was, I needed to work. I needed income, and I wasn't willing to like wait around on his schedule. And it almost turned violent. Eventually he ripped up the contract or whatever. I came back home, and out of me coming back home, my son, my son came out of it. My granddaughter now, she's celebrating her second birthday next weekend. So it's like God's plan really wasn't meant for me to go down that road. I was interacting with a guy who is in Atlanta, and he knows all of those people. He's been in the music around it for decades now. And I was, every time I looked for this guy, I couldn't remember his name. I couldn't find the guy. Well, this interaction kind of inspired me to dig deep, try to find this guy. I found this guy and his wife, very successful, involved in a lot of the Atlanta music scene. Still to this day, I saw a YouTube video where he was trying to create his own basketball league. And as soon as I saw his face, I was like, yeah, that's the guy right there. Then I saw his name. I was like, okay, yeah. But I was so young at the time. I could have literally ended up locked up for however long. This guy could have been hurt and or even worse, lost his life because of the situation. And God's plan again was for none of that to happen, and for him to go on to have the successful career and everything, and for me to have my own success here and with my family and everything like that. So I know that at the time, the music that I was creating would have led me down a really bad path. I got this whole thread of the trend that won't end, which is all these rappers getting murdered. And I just posted a rapper from Atlanta, Quando Rondo, one of his homies, one of his boys got killed in a shooting out in California, I believe, in the car. They were in the same car. Rondo got shot, but he wasn't, it wasn't life threatening. The kid next to him died on the scene. And I say all that to say this: that's the type of music I was making. At the time I moved to Atlanta, I changed my stage name to Corpse. Like I literally was going to record music under the name Corpse. So that tells you the type of music I was going to be creating and the type of situations I would have been involved in. And it's very likely that was around the time of the East Coast, West Coast, whatever that was going on. And
so this like 94, 95, 96.
Yeah, maybe a little bit before. I was down there in '92, and actually Tupac was recording a song with a Flint, Michigan artist who was signed to a label down there in Atlanta, and I was kind of signing with the same label. But yeah, that East Coast, West Coast, because this was when Tupac was still just kind of like, this is before Death Row, before all the charges and everything. He was just still kind of like a cool, laid back kind of dude or whatever. But I would have gravitated towards that energy, at that time. That's just where I was in the streets. I was coming out of the streets trying to get this record deal, and it's unlikely that I would have survived that even if I was successful, it's unlikely that I would have survived, to be honest, because it was just the way that I would have went. But again, this is all God's plan, God's plan, like in a very real way. And I have no regrets about it. I hope that I get to meet that guy one day in person and, meet him again, rather, because at the time, I was homeless, and I wasn't homeless. I just was in Atlanta with no home, but I wasn't homeless. I had a home. I just had to come back home. But, I was in my car selling the rap cassettes out the car to eat every day. And it's a whole different life experience when you're in that situation. But I was like a starving artist, quote unquote, if you want to look at it that way. And yeah, like I said, his timetable was like, bro, I gotta eat now. I can't wait for this. I don't know what's going on. Like, I gotta get in the studio, I gotta make it happen. But just wasn't meant to be. So yeah.
No, actually, Atlanta was just taking off back in the early '90s. See, they won the rights to the to the 1996 Olympics in '89. So the government it really started, building like the new stadium and all the other things they need for the Olympics around about 90, 91. And I remember I went to Atlanta in 1993. This is around August 1993. And I remember I was surprised, man. I said, wow, Atlanta's a home place. So I said, wow. So I remember going to the strip clubs. I went to Magic City. Man, Magic City, '93. I think that was the first black strip club I've ever been to. Look, I've been all over the world, right? I've been to all these strip clubs, but I had never been to
man, I was 16 in
Magic City.
Damn, bro.
And I remember being there, and I was there for hours, man. I think I spent like a couple of $1,000s in about 6 hours. And look, I remember the dances were $10 back in those days. The lap dances. So that was really interesting. It was fun, man. Look, I call sometimes. Look, man, like I've been to a lot of countries, right? And I've been to strip clubs in almost, in all these countries. So I remember back in 2007, 8, I think I did a video, and I said that I'm a strip club connoisseur, because I've been I've been to so many strip clubs in my days all over the world. I mean, I know about strip clubs. So yes, in 1993, that was my first time going to a all-black strip club, the Magic City. Yeah, so yeah, man.
Yeah, I was 16 in Magic City, and oh yeah, I was there. I was 16, and there was a song by I can't remember the name of the group, but it was called Pretty Brown Eyes, and it was an amazing song, like a ballad, you know, Pretty Brown Eyes, and there was this gorgeous black woman on that stage, and you know, 16, you falling in love. That's just bottom line. You're 16, you're falling in love. So after Magic City, we went over to the Blue Flame, which is another black club. I don't know if it's still open, but it's notorious down there. And
I remember Blue Flame in 2000 and 2001. Yeah, I remember that place.
yeah, the Blue Flame. I mean, you know, Magic City was like classy, glamorous, beautiful women. The Blue Flame at that time was like whatever you want. It was like whatever you want. You know, it was on the menu. And again, I'm 16, and not to be too graphic, but you know, you're sitting at the table. The lady comes over to me, grabs my hand, and you know,
and she totally knew. What year was it?
Completely naked.
92, 93. That totally knew back then.
Yeah. No, I was 16 at that time, so that was like 1990, 91, something like that. But yeah, it was like wow. You know what I mean? It's just like you just like wow. Oh yeah. But yeah. Crazy times.
Right. Look, man, I mean, we way off topic, but I remember someone asked me, they said, look, you've been all over the world. What country do you think had the best strip club? And I said, wow, man, that's a really interesting question. Look, man, I mean, France got good strip clubs. What's another one? You know, Japan. Of course, Thailand, the Philippines. I mean, it's great strip clubs all over the world. But the thing is, I mean, even Las Vegas got great strip clubs. But the thing is, what made Southeast Asia different is, I mean, it's a totally different type of strip clubbing in Southeast Asia, man. I mean, it's totally different. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It just depends. You know, so I told somebody back in 2008, 2009 that I thought Southeast Asia had the best strip clubs. Yeah. But I don't know, man. It's yeah, man. You know.
DJ Sedge 1.
Nah, Black American, you ain't off cold, bro. If you ever watched the movie Belly with the
I thought you wanted to speak.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear DJ Sedge 1. I don't think Black American Homeland can hear you, but I can hear you.
Hopefully you can come back in real quick. I guess I just wanted to say over here where I live at, if y'all ever saw the movie Belly, with a method man got shot in the club. That's my hood, yo. You know what I'm saying? World Paradise shit, infamous, bro. That block area right there. They go down, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Straight the fuck up. But we all don't have the same fucking upbringing. I've been in the club since I was a little fucking kid. That's why I'm a DJ. You feel what I'm saying? Real rap, y'all. I've been in every strip joint. I've been in clubs motherfuckers don't even know, yo. You know what I'm saying? All at a young age too, bro. You know what I mean? The nightlife, bro. That's why I be up at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I wrote in the book. I told a story. I owned and matter of fact, the story that I related earlier, the extortion attempt, that was a bona fide adult dancer bar. You know, they had a stage. The girls danced nude, whatever. Cameras in the little private room, and that was the reason that the neighbor was so adamant about recording everything from her viewpoint and saying she didn't want her daughter to, you know, whatever, because, you know, there were dancers in that place. And then after that situation unfolded, I set up a private bikini bar, like 5 or 10 miles up the road from there. And so because it was private, anybody that was on the property was trespassing that wasn't supposed to be there. Never had a problem, never needed security, nothing. The last place I needed 2 armed guards. You know, it just was like escalating to the point I had to walk away from it. But I learned, you know, it's like you learn a lot about, I'm not going to say women necessarily in that environment, but just the relationship of someone who's after a certain thing, which is money, and someone who's trying to use money to manipulate the other person, right? Because that's the way the guys come in, they got money in their pocket, they're trying to manipulate the situation. And you know, to reference that Thailand situation, you know, I used to date girls that danced or whatever way back in the day, and there was a club downtown Pittsburgh that it was a hotel, and the girls, they travel from all over the country, if not all over the world. And they would have their own rooms, and they had VIP clients, and the VIP clients, as long as they had that VIP card, they had access to the rooms. Obviously, if you put a customer who has VIP access to a dancer's private room, and I'm not talking about a lap dance room, I'm talking about an actual hotel room, you know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no question what's happening. And this is in the middle of a major metropolitan area. And as a matter of fact, this is, you know, I heard a bunch of stories, but one of the stories I heard from the dancers was the police in this area, and these are city police, they have an annual Christmas party. And what they would do is they would get all these dancers there, snorting cocaine, you know, sex with the girls, all it was all money, you know, it was all exchanged over money. But this is what's going on at the police Christmas party. And then the other club where my former security guard became like head bouncer at that club, and that actually a big club. They got it's a chain of them. He invited me to a Christmas party at that club one time. I couldn't attend it, but he essentially said, look, you come in, you know, and it's whatever. Everything's available. You know, it's a closed door party. Everything's on the table. And at the time, I wasn't into attending or whatever. I don't know, whatever my schedule was. I couldn't make it to it, but that was like an annual thing as well. You know what I'm saying? So things go on in American clubs that a lot of people may not know about or not understand, but trust me, a lot more goes on than people realize.
Right. Hey, you remember the movie with Chris? Oh my gosh, what's the Chinese guy?
Jackie Chan. Rush Hour.
Yeah, Rush Hour. And you remember Chris Tucker? He was in Hong Kong, and they went to a strip club, and there was this they call it the fishbowl, right? And in the fishbowl, you have these like 100 Chinese girls, and you know, some of the girls sit on the first level, then you got the second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level, and right. And the price is like the lowest level is the lowest price, the second level is a higher price, the third level is higher, whatever, right? And look, the girls, they can't see you, right? There's a mirror. Now there's a window that you can see inside, but the girl cannot see outside, right? And then the guys, they just can choose what girls they want, and the number is on the girl. Like, okay, I want number 54 and number 68. You know, things like that. And man, I'm telling you, it is crazy, man. I mean, this is all over. This is in Thailand. This is in Hong Kong. This is in Macau. The Thailand, Philippines, Japan, I mean, even Korea, man, they got things like this all over Asia. So yeah. So that's what I see, man. I see things like that. You know, you just choose the girl you want.
Yeah, that's definitely you know, I mean that's a different environment for sure. Yeah, there was only one more. Okay. Yeah, no, there was only one more thing up here that I didn't get to talk about, and that is these this is from Aboriginal America, but he posts that there's a list of names that are considered ghetto, quote unquote, but are actually names that originated in the Americas. And he's got a long list of names that I'm very familiar with. Tashina, right? I believe that's the name of the actress from Martin or whatever. Yeah, he's that's on this list as a native, you know, like a Native American name. But there's a long list. Shaniqua, I know that's one that people know. Quintavious, people have heard that. Keyshawn. There's a bunch of names on there. Kiana, I have a niece. Her name is Kiana. Matter of fact, Walisha. Oh my God, Walisha. When I was a kid. Oh my goodness, so crazy. This girl had such a crush on me, and I was like introverted at the time. And man, how old? I probably was like, I don't even know, 12 maybe. Like, you know, like a young kid. And I remember she kissed me on the cheek. And it was just like, you know, it was like one of those things, because the first time it ever happened or whatever, to get kissed on the cheek. And it just literally like a you know, that type of thing. And but Walisha, yeah, for whatever reason, I would never forget that name. I don't know what happened to her, because my childhood, I spent a lot of time moving around. A lot of time moving around from house to house to house to house, you know, that type of thing. But yeah, there's some interesting names on her that I definitely recognize. Maya, definitely. Latifa, Quanisha. And it's interesting how, because in my opinion, it's not even opinion, Latoya, wow, that words or spells, right? This is how I look at words. I look at language as these are spells. You're casting a spell when you speak. I think most of these religions, especially the Bible, talks about the word becoming flesh and all of this, and I really think they're really talking about, quite literally, using your tongue to manifest reality. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I spend some time trying to understand where certain words come from, what the origin is, what the whole foundation of particular words are. And oftentimes you kind of you go down a rabbit hole, as they say, to get to a whole lot of information when you do that. But I love the fact that he was able to put these names in in this sort of light, to show that, you know, this is that connection. Miss Rella was talking about it earlier, how we know there's boats and what are they, boat logs and documents of the people that they did bring over to America, but also that they're likely, and I really lean to the side that there were dark-skinned human beings here before the Europeans, that I know, and this I know for a fact because the U.S. Census tells you this, that at some point the United States, if you were not full native and you were, you know, one of those different runes, whatever they called it, mulatto, that they just shoved you into like that flat blackness that we're trying to delineate from now, but that was a government policy. And you could have been, 50% a native tribe or whatever, or full-blooded native tribe, and if they looked at you physically as a black person, they just shoved you into that category. So that's like U.S. government policy, and I'm sure on the state level it was much worse than that. So it's very, very likely, even from the documentation, when you read the journals of the Europeans that came over here, they often described the peoples that they encountered as Ethiopian, like, like they look like Ethiopians. So there's just a lot of that information out there, and certainly want to take that into account whenever issues like that come up. So.
Hey, great. This is kind of embarrassing to even point this out. Look, man, I've been engaged about 8 times to women all over the world, right? And look, and you talk about names, right? I had one girl that I was engaged to. Her name was Gordana, right? Another girl, her name was Rosa. And then another girl, her name was Yisham. I mean, but I dated a girl with the craziest names, man. It was some other girls, but I can't remember their names right now. They have very. I need to look at it so I can pronounce it. But man, I just been with some girl who has the weirdest names, man. And some of them really didn't really speak English that well. It was, man, I was crazy, man, back in the 90s, man. So yeah, that's just been my life, man. But ain't that crazy being engaged 8 times? And look at this, right? Like a couple of some of these girls were Muslim, right? I promised. I think I already told you this story. I promised the family that I was going to change my religion to Islam because the young lady was Muslim. And so the family said, hey, if you want to marry our daughter, you got to change your religion. And I said, okay, I can do it, right? And look, they gave me the hat and everything. And I said, wow, I think I can really do this. I go back to Virginia, and I'm telling my uncles and my parents and my family, I said, look, I'm going to marry this Muslim girl, and I'm going to change my religion.
Wow.
And man, they went all for me, man. I mean, my uncle, he locked me in his church for like 2-3 hours and wouldn't let me out until I promised that. He said, you can marry the girl, but you have to promise you would never change your religion. And I'm like, wow, man, and he wouldn't let me out of the church, out of his office, until I said I would not change my religion. So yeah, man, so it's not easy, man. I said, man, I wish I never even told them about the girl being Muslim. So, but yeah, so I ended up not marrying the young lady because when I went back to the country and I told the family, like, look, I still want to marry your daughter, but I'm not changing the religion. And then my religion, and the family went back and forth for about a few months, and then we just totally broke it off. So I never married a young lady. So yeah. So man, yeah. I know that's off topic, but
No, I get it, man. I married my son's mother, and then it's not that it didn't work out, just it's that thing where you just decide to do separate things, different things, whatever. But after that, I just never, it kind of was like a one-time deal for me. But I would get married again, but it's just not in my plans or goals. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it sounds like that was kind of a goal that you had, maybe, and I mean, you're married now, right? So you kind of fulfilled it. Yeah, so you kind of fulfilled that goal. For me, I just kind of enjoyed being single for a long time, and even if I was dating or in a relationship, I just, you know, it was never something that was going to turn into marriage for me. But um yeah, it's relationships, man, because everybody's got really strong opinions, you know, on relationships and all of that. And that's one of those subject matters that I don't even I try not to even dibble and dabble in it, because, you know, it's like being a black man, especially, you could be very, very stern in your opinion, and have all the evidence to back it up, and that still ain't gonna matter. You know what I'm saying? And you could actually be, you know, we talk about good intentions and great decisions. You could have the best of intentions, or you could make the great decision to just not even get involved in that. Because, like I said, that's, to me, in terms of trying to give people advice, it's sort of like it's a no-win situation. I was in a space, and again, that was Mr. Clarence space, and it was about black therapy and everything. And someone came in there and they said they went to marriage counseling, and it was a guy, of course. And because the marriage counselor was a guy, the wife felt like he was on the guy's side, right? Now, I can only imagine that had it been a woman, that if the woman felt like the woman was on her side, she would have never brought it up. She would have never mentioned it. You know what I'm saying? And if she thought the woman was on the guy's side, it would have caused a deeper rift in their marriage. So it's kind of like you're put into a no-win situation just talking about something. And again, you could have all the best intentions in the world trying to really help people, but they're going to take all of their personal trauma and apply it to whatever you say, and ultimately apply it to you, because you are trying to help the situation. And believe it or not, this young black woman therapist who kind of sparked that space, and in part kind of, you know, was the last thing that I saw today that sort of aligned with this topic. She was trying to do the right thing. She thought, you know, I'm gonna go out here, I'm gonna stir up some controversy, I'm gonna get people talking, and it torpedoed her career here. So it's kind of like, damn, you know, even women, especially if you come at it the way she came at it, which was she's gonna have this really tough woman perspective, and she's just gonna dog black men, like totally dog black men unapologetically. And you just can't do that. I mean, you know, unless you are independently wealthy and you just don't care, and that's what you're going to do. Like, there's this character, Charleston White, I think is his name, and this guy's all over the place, but he, for some reason, he was fascinated with gang life, and I think he's from the South, but he moved to LA and to get in the gang life, to understand it, to be around the gang bangers, whatever, you know, and just be around that. And I think he had some counselor training. I think he was like a social worker or something. But at any rate, long story short, he spent all this time out there in LA, and now he's all over social media. He's got all these bizarre talking points. He takes the most bizarre stances. He kind of courts danger and conflict. And recently he posted a video where he called the police on some rival or whatever. I mean, this dude is so out there. He looks like he's high or drunk all the time. And I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, where does this guy get his money? Like, what is this guy doing for a living? I gotta assume he's built up this internet presence to the point that he's able to maintain a living just off of his internet presence at this point. I guess I'm assuming that's what it is, but he's had sit down meetings with like literal killers, these leaders of these gangs that are like threatening him openly. And it's just like, man, what is up with these people? Some of these people, they got a death wish, they don't care. I think if you get into relationship advocacy and it's talking about men and women, you just setting yourself up for a very traumatic experience. Yes, shout out to Kevin Samuels for putting up with that for as long as he did. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like this. If you're gonna be a relationship guru as a black man, you're gonna have to be 100% on homegirl team all the way, and then all the men are gonna kind of hate you, and you probably gonna be better off dealing with that hatred versus if you're on the homeboy side of things and you're like telling these women what they supposed to do, not supposed to do, blah 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 blah, because you're gonna catch it and you're gonna catch it and you're gonna catch it until they destroy you. Now, Kevin Samuels being someone who was able to resist that and it didn't affect his personal income. It probably actually boosted his personal income, but you gotta be willing to stand out on that square like that and not relent and take all the pain and punishment that's gonna come, because it's gonna come for sure. Say one wrong thing. You could spend 10 years saying all the right things, but that minute you say that one wrong thing, it's a wrap.
Right. And I consider myself even more conservative than Kevin Samuel. Okay, marriage counseling has to do with what? Trying to save a marriage, right?
Mm.
Well, the situation that I've been in different countries, not abortion, what's the other one? Divorce is not even an option in a lot of places. Abortion, divorce is so rare in many third world countries that in some countries it's in the books, but it's not being utilized because it's not part of their culture to leave your husband or your wife. When you get married for life, and divorce is not part of the whole thing. So me, man, I've been married 20 years, right? I don't believe in divorce anymore. I think it's a stupid idea that it's good for rich people, but for working class, middle class, or working class or poor people, I think divorce is a bad deal because I think the man he benefits from I think in a third world country where there's no alimony, there's no child support, there's no anything to do with supporting a woman. A divorce is great for the man. A woman has no say. A woman doesn't benefit at all by divorce in a third world country. So that's why divorce is not being utilized in third world country. But in America, it's totally different. And, when you get a divorce in America, the women get half of the property. The man has to pay the alimony or child support. But look, man, third world country, they don't have nothing like that. So So now I'm not advocating for this in the Black American homeland because America is totally different. But I just have a different view on things. But I would not push my idea about relationship, marriage, and divorce in the Black American homeland because we're just in a different environment. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it would be interesting to have premarital counseling as a requirement to get married, to get a marriage license, to have some type of prenuptials. They say it's for rich people, but like you just stated, it really actually is more important in poor people's lives, because when rich people separate, they're both rich. It doesn't really matter. When poor people separate, somebody's homeless. So that is probably much more important on the level of just hardworking people to have some type of pre-agreement in place in the event that things do fall apart. We do got child support here. Alimony, I guess that depends. When I got divorced, it was a no-fault divorce, so alimony didn't play a part in it, but child support certainly did for my son. And I believe I was paying child support before we separated or whatever, because it was just one of those things. It just was what it was. However, we had it set up like that. I wanted him to know, because being a truck driver, you don't know, and that's back when I used to travel for a week at a time. You just don't know if you're going to make it home. But I wanted a record that he could find if ever something was to happen to me. He would know that I was, there supporting him the whole way through, no matter what. So that was important to me. But yeah, I guess, that would have to be legislated, and it would have to be a thing where all members of the society agreed that was important to, have this pre-marriage counseling and have some sort of pre-agreement for separation of assets if that ever did happen. Most people getting married young, they don't have any assets. They're living in apartments, whatever. So you'd almost have to have a way to amend it every so often, or almost like a will. I got to do a living will. I really do need to do that. My sister has one, but I need to do some type of living will just so I can have something written down and have it, documented or whatever. But this society makes it so hard to even do that. It's like, I got car insurance. Why isn't it that my car insurance company can also do a living will? You know what I'm saying? Where it's convenient, instead of me having to go to some separate place and try to figure out who even does living. You know what I mean? Like, that's the first part. You got to figure out who does it, and then can you trust the person, and whatever. It becomes a headache where it could be much more streamlined and much more convenient and easier for people to fill out these documents that are really important. You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, tell me this. So you mentioned about no fault divorce, right? Now the Supreme Court, they want to overturn no fault divorce. So I'm kind of when I heard that, I'm like I'm with that, but I think most people will probably not banning no fault divorce. What's your opinion on no fault divorce?
Yeah, I think that would be horrible, because like when I did it, it was very, I had to go from this building to that building, get this stamped, that's every time you deal with the government, you got to go all over the place to get stuff stamped. But it was a relatively easy process, very inexpensive, versus if I had to hire an attorney and go through some long-winded process, you know, the end result would have been the same, because she wasn't going to fight for money from me or anything like that. It just was about taking care of our kid. But yeah, I think I kind of think that would be detrimental to society, to get rid of something that makes it easy for people to go their separate ways, because a lot of women, and this is just facts, die from their partner, like, you know, domestic violence, whatever, however you want to call it. But yeah, a lot of people die.
Look, I totally disagree with you, because I'm gonna tell you, there is only a few countries that have no fault divorce. I think America, Canada, and maybe a few other European countries. But a no fault divorce is absolutely very rare throughout the world. And like I said, divorce is even rare. Just divorce alone is rare in the world. Divorce is really only in your first world countries like Canada, Australia, Western Europe, maybe Southern Europe, Northern Europe, New Zealand, even Japan. Japan is a first world country, but divorce is rare in Japan and Korea. And so, you know, the man beating up the wife because you know, he can't cheat. I don't know. I can't really see that. I mean, yeah, that's a possibility in America, but I just don't hear about that in other countries. You know, well, first world countries. I mean, well, I don't hear that in third world countries or whatever. I don't know. I mean.
Yeah, so you think that the domestic violence that happens in America is an American phenomenon, not a human phenomenon?
No. Domestic violence is, I mean, it's alive and well all throughout the world.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't know, man. I should stay out of this, man. I'm just, let's see.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
These relationship questions, boy. Ooh, that's a third rail.
Okay, I'm just trying to, domestic violence in America is well documented. There's a lot of police history or writings about it, but the domestic violence in a third world country, or let's say the Philippines, is rare. You would never hear it go to court. It just not. It's not even in the newspaper. It's not even talked about. So I'm pretty sure it does happen, but it's just not. You don't see the women, you know, on the news or in the newspaper, or, you know, talking about, hey, you know, we need to, you know, we need to find a way to stop the domestic violence. It's just not heard of in Southeast Asia. Well, I'm pretty sure I know what's going on. I mean, I don't know that's why, because I live in a different culture, and I'm seeing the way their culture is going to be, and I do understand American culture, but we're trying to figure out which one's the best. Because I believe that once you make a decision to marry somebody, you should stay with that person for life, especially if you have kids. Because to me, the kids are more important than a husband and wife being happy. I know that's terrible, man, what I just said, but man, because look, my parents divorced when I was 18, 19, 20. I forgot how old I was. And it was a terrible experience. And I do not want my kids to go through that. So I would never divorce my wife at all. It can be it can be bad. It can be the worst thing. But I would never do it. That's all, man. I'm just very conservative. I'm 56, so I'm not a young guy, man. So I'm 56 years old. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm gonna post this on my page. This is from the We Forum. I follow a black woman. She does black femicide, which is the killing of black women by their male partners. And this has a graphic. It's from the World Economic Forum. South Asia says 38% of women suffer intimate partner or violence. And they have different percentages. Globally, is 31%. But this number, this is the thing that stands out. 87,000 women and girls were murdered around the world in 2017. 50,000 of them were murdered by an ex-partner or a family member. It says that every day, 137 women across the world are killed by a partner or member of their own family, and 6 women are killed every hour by men. And this is they call a global pandemic of femicide. In the UK, a woman is killed by a man every 3 days. So people don't talk about it, unfortunately. And I'm not laughing at the situation. It's a horrible situation. People don't talk about it, but it does happen everywhere. And in America, especially, if you don't give, these are psychopaths. If you don't give psychopathic men the freedom that they want from a relationship and they kind of feel they deserve, their only option then becomes, because you're putting them into a box. You're literally squeezing them into a corner, and we kind of know what these men do when they're squeezed into a corner. They react violently.
Okay, great. I'm gonna tell you why I think domestic violence is kind of rare in third world countries. Okay, you know that when you marry a woman in a third world country, right? You marry that whole family, right? So it's like a family. It's like another family marrying another family, right? A marriage in a third world country is not individual. It's not an individual choice. It's a family thing, right? So a lot of times the family's involved about the two the wife and the husband getting it together. Usually it's the family that's setting this up, and they'll set it up when they're little kids, right? So the families are very involved, right? So look, I'm not gonna be hitting on my wife, but guess what, man? My wife got 6 brothers, right? And she has a huge family. So me hitting on my wife, man, I think I'll be dead, because her family she got a huge family. So that will keep me in line. You understand that? In America, right? I think when two couples are at it, right? I think a lot of times the families say, well, look, if between them, they're grown ups, let them solve their own problems. I think that's what they do in America, in Western countries, in Australia, New Zealand. But in third world countries like the Philippines, it's a family thing. The family gets involved, and the family is going to make sure that the couple stay together, that they don't fight, that they don't harm each other, that they stay for the kids. It's just a lot of family support out there. So that's what I'm trying to say. So it's not an individual thing; it's a family thing. And if people can understand that, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But I always look at the numbers, and that is how I inform most of my opinions based on numbers. You know what I mean?
I hear like what's going on in India.
Oh my God, India's horrible.
Domestic violence problem.
Jesus,
but guess what?
it's horrible.
Divorce is unheard of in India. In Muslim countries,
honor killings.
The men, man, they have 3 or more wives. So how do you solve that problem when the man is fighting with 3 women, or if the 3 women are fighting among themselves? How do they take care of that problem? So I mean, and guess what? Divorce is definitely not a option for a polygamous marriage. Divorce is not an option. So it's just things that I have. It's just things that I have looked at over the years, and I'm not saying I agree with all these things, but it just real life situation that goes on all over the world, and yeah. When I talk to my wife about abortion and divorce, she found it really, it's almost like it's alien to her. Divorce and abortion is alien to her. She don't know what that is, man. It's like, how can a person do that? How can a person leave another person when they when they have kids? That's the way my wife thinks, and I guess my wife and her brothers, because they talk to me too, the way they think, all that is kind of been, transferring to me. That's changing my view, because my parents, like I said, my parents divorced when I was 18, 19, 20, and to me, early in life, divorce was the solution if you don't get along with your wife or your husband. But now it's not. To me, it's not a solution anymore. That's what I mean. Look, I'm not saying anything more about divorce, man, because I think my views might be way, way too alien to most people in America.
Yeah, I mean, America has a 50% divorce rate, so, but that's not, I mean, that is a function of the fact that women entered the workforce and they have more disposable income. They don't look to a man to provide, and so they have more opportunities. They can sleep with who they want to sleep with. There's all this sexual access that is, it's not even gender based at this point. I mean, it's whatever and whoever at any point in time. So, yeah.
Kevin Samuel said that 80% or more of divorces are filed by the women, not the men.
Yeah,
it's by the women. Matter of fact, in my situation, my mom filed a divorce against my father. So, so yeah, man. So I believe it was really up to the man. The man will suck it up and say, okay, I married my wife. I'm in it to the end.
I'm gonna be unhappy, and you gonna be unhappy.
I'm responsible. I'm gonna take care of my family. I mean, man, I'm a real responsibility type person, man. And it just everything I do, man, I try to take responsibility. To me, that if anything happened to the family, is my fault. I'm responsible for that. So if a man puts all that responsibility on himself, there's no way he can have divorce or abortion or any of that stuff on his mind. It's you know, that's man, that's it. I'm not talking about that stuff no more, man. I think I'm losing my followers, man.
Can I get in? Can I speak? Is it gonna let me speak? Okay.
I want to get some opinion from some other guys. I wonder if there any other opinion on divorce.
No, I think it's just me and you at this point. I'm about ready to shut the room down. At any rate, but I do like that last.
I'm up here, fellas. I'm up here.
Oh, you still?
I'm just listening to y'all.
Okay. Got you. Yeah. No, I was just gonna.
Hey, man, guess what? All right, my wife, man, she been at me for 30 minutes, right? But look, I got 10 minutes, man. Of course, she gonna force me to eat.
Yeah, no, that's cool. We're gonna close it down right here, right now, so you can eat and I can go to sleep, and all of that, that type of thing. So yeah,
Yeah, but look, this is the last thing I have to say, right? You got people that come into this country from a lot of third world countries, right? And they come with their views, right? And their views are going to, what's that word? It's going to show up in legislature sometime in the next 10, 20, 30 years. There, you understand what I mean? The way that their life has been in another country, and more of those people come over to our country, is going to either they're going to adopt the American life or they're going to try to push their life on American life. I mean, that's what I see in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years.
Actually, we're about 35 years behind the curve, Black American. That's been happening since 85, bro.
85?
Yeah, these people, I understand you come from your own culture, your own world, things are a certain way, you know what I mean? And they come with that vitriol, like a lot of us Black Americans say, they come in with their nose stuck in their head, knowing damn well you're not Nigerians, y'all walking around with trash all day in your hood, but you're saying that we're lazy and need to get our shit together and all this other stuff, knowing damn well you ostracize us with jobs and all this other shit. So,
Look, see, when you know their culture, if you've been to their country, right? If you've been to their country and you see how they live, they can't say nothing, man. Because you say, look, man, you guys don't even have running water. You guys don't even have electricity. You guys don't have blackboards on your school classes. Man, it's so many. Once you go to their country and you see how they live, man, it's so many ways to contradict what they're saying. You say I'm poor or I'm lazy, man. I've been to your country. Your people just as just as bad. So. When you know their living situation, man, you got so much ammo to go, to what's that word? To rebuttal what they say about you, because you know about them, and believe me, I know about them. I know about all of them. Whatever they say. I got ammo to contradict what they say, man. Because their life is terrible, man. That's why they come to America. No, everybody in the world want to come to America. They know America got the best infrastructure, the best system. We got minimum wage, man. Minimum wage $7. Minimum wage. Most countries don't have minimum wage, and most countries that do have minimum wage is like $6, $7, $8, $10
You ain't hiring nobody with no $7.
So Yet they know America is the best system, and they are jealous that you are here. You are living the best life. They are jealous, man. They are jealous. So if a Nigerian come to me and say, "Hey, you lazy Akata," man, I said, man, you can't say anything to me, man. I know how you people live. I've been around the world. I've seen your people. Greg, you said about Nigerians in prison all over the world. I know that, man. They in prison in the Philippines. Look, the Nigerian, they're selling drugs in the Philippines. They're selling drugs in Japan, China, Hong Kong, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. A lot, man. There's a lot of Nigerians on death row that's going to be killed because they're trying to sell drugs in those countries, man. I know all that, man. I know all that about them. So they can't say nothing to me, man. So once you know that, you know how to go against them, man. So, but look, man, I gotta go, guys. I gotta eat. Hey, man, I love you, Space, man. I love you guys. Y'all guys take care, man.
Okay, absolutely, man. Enjoy your day, enjoy your week, enjoy your meal. Much love.
All right, hey, with the address, Black American Homeland, we'll tell white we pulling up with the beers and the actual, we need some extra plates.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm going. I can smell it, man. You know, it's some of this traditional Bicolana food. You know, 'cause my wife, her family or her not tribe, but her ethnic group is Bicolana. You know, and so they have different food from people that's in the city. You know, most of the people in the city are Tagalog, but my wife is Bicolana, so yeah, man. So
for sure,
hey, enjoy. All right, take care, guys.
For sure, brother. One love. And it's down to 2 more stooges. What's good, my boy?
Oh, ain't nothing much. I wanted to tell him about the minimum wage. Like, most states in the country have elevated the minimum wage, so it's no longer $7.25, but in a handful of states, and you can't even hire somebody right now after this pandemic.
Oh yeah, brother. I keep forgetting he out of the country and been away for a minute, right?
Yeah. You couldn't hire a soul for $7.25 an hour. You better be talking about 12, 15, something like that to get people to even show up.
First job ever, you know what I mean? And even then, $20 an hour, these kids getting paid at bare minimum, you know what I'm saying? I'm 16 years old, first high school job or whatever. That's gonna be like $10, $12 an hour because I think when I was doing my back then when I was doing my little thing at 16, 15, 16, getting little school jobs or whatever, because I've been working since I was in the 6th grade, real shit. But in school though, I used to work for Channel 36 doing order prompter work, where an order prompter is where you type the newscast up with a knife on the computer.
Oh, wow.
And the folks at the local station, they'll read it off the order prompter later or whatever.
Wow.
Even though I didn't get paid for that from 6th to 8th grade, it was the experience. And then I went on to high school where I was supposed to have went into AB class, but wound up getting ostracized out of the class by some fucking cracking nigga. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. All because me and another kid. I wish I would have stayed there with it. I wish I would have told him, like, yeah, we should go complain about this shit. But, we was young and ain't no fucking better. You know what I'm saying? So, it was what it was. But I still stayed in that field. You feel what I'm saying? But I think even back then, I was getting like $7.25, $8, $9, something like that an hour, working after school programs or whatever it was at age 16. And that was back in 94, 5 or whatever. You know what I mean? But the minimum wage, it was 7 and some change for a long ass time. And I think it's still like that in some places, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Hey, look, DJ. Look, my daughter, she just graduated from college 2 months ago, right? She has a degree in accounting, right? She now works with a American company. It's a call center right? I told my daughter, I said, look, if you don't want to work, you don't have to work. You can just stay home. Because, my daughters, they stay home with me, right? I got two beautiful daughters, right? And my youngest daughter, she said, no, Daddy, I want to work. I want to, I want job experience, so I'm going to work. I said, okay, that's up to you. She went to this American company. It's a call center company, right? Down the street from my house, right? She got a job there. She had to go through her training and everything. And then I asked my daughter, so she said, hey, Dad, I'm hired. I said, oh, okay. So what's your salary? Man, they paying my daughter like $580 per month. That's how much my university graduate, money I spent for university degree. She getting paid $580 per month.
Damn, bro.
I said, what the hell?
Damn.
So the thing is, so what do I do, man? Like, when these
what did your daughter specialize in as far as collegiate education?
Accounting. She's an accountant. Okay. And she's gonna take her we call it oh my God, what's the
be certified.
Right, she's gonna take that in the next month or two, and but the thing is, man, the salaries in the Philippines are so low, And look, working for an American company, they pay higher than the Filipino company.
Right.
So that 30,000 pesos that my daughter getting paid, that $580 per month.
Wow.
That's how much she getting paid, man.
Wow.
Right.
So and guess what? That considered that you're getting a good salary. That's what her family members saying. Wow. Other family members, they get paid 10,000 pesos a month, $200.
Wow.
That's how much it is? $300 a month.
Wow.
My daughter getting $600 or $580. Wow, she making a lot of money. It's crazy, man.
Right. So with that being said, right? I just sent a link to your DM. Let me know if you can actually click it or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Possible, just because I don't know. Sometimes if you link tree links, they be weird and shit. Sometimes they don't open up on certain platforms or whatever. So I think because they want you to pay for the shit, obviously. But that's neither here nor there. But
that's
there's
crazy.
a video within a link tree. It's called "How to Make Money Off Your Talent." So basically, your daughter is not a musician like I am, or she's not selling music like I am, but she is an accountant, went to school for it, and is studying to get her certification to be a public accountant. Obviously, maybe even go and work for the government of the Philippines. See what I'm saying? And maybe she'll, maybe it's to turn that 500 into 1,000 a month. You feel what I'm saying? Starting out, and obviously as her life goes along, she'll make more money. But with that being said, anywhere you work in the world, you're just a worker bee. This shit don't, especially when you're poor and you're fucked up, like we are as Black Americans, and I'm sure some Filipinos are too, because I got a lot of Filipino homies. I know how it is over there, you know what I mean? So, we in the hood just like over here, and some other folks over there in the hood too, you know what I mean?
But look, the average income in the Philippines, $3,000 per year. Compare that to Black Americans or the United States. It's very low. So most people here are very poor.
Right. So, but see, look, it's the same thing here too, though. So what I've been having to do is just like really, I never had bills. You feel what I'm saying? I never was like, I'm not buying shit, not because I can't afford it. I don't want the bill. You feel what I'm saying? Like I just bought a car for the first time in my life when the pandemic hit, bro. For the first time in my life, I live in the city. I don't need no damn car. I can hop on a bus, train, catch a Uber plane with it, and be gone. I'm next to Newark Airport. You feel what I'm saying? So when this thing hit, and I got all my little unemployment money, I ain't know what to do with it. I said, something? I'm about to buy my truck I always wanted, and that's what I did. You know what I mean? So now with that being said, though, I inquired in the expense that's gonna cost me an extra, probably like $1,500 a year when I had no expenses. You feel what I'm saying? The only expense I had was rent. I pay under $600. I live in a house in a basement. You know what I'm saying? Been here for a decade. You know, the basement ain't finished, but it's a home. I made it into. You know what I'm saying? So that, the rent, the phone, and whatever little food. That's like really it. That's that was the only expenses I had for the years, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't had no other bills. The only real bill I really would truly ever have over my head is that school loan. You know what I'm saying? I got a 20K banger over my head. Maybe more than that because I wound up taking another loan out from another school when I moved to DC for a few years. But I told they asked to send that shit back, and I don't think they ever did, bro. So it's like my credit is shot because of that. Yeah, I could have been paying the loan off all these years, but you'll never pay it off. It's an automatic, systematic trap, yo. This is why the jokers is running around, especially white folks. But, you know, black women is silent the shit about these school loan payments, right? You feel what I'm saying? But my school closed down. So it's like, why y'all ain't taking care of this shit? Because they know this shit will break the fucking bank, bro. This shit is like, I think again, $1 trillion, and it's student loan debt. Some weird shit, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, all three of my kids graduated from university. My son's in law school right now. My kids have no debt. I paid cash for all their university fees. All of it. My kids had no nothing.
Right.
So, and I tell them how American kids, a lot of them in $30,000, $40,000, $100,000 in debt, in school debt.
Hey, you know what you should show them? Yeah, I got you, Black State. I'm coming up, bro. Hold on a second. This thing might glitch or whatever, but it's a cold spot. But you know what you should show them, bro? You should show them life on Skid Row. And the reason why I say that, hold on, man. Somebody, what's up, fam? I see you coming up to right behind the bro. So you should have shown life on Skid Row because you know a lot of them Black Americans that's on Skid Row, they work for like Google and all that shit, but they too poor to get their own place and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? You should show them documentaries on that. And that's the argument earlier where I was explaining to Rella, what I'm saying about my sister. You feel that you're living okay and you're under the democratic society and you feel you've been voting blue no matter who, you're going to keep it like that for the rest of your life. That's the dumbest shit ever when I'm showing you the receipts, the evidence of Black Americans voting blue no matter who has decimated the show. These Democrats have been fucking pulling the wool over our eyes for so long and like, damn, y'all didn't catch the 52 fake out all these years? Grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, like what the hell was y'all doing? Auntie, what the fuck was y'all doing in the 60s? I know shit was popping, but god dang, yo, the legislation is fucked up, yo. It's fucked up.
Hey, now, I didn't take my kid to Skid Row, but what I did was I took my kids to the poorest area in Manila, right? There's an area called Tondo. There's 500,000 people crammed in an area about the size of a nice sized neighborhood, right? That neighborhood holds maybe 500 people, maybe, you got 500,000 people living in this small area, right? Like a outside neighborhood, right? And these people are so poor, they don't have electricity, they don't have running water. But look, I took my kids through that, right? And they were so shocked to see that, like, look, a lot of Filipinos, they look, this is the way they live. It's called Tondo. If you have a chance, look it up. It's Tondo, Tondo. That's the poorest neighborhood in the Philippines, and it's huge, man. I think between 500 to 1 million people live in that little that section of the city. Hey, look, man. Hey, DJ, I know you guys need to go. Look, I'll talk to you guys next week. I got to go, man, and you guys take care.
Sure, next week, bro. One love. Be safe. All right. Sam, what's good, bro?
Nothing much, man. What you up to?
Ain't nothing. Building on the Black State was good. I actually came up here late myself, but we spoke on some things, though. But,
So you was talking about the student loan. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. That stuff is just crazy. I think what a lot of people don't realize, man, is that money is like a pool, man. So like white people have majority of the pool of money that they stole from us. The way you got to, you know what I'm saying? Like we want to do business with each other, but if there isn't water, you know what I'm saying, in the pool that we are in, you know what I'm saying, we need to go to a pool and create a leak to get some of that water out their pool so we can get it in our pool. You know what I'm saying? Money works the same way like that. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to like, you guys saying the United States dollar, you know what I'm saying, is white people, that's white people shit. They set up the system, a paradigm where they have majority of the money. So that's why you see so much sellouts, you know, so much, because it's almost like it's equivalent to the, you know, a person being in a pool where there's no water, and you got, you know, somebody said, come, I have galores of water, galores of money, you know what I'm saying? So come on this side. So like, I guess what I'm really trying to say is like, we want to do business with each other, and we want to make money, we want to flourish, but somehow, some way, we got to get together and come up with a plan on how we can create a leak to extract money out the white community to our community. That's what really we need to be talking about, because that's the only way we really going to, I mean, other than, of course, passing legislations to get reparations bills passed, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about straight business. Like, we need to come out with some bread and butter, you know what I'm saying, to extract money out the white community. For a while, it was hip-hop, right? Music was the way to, like a lot of people who bought hip-hop was white people. That was the way to extract the money out of the white community into the black community. And it made a lot of artists rich. So it's like, now that's kind of died down. What's the next frontier?
Yeah, so with that being said, and Greg Black said, I know you said you were sleeping before, so if you want to conk out, brother, in the spaces, you know, just go ahead, bro. So I guess to answer your question, bro, we need our own shit. Black people just got to start working together more. We got to start moving faster and coming up with some ideas. But the one thing me and Todd are always speaking about, black people don't support black people, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's just really what this shit is from an economic perspective. Like, you know, a lot of my customers are black people, but like a lot, what I get, 2 out of every 10 customers nowadays, you know what I'm saying? It ain't about selling CDs and DVDs still, you know, folks love to fucking rip that shit like, oh, I ain't got a player or whatever. I ain't asking you to buy this shit because you got a player. I'm asking you to support me, you know what I'm saying? So that's the other narrative of the shit too, you know what I mean? So if we could start getting our people to start investing into our shit, it'll work. So to get back to what you said before about we need to start extracting money from the white folks too as well, because like you said about the hip hop and the music, I understand that very well. Hit my Instagram, DJ Seg One, I talk about that shit. Yes, sir. So with that being said, so I wish I would have stayed in touch with this one elder sister. I can't remember her name for nothing, but she was in the Afro Elite space, and she was just talking about like, yo, we need to like do a crowdfunding to get our reparations, right? So, you know, everybody in the comments let her have it and was laughing at her like, yo, we can't do no crowdfunding to get no reparations of debt that's owed. But that wasn't what she was saying. See, nobody was listening to her, but I understood what she was talking about. So she was basically saying that we could start getting money now through crowdfunding. And then I came up on the space and I said, well, she's not saying that, you know, we could get reparations through crowdfunding. What she's saying is that if we had a product, we could crowdfund it. You know what I'm saying? And get money and split it amongst our peoples right now. And like, you know, I don't even think Afro Elite even understood what I was saying. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, because if you got a tax ID, and this is why I encourage this shit, it don't matter if you got a product to sell. Just go get your tax ID. Go incorporate yourself, and you'll see the floodgates start to open up. So, you know, take whatever little phone bill, cable bill, and put it in your business name. Put your rent check in your business name, your mortgage check in your business name. Build your business credit up as much as your regular credit. You know what I'm saying? So that way, you and then obviously start finding a way to be in business too. Start getting a product and start, you know, create a service. You know, I don't care if you're doing hair, you're a self-employed chef or whatever the case be. You know what I mean? You do gig work with private people. I know plenty of folks that do that shit. You know, I've got a lot of brothers and sisters. They get their little food trucks up now. That's dope. But like again, I said, it's really depending what your nature of your black business is. That's the only way our folks is really going to support you. So like with the reparations, you know, I could be out here all day talking that shit, which I do. You know what I mean? I might get 1 or 2 sales, but people will buy regular shit from me at the same time and don't care about the reparations. So with the reparations, now what I'm looking to do as far as like with my reparations DVD, that, you know, Brother Greg Blackstate, Sister Angela from the reparationist perspective, Latasha and Sister Mouthy Megan and me, you know, I just put a little compilation of different talking points together and just giving it away, yo. So I gave away like 4 today and shit, you know what I'm saying? So basically what I'm looking to do now, me as a business person, right? What I'm looking to do is give away my damn stock right now. You know what I'm saying? So being the way the weather is fucking been, this is like the worst a year I think I had on record where I just didn't make any bread, bro. The whole fucking summer because of the way this hot ass weather has been, yo. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what I'm looking to do now. Hey, buy a DVD at 50 cents, CD 50 cents, you know, half price, and that way I could just press a whole bunch of reparations DVDs up and just give them shits away. So I've been the ones that I had given away, you know, I explain it to the folks like, yo, yada, 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 I hit them with the game and the rhetoric, you know, reparations, black state of America, we need our black state majority so we can send our peoples to Congress and to the Senate, and we can get our reparations like that too as well. You know, the immigration is hurting black men specifically. I see that more than anything because I don't think our black women see that shit. That that immigration is really hurting us. I've been ostracized from jobs because of these tethers. And I could point out a whole bunch of folks. I was talking to one of my homies I ain't seen in a minute. You know, he came around the way to get some weed from the homies and shit. You know how that shit be, you know what I mean? Everybody smoke around here and shit. So, hey, yo, let me get you a DVD, bro. You know what I'm saying? Told him what it was, and he was like, damn, you know something? You right, bro. You know what I'm saying? He said he just got promoted at his job, but he was like, yo, that shit was hard because you got all these immigrants, like, you got to be on your P's and Q's and shit. So it's like, I just go in there, keep my head down and do what I got to do and shit. You know what I'm saying? So this is the reason why we need our own, so we don't have to worry about being ostracized. And then, you know, the government helping these people, man. Nah, Trump was right. Close the fucking border. It ain't no disrespect. It just is what the fuck it is, yo. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, reparations, that shit will come later. You know what I mean?
Hey, DJ, yeah. Look, this I was going to hang up, man, but I started listening to Sam, and this guy came up with a perspective about a pool of money, and we have to take away, you know, that pool of money from the white folk. And I love that, man, because look, okay.
Facts. Hold on, real quick, Black American. That's why I was saying that's why I was saying when we had a product, you feel what I'm saying? We could crowdfund that shit. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't even got to be anything pertaining to black or what it is we're doing with our issues. It could be just like some T-shirt with a smiley face on it and crowdfunding. You feel what I'm saying? And split it among our people and shit. So, but go ahead, though, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I was thinking about, you know, when we talk about the supermajority black states, right? Now, look, all these states have budgets, right? A state budget like Georgia is like $70 billion, right? And then when you include federal government transfer to the states, it's over $150 billion. And look, when you take the 8 states that I'm advocating for the Black American homeland, those 8 states together, their state budget, including federal government transfer, is $700 billion. I want to take that out of the pool of white people and put it into the pool of black people. $700 billion. And that's just not a one-time occurrence. That happens every year. We get that money every year that we can give to black people. $700 billion. And we wait till next year, we get another $700 billion.
But we would manage
That's what taking control of a state can do.
We'd manage
it can give us money from the states. Political control of a state will give us $700 billion every year, and of course, that goes up every year because in 2 years it can be 800 billion. It can be 1 trillion. It goes up. Sam. So look, my thing is, man, we take control of several states. We take over the government. We take over the state budget. We control all the legislature, all the court system, the police system. We take care of all. We take over all those things. We give people the jobs within the state. We give black-owned corporations control of the market, the consumer market of the state. We can do that. We can't say black-owned corporation, but we can say local-owned corporation will have monopoly of the consumer market within our state. It has to be local. It can't say black corporation, but local company will have control of the state consumer market. We can do all that stuff, man. We can government contract to go to black-owned corporation or local corporation. We can do all that, and that's how we put money in black people or black families' pocket, by taking over the system. So that's my thing.
No, that's I agree with that 100%. I think that the first step when it comes to that, of course, every group of people, right, has necessarily an elite class that has like for example, like if me, you, DJ, we're essentially not like the elite class, right? But we're like what's it called? The nobles, the people that to essentially like put the shit all together at the top of the pyramid, trying to essentially, organize everything. But what you're essentially stating, it comes with we have to have like, of course, we have to be educated. We have to be able to get the funding to start up these corporations, you know what I'm saying, to then feed our people. And investors are not going to give anybody money unless they're confident in your ability to return on their investment. So really it comes down to...
I got a solution to that. Yeah. This is a solution to that. All right. When you apply for a corporation license in a state, right? The state charter most corporations and most banks, right? So we're gonna make sure that this black-owned corporation get that license, and then get the license to a good example to he will have the monopoly of a utility come by electricity. Okay. So we will give the electricity license to the black-owned corporation, right? And guess what? Then because the state gave that black-owned corporation the license to electrify the whole state, guess what? Companies and investors are forced to deal with that black-owned corporation, because that's the only corporation in town that give electricity to the whole state. And we can do the phone company like that as well, and we can do the cable company, the internet company. All those things can be have to be licensed by the state. So we make sure the state gives the license to black-owned corporation. That's what white companies are doing. If you look who owns your telephone company, your electricity company, your gas company, your sewage company, your waste management company, they are all monopolies that are regulated by the state. And then guess what? When we take over the state, we're going to give all those monopolies to black-owned corporations.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. You know what I mean? You're exactly right, because, I mean, it's not going to be easy, of course. But I think that for sure, like, you know what I mean, that's the right direction, because, of course, because I always say, like, we got enough black people in this country to literally be our own country. There's over 40 million of us, you know what I mean? Like, I think the country, like Luxembourg, has one of the highest GDPs in the world, and they only have like 5 million people, in their country alone. You know what I'm saying? We don't have land. We have land, but you're saying our land was taken from us by these people. So it's like we need to go and claim an area of land. That's the first step in anything. And that's why you said, we need to migrate to a specific part of the United States. This is our land. We built this country. We need to say that 500 million times. We built this country. This is our land. White people like to promote this propaganda like this isn't our country. This isn't our land. When they actually came here, you know what I'm saying? They actually came here. This is more of our land than their land. So we need to migrate. We have every right to get our people together, migrate to a specific area, and get land. Therefore, we can legislate that land and then be able to make money on that land and for ourselves. So you're absolutely right.
That's great. You're right, man. You're seeing what I'm seeing, man. So look, guys, look. Hey, look. I'm glad to hear from you, Sam. Look, I'm in another country, right? I gotta eat, man. But when I heard you talking about pools, man, that was a great, I don't know what you call that
analogy.
That was a great analogy, and that kept me on here, man. I had to listen to what you had to say. So,
I appreciate that. And that's because I like to like say it like that because it really is. It's just like you have to look at it like that, right? I mean, I'm not saying every single black, there's points to what DJ was saying as well. Our pool don't have no water in it. Black people, we got money. You know what I'm saying? We got enough money to spread, to crowdfund each other and spread around. But we definitely can't forget about the pool, these people that live amongst us that have a shit ton of water in their pool. And water, I'm saying as an analogy for money. You know what I'm saying? So we need to definitely always be thinking about how can we get water or money out of the biggest pool that's available, because they have a lot more water or money in their pool than we do. You know what I'm saying? And it should not be like that. It really shouldn't. It's fucked up how it is. Because it's like, it's almost like, if you look at the statistics, I think they have like 120 times more wealth than us. 120 times. You know what I mean? They have a shit ton of more water in their pool than we do. So they have a lot more excess money. They have a lot more, kids. You know what I'm saying? The music industry preyed on the kids, the teenagers. They needed to feel cool. There was some value that us as black people could extract. You know what I'm saying? And bring them hip hop and music, right? We made them feel cool. We made them feel empowered with our music. So we were able to extract. Give them that feeling, that emotion, right? Because really, music is just you're selling emotion at the end of the day, a feeling, and then they gave us the money. We extracted water, money out that pool. So we just have to figure out what do we have of value, you know what I'm saying, that we can trade for the, you know what I'm saying, in that same type of way and get this money from these people, so we can build ourselves up.
Let me cut in right there real quick. So again, if we had a product, which we actually do got a lot of different products that we have, but the problem is we have to understand two things, fellas. One, we got to start supporting our people. That shit is the ultimate shit, and that's really the end result at this point in the game. If we start, all right, look, here's what I want y'all to do, so we just stay on the same track. Go right here on Twitter and search for the sister Maggie Anderson. Maggie Anderson. And then she has a book called Our Black Year. OUR Black Year. Our Black Year. Look her up right now, Maggie Anderson, Our Black Year. You see a light-skinned sister, with the silky yaki or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? All right. So if you go on Facebook, we got a group over there too, Maggie Anderson Empowerment. You know what I mean? On Facebook, Maggie Anderson Empowerment. So basically, what this sister did was buy nothing but black shit for a whole year as an experiment to see if she could do it, and she really succeeded. With the exception of, like some things, you just got to go to Walmart or some shit. Even though we try not to support the ones, even though they employ our people, but fuck them. You feel what I'm saying? We need to build our own black mart up, yo, on some real shit. Even though we might be selling white product, you feel what I'm saying? That shit is easy. All we got to do is make sure we go to the black mart. Stop pulling up at the Walmart. That shit is really easy and simple, but our people don't want to do that shit. We think like, because I go to like a fucking Trader Joe's versus a Walmart, I'm like, you know, I'm better than you. That's the rhetoric we having, bro. You know, like I said, I've been self-employed for 12 years, bro. But really be doing this shit for 30. You know, yeah, our people support, but they think also the support is like, okay, I bought something from you one time, and you walk past me every damn day and still don't buy like another mixtape or whatever. You're not supporting. You feel what I'm saying? You don't buy another T-shirt. You don't buy another hat. You don't come get your hair cut. You don't go to Sam for technical work. You know, you don't come for me to DJ your party. You don't go to Black American's daughter for, taxes and shit. You know what I'm saying? And figuring out how to get a budget done for Delaware and shit. You know what I mean? That's the type of shit we need to be on, yo. Who is the plug in the hood and got the firework? And you're gonna have to pay for it. Don't ask for no fucking discount. You know what I'm saying? Unless you buying hella bulk. You know what I'm saying? We'll work it out then. But this is the shit, black folk, Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Start first thing in the morning. You're gonna be pulling up on somebody black. Yo, I got $20 for you. I got $30 for you. Yo, like, what's your Cash App? What's your PayPal? You know what I'm saying? We buy everything from everybody else. See, Sam, this is why we have 3.2 trillion, I think it is, in spending power. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't own anything. We spending everything because we don't own anything. And this is how the tethers is getting rich. They got all the bodegas, stores, fashion clothes, everything. They got everything. We ain't trying to own nothing. The ones we do got, we just don't support that shit. Because that's the case. Why the local fashion designer in your hood? Why he ain't the next Carl Kanai nigga? You know what I'm saying? Cross colors. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right. We and I think that's part like. When you were growing up, DJ, like in your era, man, like one thing about y'all is that y'all was very business, like y'all didn't think like consumers. It's like over time, a lot of propaganda has happened to where just not even just black people, but we really consume that shit. But just overall in America, it's turned into a very consumer economy, right? People don't even think about majority of people don't even think about owning businesses, right? And if they do think about spending their money, it's like the number one priority is based on convenience. It's like Walmart's down the street. I don't care who owns Walmart. I don't care what the fuck is going on with Walmart. It's just right there. It's convenience, right? I'm gonna buy this iPhone because I don't care, who owns this iPhone, whatever. Is that what everybody buying? Is that the best thing? I'm gonna buy it. You know what I'm saying? We have to get out of like that mindset because that convenience can kill you. It really can. And that's what it's doing.
You know that's systematic too, though, right? Have you ever read or saw the video on how to sell the Negro? How to sell the Negro. Look that up on YouTube right now, y'all. Everybody in the chat. How to sell the Negro. So that shit is systematic, what you're saying right there. That we got to stop assuming that the white ice is colder. But it's like, damn, we indoctrinated with the Jefferson's mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is bad. So, and also, yeah, Joker might be lazy, might just fucking walk to the bodega and spend twice as much versus just like, yo, you could have went to the grocery store, got a whole fucking buffet of the same sandwiches you just bought for $4 or $5 at the bodega. You know what I'm saying? You could have got $1 of this, $1 of that, $1 of that. The deli person would cut that shit for you at that price. But, hey, convenience, right? That's why everybody else is allowed to make money. So while we don't got our own convenience stores, where's the black convenience stores? The Negro American Freeman convenience store. You know what I'm saying? Where them shits at, yo? You know what I'm saying? Where the fucking Freeman oil stations at? You know what I'm saying? I ain't pulling up to fucking mobile. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Word up. Even though we getting the oil from the tether any fucking way. Matter of fact, we need to holler at Putin, yo. On some real shit. hey, Black American, you the closest, bro. Holler at the homie, yo. You know what I'm saying? Tell them we need that oil, yo. And you only selling the oil to the black people, yo. Everybody else got to buy it off of us and shit. I think he'll be with that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. It's a whole bunch of different factors, like it's because we're talking about a very complex issue, you know what I mean? It's hard to just say, like, this is the reason, this one reason is the reason for this. All 40 million of us, why we think this way, right? It's a whole bunch of different factors. White supremacy is not just on white supremacy, right? It's on the propaganda that they fucking like push out and all this shit, like that shit. It's a whole bunch of different shit. But the bottom line is what we discussed in this chat is like, whatever it is, we are identifying it right now. We gotta correct it, or we will go extinct out here. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm glad we having this discussion about getting together. We need to move. I think the first step in fixing the issue you describe is we gotta move into like where majority, like a black majority state, exactly what it sounds like, right? Because we too spread out. We way too spread out. We everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So not only is that going to be hard for people are going to now shop on convenience because you're going to be, you know what I'm saying? If you're not what's the word for it? Influenced by you, if you're not around black people every single day, you're gonna be influenced by the white communities that you're around every single day, right? Like that's why you see them weirdo, black kids that act white and shit. You know what I mean? Because they have white friends and shit. Like they think that they white. You know what I'm saying? So it's that same type of thing. Like we have to like get together and get our own land. You know what I'm saying? And really like take control through legislation of that land. That way we can start doing what Homeland said. You know what I mean? Where we pass legislation where we can keep funneling, money into our own corporations and then hire our own people. You know what I'm saying? Then we start building the convenience stores with that money. You know what I'm saying? Take that money, buy the block. You know what I'm saying? Buy the block. Put our convenience stores, have black-owned places where people, even if they are shopping on convenience, it'll be our places that they're shopping, on convenience on and all that shit. But you go ahead, Homeland. My fault. I just want to say that.
Yeah, you good. Look, the biggest pharmacy in the United States is who? CVS and Walgreens. Am I correct?
As far as convenience stores, yeah, because Rite Aid got bought out by one of those two.
Yeah, I think it was Walgreens, I think. Okay.
Yeah, Walgreens, I think it's America's drugstore, I think.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Walgreens and CVS and Rite Aid, they have a very simple business, right? That can be easily duplicated, right? And my idea is when Black Americans take supermajority population of several states, right? The state legislature to pass laws and regulations to create black-owned pharmacies, right? And let's say we only have two. We have two in these 8 states, right? And these are chain stores, right? And these chain stores will open up all over the country. All over the 8 states. It might be, 300 of these pharmacies in each state. And stores like Walgreens and CVS, they can stay open in these states, but guess what? We're going to make sure that our consumer market buy from the black-owned CVS and Walgreens and put the real CVS and Walgreens out of business, right? And now we have black-owned pharmacies, and there can be 2 corporate pharmacies, and then we have hundreds of small pharmacies, mom and pop pharmacies, whatever. But the 2 main pharmacies are black-owned corporations, and they control like 80% of the market of that region. So yeah, that's just a good example of chain store, and we can do that with many different, Jiffy Lube with 7-Eleven. We don't have to have a 7-Eleven. We can open up a 610. And the 610 we copy we duplicate the business of 7-Eleven, and we just have all these 610 all over the 8-state southern region. I mean, we just duplicate every business, car dealership, used car dealerships. We just duplicate everything. Restaurants, wherever you can think of, man. I mean, mechanics stores, park stores, anything that you can think of, we can duplicate those in the Black American homeland. So that's the way I think.
For sure. Hey, now, I mean, like when you say though,
What's up, person? You can come up on the mic whenever you want to feel like it. But what I'm saying is that I think we already got those things in place, man. So it's like we just need to start supporting it. So again, go to Maggie Anderson, Our Black Yeah. Go look this sister up right now. And just get on your game. Shit, you're buying nothing but black. But yeah, it's gonna be hard. You ain't gonna be able to get everything black. But we gotta find, like you said, Black America Homeland, get in those industries of, you know, and shut these other jokers out, because that's what the hell they do to us. It's just business, right? Capitalism, right? So we invest in our dollars into our neighborhood like the J people do. You know what I'm saying? We'd be all right, yo. White ice ain't cold, and black ice is cold as shit, man. We got all the kind of thing.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Percy. What's good, dog? No.
Yeah. Well, where I'm from, you know, I'm from St. Louis and everything over there. You know what I mean? But, you know, we my brother, we got a little business out here. You know what I mean? Little construction business out here. I mean, you can look it up. It's called we got trucks and everything. It's called Hancock.
Jumbotron, but it's the Jumbotron, bro.
I don't even know how to work the Jumbotron. I put in my life. I don't know how to work the Jumbotron at all. But I'm just gonna give y'all the thing. I don't even know how to work the Jumbotron. I don't know how to put shit in there. Well, you know how to do get on spaces.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you, person.
Yeah, but put you on it. I'm trying to tell you something. Yeah, wait. I'm gonna tell you, like, and we got our motherfucking construction business out there, and everything like that. And we put motherfuckers on. We put little kids on. Motherfuckers, you teenagers on. You come out there, make a pallet. You come out there, you know, in the hood and everything like that. Motherfucker, you make a pallet. You know, do y'all know what pallets is? Huh?
Yeah, for sure. I know about the pallet.
Yeah. So, like, you know, they come out there and make a pallet. You know, it's about how many pallets you make a day. Like, I give you five for a pallet. They're making a whole complete pallet. So shit, you make a whole complete pallet, everything like that. It's like shit. But it's a certain level of pallets I want you to make. Like shit, you make like motherfucking. By the end of the day, you gotta have like motherfucking like 6 pallets made. You hear me? You know what I mean? And you know it's $50 a day. You hear me? And the business is booming because you know the fiends always come back. You know, $50 a day. You know, the fiends always come back, and I pay them the same date. You know what I'm saying? So that's you know, it's kind of fucked up, but I ain't taking advantage of them. But you know, hey, I'm putting that out there for my people and things like that. And little kids could get on it too, you know what I mean? The teenagers, they found it harder than the parents be on shit, because, you know, you get $15 a day. You give them up for $50 a day. They just come there early in the morning, and everything like that. They make their motherfucking money, everything like that. They give them clothes and everything. They give them clothes and everything when their mama and they daddy ain't there. You know what I'm talking about?
Right, we was talking about jobs and shit. What's the name of the business, dog? And what state you in again?
St. Louis. Hancock Construction.
Hancock Construction, St. Louis. Hancock Construction, St. Louis. All right.
Yeah. All you gotta do is put in the Hancock. It'll come straight up. It'll be in St. Louis. You know, and they know how we get down. Yeah, put in Hancock. We break down the buildings in the motherfucking in the hood. Boom, motherfuckers come and dust the bricks off. You know, everything like that. You know, I don't know if y'all. Hold up. Let me see if y'all from, because you know it's not like y'all from the burbs or something like that. Because you know, where I'm from, you know, the buildings, you know, you got bricks. Do you motherfuckers even know what bricks is anymore?
I'm from the Brick City, bro, North New Jersey. I definitely know about bricks, bro. We still got certain cobble roads out here, man.
Yeah. Most motherfuckers be know what bricks is no more. you know how you knock the bricks off and clean them off, everything like that, and put it in pallets and things like that. You make a pallet, get paid for that pallet, everything like that. You know, so you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I actually seen people that do that because we got like certain bricks up here that's worth like hella money. Like I just did a fencing job last year.
Like the red bricks.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, sir? All the cylinder type, you know, like maybe some design type bricks that was made like from scratch. Because I'm up here in Jersey. There was a lot of Italians around here, bro, and then a lot of the mafia shit. You know what I'm saying?
I get paid more than them, but you know, hey, I pay them the same day. So if anybody who from St. Louis, if you're on the north side of St. Louis, you know, and they know Hancock's business. They know Hancock's business. You know what I'm talking about? You know, I pay fiends.
Y'all got a website?
I ain't got no fucking website. I only got a card and thing like that. I don't know how to do no website. Shit. I can't even put the shit in my fucking gym on the trunk. I don't know nothing about that.
Hey, Ray, you better follow my little brother right here, Sam, right here, the speaker. He do that shit, bro. Fuck with little homie and shit.
Sam. Okay, Sam. Okay, I'm about to follow Sam now.
Right. Wrong. You see that?
Sam.
Yo.
So you know how to do like website and type shit?
Yeah, man. I'm like in the process of making a black business directory, black owned only business directory for a news toter right now. So, yeah, man, I'm very, very knowledgeable in that. I could definitely build a website for you. What type of business you have?
It's a construction business.
Oh yeah, that's easy, man. So all you need really is just like you know what I mean, to show off your work you've done and just like a contact page and stuff.
No, not even contact page. Like I really does this for my people. Like I really does it. Like I put the little kids on. I put them up for you know, I ain't gonna call them fiends. Well, they fiends and things like that. When they need to get them little, when they need to get them little $50 to go do whatever they gonna do. They gonna go and I pay them out the same day. You know what I'm talking about?
Right, bro. But hold on, bro. You know, that's still our peoples, bro. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't gotta call them that. It's just say you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to.
You know what you mean? You know what I'm saying?
But I ain't trying to call them fiends and nothing like that. But
it is what it is, though. You know, we know what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? We understand. You know what I mean?
I ain't trying to be disrespectful. Call them fiends or nothing like that. You know, I got it from my daddy and everything like that. And you know, I got business from my daddy and so I'm not trying to call them things and things like that. But you know, I know how it go, and I know how to make a business run. And you know, it's kind of fucked up how I make a business run. The motherfuckers gonna work hard and bitch. You know, but they be saying niggas don't work hard, but them fans work harder than the motherfucking Mexicans. That's a motherfucker. And that's the motherfucking truth. And if that's not the motherfucking truth, I'm sorry to tell you. If a fiend knows that you're going to pay him the same day, he going to get it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I will pick him up in the motherfucking truck. The motherfucker going to come. You know what I'm talking about?
Right. All day, bro. So at the end of the day, that's why you need that website up so people could come to you to get
Yeah. And that's why I'm on fuck with Cub. Right. I don't know nothing about it. I don't even know how to put the shit in a thing. Shit. Hey, I'm 20, bro. I'm 20. I'm 24.
I'll make that all simple for you, man. That's one thing that, you know,